Chapter 195. At this moment, when Xiaoqin saw Mu Xinya's expression, he had very complicated feelings. He hated this woman for being vicious and merciless, but he also sympathized with her. From the very start, she had fallen into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's trap. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion only wanted to use her to break the Fiend's sealing stone and release the Fiend King. Then, they would kill the Fiend King and take its 1,000 years of cultivation. The Fiend's sealing stone was a strange stone of heaven and earth. It absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It formed naturally and contained a huge amount of energy. Aside from an ancient forbidden weapon, nothing could break it. At this moment, Xiaoqin understood that there was no such thing as absolute good or evil in this world. In terms of ruthlessness, the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were even more ruthless than Mu Xinya. In order to not alert the enemy, they abandoned all the miners in the tunnels. Xiaoqin could roughly understand why the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did this. The calamity from 20 years ago had greatly weakened the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. All the sage cultivators had probably died in that calamity. As a result, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, had a huge gap in its strength. The huge Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not even have a single sage. In order to make up for this huge gap, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had no choice but to use this Fiend King that had been locked up for 1,000 years. Be it its spirit core, skin, flesh, bones, or blood, they were all very valuable. As for Mu Xinya, she was completely clueless about all this. In the end, not only did she end up benefiting others, she even lost her life. No, the fate of the Heavenly Wolf race cannot end like this. Mu Xinya revealed a resolute expression. She did her best to gather her aura, preparing to fight to the death. Xiaoqin pulled her back. Although he could not use his essence, he still had his strength. Mu Xinya could not struggle free immediately. Sending yourself to death. You should leave quickly. The people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion noticed your plan long ago. The ending was decided from the start. Mu Xinya looked at Xiaoqin in astonishment. She did not expect Xiaoqin, who wanted to kill her earlier, to pull her back at this moment. Mu Xinya used some force and shook off Xiaoqin's hand. She smiled and said, "Senior brother Yi, I told you before. My parents told me to come here. Actually, I was not willing. Everyone is afraid of death, but since we're already here, there's no way out. The Celestial Wolf clan also has no way out." Her smile was as bright and beautiful as ever. With a light tap of his feet, his figure swayed on the surface of the river, and he immediately arrived at the other side of the river, joining the battle. On the opposite bank, Yi Wen's entire body was emitting a golden light. He placed his hand on the wooden box and did not move at all. There were figures of light flying out of the wooden box continuously. The 9 martial kings behind him did not even make a move. With just a ray of light from the divine weapon in the wooden box, the people from the Running Corpse sect could not advance at all. The first saber light that was released directly split the 3 corpse kings that the Running Corpse sect entrusted with heavy responsibilities into 2 halves. After that, the light shadow carried a peerless blade edge and swept through the air. The light shadow was dazzling, and the blade light shot out in all directions. The people of Running Corpse sect reacted and were no longer instantly killed by the saber light. However, they could only dodge in all directions and could not find a chance to counterattack. As Supervisor Li dodged the wanton saber light in the air, he continuously made hand gestures, trying to reassemble the 3 corpse kings on the ground. The corpse kings already possessed an undying body. If one could not instantly shatter them, it would be very difficult to truly destroy them. As long as the controller was not dead, one could use a secret technique to revive them. If the 3 corpse kings could revive, they might be able to turn the situation around. Supervisor Li could already tell that Yuan could not completely control that divine weapon. The saber light in the air no longer had its initial sharp aura. This was a clear indication of the problem. It was not that the 9 people behind Supervisor Lee did not want to make a move, but that they could not. They used the ground under their feet to transfer their essence to Yuan, allowing him to hold on. Even so, Supervisor Lee felt extremely anxious. Due to the lack of physical strength, the black-clothed men controlling the Corpse Kings had all been killed. Only Supervisor Lee could barely hold on. Normally, because the strength of this Corpse King was too horrifying, it required 3 people to control it. Now that he was the only one left, it would be very difficult to revive it. Hoo-chee! A silver figure in the air flew past everyone's heads at lightning speed, heading for Yuan. A huge silver wolf appeared behind her. This was the totem of the heavenly wolf race. It possessed a horrifying might. The huge wolf roared ferociously, creating a heavy sound wave. Xiaochen shattered all the light figures attacking Mu Xinye. Then, he quickly descended. Mu Xinye's right hand pulled back in the air, creating 5 sharp claw marks as she attacked Yuan. The 5 claw marks were as sharp as sabers. They gave off a chi-chi sound in the air. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 5 streams of scarlet energy. As the wind blew, they grew to more than 10 meters in an instant. Yuan did not dare to be careless. He pointed with his other hand and a golden humanoid figure quickly appeared from his body. Clone Chop. This was the secret technique of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Jade Maiden Peak. Yuan learned it after he left Qingyun Peak. Now that he had the might of the divine weapon, its might was much more horrifying than usual. The figure of light was like a real person. After Mu Xinye dodged an attack, it immediately turned around nimbly and continued attacking. Mu Xinye changed her position 3 times in the air, but she still could not shake off the attack of the figure of light. Mu Xinye slowly calmed down and did her best to remain calm. She released her perception in the air with all her might. After a while, her face lit up with joy. She said indifferently, "Found it." Mu Xinye spun around in the air and swung her hands. A few invisible lights were instantly severed. Yuan used the clone chop and the figure he controlled immediately fell. It turned out that the secret of the clone chop's agility lay in these invisible lights. As long as the lights were severed, the figure of light could no longer be controlled. Ha! Just as Mu Xinye was about to fall, she shouted and leaped into the air like a ferocious wolf. She flew over Yuan's head and landed on the 9 martial kings behind him. Not good, Yuan cried out in his heart. Although Mu Xinye's cultivation realm was not high, if she were to fall, the 9 people behind her would suffer a calamity. These people had to pass their essence to him. There was no way for them to make a move. Right now, any one of them could easily kill these martial kings, who were usually insufferably arrogant. If one of the 9 were killed, the divine weapon that Yuan could barely control would immediately crumble. It would be countered by the divine weapon. Bang! Thinking of this, Yuan's expression turned grave. He took a deep breath and smacked the wooden box with his right hand. A ripple immediately spread out and bounced Mu Xinye back with a boom. Mu Xinye vomited a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Yuan, who had executed this move, had an unsightly expression. The speed of the light that flew out of the wooden box also slowed down. The people of the running corpse sect, who had been exhausted from dealing with the attacks, finally had a chance to catch their breath. Supervisor Lee took advantage of this opportunity and quickly formed hand seals. The 2 halves of the corpse king's body slowly merged together. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, there was an unending chain of explosions within the 9 saber demon punishing formation. Cracks appeared in the space sealed by the soul chains before it shattered. The 9 saber demon punishing formation was broken. Everyone stared at this scene in astonishment. Soon after, they came to their senses and immediately retreated, fleeing from this region. The destruction of a small world had created such a destructive power. Even a martial king would not dare to face it head-on. Bang! A deafening sound rang out and the void shattered. The entire underground cavern shook incessantly. The water in the underground river surged and huge rocks fell from the top of the cavern. Xiaochen carefully dodged the huge rocks above him. He did his best to balance his body. At this moment, he could not use his essence. If he fell, he might be smashed by the huge rocks before he could get back up. Hu-chi! Hu-chi! 12 figures flew out of the 9-saber demon punishing formation. The soul holy weapons and soul chains in their hands had already shattered. All of their faces were incomparably pale. Ha ha ha! The 9-saber demon punishing formation is only a so-so. A desolate laughter came from within the surging dust. When the dust settled, the heavenly wolf king's stout figure slowly appeared. There were no other injuries on his body. His silver hair fluttered in the wind and his aura was as ferocious as before. The soul holy weapon specialized in attacking the soul. If a soul was destroyed, leaving behind an empty shell, naturally, it would not be able to exist alone in the world. The reason why Ling Tianjing and the others chose to use the soul holy weapons to attack the heavenly wolf king was because his physical body was much stronger than a regular person's. If they used a physical weapon, it would not have much of an effect. However, they did not expect that even though the heavenly wolf king had only recovered a fifth of his strength, his soul energy was much stronger than his physical body. The 9-saber demon punishing formation materialized a total of 81 formations and 9,999 killing moves. Even with the soul holy weapons, they still could not do anything to the heavenly wolf king. After attacking for a long time, the heavenly wolf king actually found the weak point of the 9-saber demon punishing formation. He attacked with all his might and shattered this small space. The heavenly wolf king's aura flourished and filled the sky. His gaze was like a torch as he scanned the surroundings. Everywhere his gaze passed, it caused the hearts of everyone to tremble. Hey! The heavenly saber pavilion's divine weapon? The heavenly wolf king's gaze landed on the wooden box in Yuan's hand. His face lit up in joy as he said, "With this divine weapon, our chances of obtaining the spirit vein's origin will be higher." Withdraw. The heavenly wolf king spread his fingers and sent out a huge force, traveling a distance of several dozen meters. Yuan felt his grip loosen and the wooden box was already in the heavenly wolf king's hands. The situation of the entire place turned around in an instant. Xiaochen watched all this in astonishment. He originally thought that the 12 supreme elders of the heavenly saber pavilion would work together to execute the 9-saber demon punishing formation. Against the heavenly wolf king, who had lost his sharpness after being imprisoned for 1,000 years, it would be easy. There were no surprises. Xiaochen did not expect the 9-saber demon punishing formation to break so easily. Although the heavenly wolf king's soul energy was significantly weakened, the 12 supreme elders suffered from the backlash of the formation. They were even more injured. They could not do anything to the heavenly wolf king. They could only watch as he obtained the heavenly saber pavilion's divine weapon. Actually, if the 9-saber demon punishing formation had been laid with a physical weapon, there might have been a different effect. The heavenly wolf king's body hadn't moved much in the past 1,000 years, so its bodily functions had definitely been weakened. Chapter 196. However, soul strength was different. In the past 1,000 years, the heavenly wolf king had been cultivating his soul strength when he was bored. Xiaochen could not be bothered with all this. He was currently doing his best to break the corpse king imprint in his body. His spiritual sense turned into tens of thousands of arrows, shooting at the cage in his dantian. As long as a strand of spiritual sense could enter and contact the blue dragon martial spirit, he was confident of working together to destroy the corpse king imprint. The black cage slowly spun. The corpse king, who had been sitting on it the whole time, swept its gaze across. The arrows formed by the spiritual sense were all destroyed. Xiaochen did not give up. He looked for an opportunity to play hide-and-seek with the corpse king with his spiritual sense. When Supervisor Li saw the situation turn around, he revealed a sinister smile. He controlled the corpse king and the 10 corpse monarchs to charge at Yuan and the others. The commotion was very vast. All the Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen who were still able to fight rushed over and started a chaotic battle. Sand and rocks flew and a strong wind blew. The scene became intense once again. On the other side, of the 12 Heavenly Saber Pavilion Supreme Elders, the one with the highest cultivation, Shen Manjun, said sullenly, "There is no need to worry. The divine weapon cannot bring out its full strength in his hands. The damage to his soul is also greater than we imagined." An old man at the side added, "That's right. If we continue to attack, there is still a chance." The Heavenly Wolf King smiled coldly and used some force to knock open the wooden box in his hand. He said, "Let me take out this divine weapon that no one can wield. Let's see who can stop me then." The wooden box shattered into pieces and an ancient saber appeared. The saber was about 1 meter and 2 centimeters long. There were all sorts of ancient talisman scripts carved on the scabbard. The saber gave off a reserved glow and spiritual energy spread out. The Heavenly Wolf King's expression turned cold. He grabbed the saber hilt with his right hand and used a huge force to pull it out. Cassier. Before the astonished gazes of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people, the Heavenly Wolf King managed to pull the saber out by 1 centimeter. The Heavenly Wolf King's face lit up in joy. If he could pull out this divine weapon, even if his soul energy was injured, he would only be able to bring out 1/5 of his strength. Even if he had to face the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he would not fear it. "Stop him, we can't let him pull out the Tianyu blade, otherwise the entire spirit mine will be destroyed." Ling Tianjing roared. 12 figures executed their best moves as they flew at the Heavenly Wolf King with lightning speed. Boom! Before the Heavenly Wolf King's smile faded, the saber revealed 2 centimeters. Suddenly, it released an intense, piercing, and dazzling light. A destructive energy came from the saber. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone in the cavern was frozen in place. Their hearts were as clear as a mirror, and yet, they couldn't move their bodies. A faint blue energy ripple spread out in the air, and in the face of this irresistible power, the Celestial Wolf King bore the brunt of the attack. Despite how powerful he was instantly sent flying. Xiaochen spat out a mouthful of blood. After he landed on the ground, the energy in the divine saber entered his body, giving off a crackling sound. His body kept rolling on the ground, and after a while, he turned back into a giant silver wolf that was more than 50 meters tall. No one had expected such a result. The insufferably arrogant Heavenly Wolf King was actually knocked back to his original form by a ripple from the divine saber. If all the divine weapons were drawn, how strong would they be? After the Heavenly Universe saber released an intense light, the saber immediately returned to its scabbard and floated quietly in the air. The horrifying energy instantly vanished. Dang! 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 The broken wooden box on the ground quickly flew into the air and reformed, storing the divine weapon Heavenly Universe saber inside. Instantly, the aura of the divine weapon vanished. Everyone's bodies returned to normal. Shen Manjun stretched out her hand, and the wooden box flew back into her grasp. She glanced at the Heavenly Wolf King and said expressionlessly, "I forgot. These 10 divine weapons were forged in the ancient era for the purpose of fighting against the fiend race. As a member of the fiend race, without the strength of a fiend emperor, he actually dares to pull out the divine weapons of humans. He overestimates himself. There is no need to care about him. He suffered a backlash from the divine weapon and will not be able to use his strength for a period of time." Ling Tianjing nodded and said, go and deal with the remnants of the running corpse sect first. Then, we will discuss how to deal with this beast. With the addition of the 12 Heavenly Saber Pavilion Supreme Elders, the running corpse sect no longer had the strength to resist. They could not retaliate and were forced into a retreat. A corpse monarch tried to use the earth evasion technique to escape. However, Ling Tianjing discovered it. He snorted coldly and stomped on the ground. The ground trembled like water and the corpse monarch was knocked out. Mu Xinya took advantage of the chaos and sneaked over to the Heavenly Wolf King's side. With the Heavenly Wolf King's huge body as a cover, the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not discover the petite Mu Xinya. Sage Ancestor. Sage Ancestor. Are you all right? Mu Xinya whispered anxiously into the Heavenly Wolf King's ear. Blood flowed out of the Heavenly Wolf King's mouth continuously. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He was just one step away from obtaining the Spirit Vein's origin and advancing to Flying Fiend Emperor. He would become the first person in thousands of years. Under his leadership, the Heavenly Wolf race would rule the world. The entire Fiend race would rise once again. However, in the end, all his efforts would be for naught. One wrong step and he would fall into a bottomless abyss, losing everything. The Heavenly Wolf King turned its huge head slightly and looked at Mu Xinya in front of it. It slowly raised its left claw and used its sharp claws to make a crescent wound on Mu Xinya's forehead. Blood immediately spurted out from Mu Xinya's forehead. She was startled. She knew what the Heavenly Wolf King was going to do. She said, "Sage Ancestor, you can't." On the other side of the battlefield, the people of the running corpse sect had already been mostly wiped out. Only a few corpse monarchs were still resisting tenaciously. The corpse king controlled by Supervisor Li had been crushed into dust by the 3 martial monarch supreme elders. There was no way for him to revive. Suddenly, boundless black qi came out from Xiao Chen's pores. When the black qi dissipated, the corpse king imprint in his body instantly vanished. It turned out that the corpse monarch that had used the corpse king imprint had already been killed by one of the supreme elders. Naturally, the corpse king imprint that he had set up had dissipated. When the essence returned to Xiao Chen's meridians, his face lit up in joy. His body had completely recovered. Xiao Chen thought to himself, since I no longer have anything to worry about, I should leave this place. Who? Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to leave, a figure tore through the air and arrived before Xiao Chen at lightning speed. Without saying anything, he attacked. That figure was the Bean Peak's Peak Master, Song Quebec. He had accidentally seen Xiao Chen's figure earlier. A killing intent instantly surged out. He immediately stopped fighting and flew towards Xiao Chen at lightning speed. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation realm, he could not even see the trajectory of a peak martial king's movement technique and the speed of his attack. He could not react in time. Xiao Chen immediately received a punch to his dantian. Song Kei's new and old grudges merged together. He did not hold back in this punch at all. Bang! Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with shock. His body flew into the air like a kite with its string cut. The blue dragon, which had just regained its freedom, was smashed into pieces by this peak martial king's punch. It turned into balls of azure light and dissipated within his body. Spiritual energy flowed out of his body like flowing water. Xiao Chen thought in horror, "It's over, my martial spirit is destroyed. I am crippled for life." This was Xiao Chen's last thought. Before he had the time to think further, he had already fainted. With a piu-tong sound, he sank into the underground river. The rapid current of the river immediately washed Xiao Chen's body downstream. Yi Chen. Yuan sent a corpse flying with a palm strike. He was completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. He looked angrily at Song Kei and revealed a sinister expression. He said, "How dare you kill my Qingyun Peak's disciple? I want your life." Yuan pushed his feet off the ground and he had already crossed the river and arrived beside Song Quebec. The small saber in his hand created a cool breeze. The saber was hidden in the cool breeze as it chopped towards Song K's chest. The two of them were both martial kings. Song K's cultivation was originally much higher than Yuan's. However, he had suffered from the backlash of the 9-saber demon punishing formation earlier. Furthermore, he had used his full power in that earlier attack. At this moment, his essence was insufficient. When the great perfection clear wind chop was executed, the saber could not be seen at all. It was impossible to defend against. Song K dodged in a sorry state. He could not even catch his breath. He was actually beaten up in such a manner. Go to hell! Yuan suddenly roared. The saber hidden in the cool breeze suddenly moved closer to Song Quebec. It spun very quickly. This was another secret technique of Qingyun Peak, mysterious wind chop. Song K originally thought this attack was still the clear wind chop. He was caught off guard. The spinning saber created countless air currents. It was very fast. At such a close distance, it was impossible to dodge. Damn it, I was too careless. I actually allowed him to execute the mysterious wind chop at such a close distance, Song K thought vexedly. Actually, he had not expected that Yuan would actually kill him, a peak master, for the sake of an insignificant Xiao Qin. Even though Song K had already retreated quickly to the side, the speed of the mysterious wind chop was simply too fast. Song K had no way of dodging it. Pu Ci. One of Song K's arms was chopped off. The mysterious wind formed by the saber instantly tore his arm into pieces. A large amount of blood and flesh scattered in the air. Ah! Song K cried out in pain. He looked at his left arm, which had been smashed into pieces. His face revealed a horrified expression. He could not believe what had happened. Die! Yuan turned around and kicked the distracted Song Quebec. He waved the small saber in his hand in the air. The saber left a few afterimages in the air, piercing towards Song K's heart. When it was only an inch away from Song K's chest, a few Supreme Elders saw the situation and rushed over. A martial monarch Supreme Elder made his move at lightning speed. He stretched out his fingers and caught the saber that Yuan was thrusting at him with. He shouted angrily, Yuan, what are you trying to do? You are going against your superiors. Are you tired of living? Yuan used some force and twisted his wrist, freeing the small saber from the old man's fingers. He said indifferently, killing a fellow disciple for no reason. Even if he is a peak master, he has to die. Is the matter of a peak master something for an insignificant elder like you to speak? The Law Enforcement Hall will investigate the matter and give justice to your Qingyun Peak disciple, a Supreme Elder at the side said. Chapter 197. Yuan smiled coldly and said, Law Enforcement Hall. What a joke. You are already so old, yet you still dare to speak of the Tao of the Law Enforcement Hall. Impudent. Seeing that Yuan did not care about them, one of the Supreme Elders could not help but feel embarrassed. He could not help but send a palm strike at Yuan. Martial monarchs could already comprehend the laws of space. Although the old man's palm strike was an ordinary one, after it was infused with the laws of space, it was clearly extraordinary and unfathomable. The palm wind was clearly heading for Yuan's chest. In the end, just as Yuan was about to receive it, the palm wind suddenly disappeared and attacked his side. Boom! The difference in cultivation was too great. Yuan was a medial-grade martial king. However, this ordinary palm strike knocked him back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Who? Shen Manjun, who had finally killed all the running sex corpse monarchs, leaped into the air. Her footsteps were light, as though she was taking a stroll in the park. In an instant, she arrived beside the crowd. Before everyone's surprised gazes, Shen Manjuan's lily-white hands flew towards Song Ke, who was being supported by two supreme elders. There was a loud bang, and a formless palm landed on Song Ke's body. Song Ke immediately struggled free from the support of the two supreme elders. Huang huang huang. Song Ke tumbled back continuously until he reached the side of the underground river before he stopped. Song Ke's expression was extremely miserable. He got up and asked, "Martial Ant Shin, why?" The two supreme elders, who were in front of Yuan earlier, did not dare to say anything when Shen Manjun made a move. There was no other reason than Shen Manjuan's seniority was the highest. She was also the strongest. Looking at her appearance, it was clear that she was very angry. No matter how good her relationship with Song Ke was, she did not dare to say anything at this moment. She could only think that Song Ke was unlucky. Shen Manjun snorted coldly. Her expression was as cold as frost, she could not be bothered with him. She slowly walked to the side of the underground river and looked at the rushing water. She frowned slightly. Suddenly, Shen Manjun shouted, and all the essence in her body surged. Her clothes fluttered non-stop, and her aura rose rapidly. A strong wind blew, whistling non-stop. She ferociously sent a palm strike towards the riverbank. Hua! In the hundreds of meters of river that ran through the entire underground cave, the rushing river water immediately churned. In the river, there was not a single drop of water left, and all kinds of fish in the water fell continuously. Shen Manjun quickly glanced at the river, but she did not see Xiao Chen's figure. The turbulent underground river had already washed Xiao Chen's body to God knows where. Sighing, he waved his hand, and the river water that was a few meters in the air fell back down with a loud boom. This was the strength of a peak martial monarch. With a flip of their palm, they could cause the rivers to flow in reverse and surge. Shen Manjun stood by the river and pondered for a long time before leaving the shore. Puff! Seeing that Shen Manjuan's anger seemed to have subsided, everyone thought that they were about to heave a sigh of relief. However, the Heavenly Wolf King's gigantic body suddenly let out a crisp sound that resounded throughout the cave. Everyone looked over and saw Mu Xinya's body floating quietly in the air. She closed her eyes, her clothes fluttering, and her silver hair dancing in the wind. There was a silver crescent moon between her eyebrows, and it rippled as smooth as a mirror. Not good, the Heavenly Wolf King passed down his strength to this girl, Ling Tianjing said loudly. A supreme elder at the side cried out hoarsely, "Earlier, we were all distracted by what happened here. We did not notice the Heavenly Wolf King at all." After this supreme elder spoke, everyone looked at the one-armed Song Ke with resentment. If he had not killed Xiao Qin, there would not be so many problems. Otherwise, how could the Heavenly Wolf King have the opportunity to pass down his strength to Mu Xinya under their noses? Once he passed down his strength, it would be impossible to snatch it back from Mu Xinya. This was because Mu Xinya's current cultivation had not reached the stage where she could condense a sage core. If she was killed, the energy that the Heavenly Wolf King inherited would scatter into the world. Furthermore, the more horrifying thing was that the instant before this girl died, the Heavenly Wolf King's 1,000-year cultivation would explode. The entire underground cave would collapse. Of the people present, only a few would be able to survive the explosion. The others would not be able to escape unscathed. This was also the reason why no one made a move even though they were furious. How hateful! Shen Manjun shouted and sent a palm strike at Song Quebec. The palm wind was like thunder, instantly sending Song Ke flying into the underground river. She had already lost close to 300 years of her lifespan. Although she did not show any signs of dying in a sitting posture, there was no guarantee that she would be in danger at any time. Only by entering the sage realm could she be completely safe. At this moment, Song Ke had spoiled the situation. She wished she could kill him with a palm strike. Song Ke, who only had one arm left, thrashed about in the water with all his might. The poor martial king's essence was messed up by this palm strike. He had to drink a few mouthfuls of water before he crawled to the shore. Mushinya suddenly opened her eyes and a bright light shot out from them. She looked at the crowd and said, "Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you had best not touch my sage ancestor's body. I will be back." After she spoke, she threw out a jade strip. The jade strip turned into a ball of flame and flew to Mushinya's feet. Her body slowly turned into a strand of flame and disappeared into the underground cave. Divine Flame Talisman. There is actually such a thing. When a Supreme Elder saw Mushinya throw out the jade strip, his face was filled with despair. The Divine Flame Talisman was a teleportation secret treasure. After it was burned, it could bring its owner thousands of kilometers underground, vanishing into nothingness. It was said that the refinement method of this talisman had been preserved in the Great Jin Empire. However, it was extremely expensive. Each talisman required 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, it could only be used once. Using it once was equivalent to expending 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Although this price was expensive, it was not worth mentioning when compared to one's life. Originally, there were people who were planning to lock Mushinya up after she completely absorbed the energy of the Heavenly Wolf King's inheritance. Then, they would extract her energy after she refined a sage core. Although it would take a long time, it was not impossible. Now that Mushinya used the Divine Flame Talisman, all these thoughts were gone. A Supreme Elder sighed, 100 years of effort. In the end, it was all for naught. Although the old Fiend King is dead, a new Fiend King has appeared. I wonder if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion can withstand another attack from a Fiend King. There were many tributaries in the underground river, the undercurrent was very turbulent. After Xiaoqin fell into the river, he was unconscious. When he sank to the bottom, he did not know where he was washed to. The blue dragon came from the water. Xiaoqin, who possessed the blue dragon martial spirit, could hold his breath underwater for a long time. He did not need to breathe. However, now that Xiaoqin's martial spirit was destroyed, he was like an ordinary person, he did not have any special abilities. Logically speaking, after Xiaoqin sank to the bottom of the river, he should have drowned after 2 hours. His abdomen would have swelled up. After 10 hours, he would have floated up again and turned into a corpse. However, Xiaoqin's current situation was very strange. His blue dragon martial spirit had already dissipated and he was completely crippled. However, he could still breathe underwater. As the undercurrent rose and fell, he did not know where it was going. Occasionally, there would be all sorts of water plants and duckweed entangling him, and fish and prawns would rise and fall. 2 days later, Xiaoqin woke up from his unconscious state. He felt a splitting headache, and he felt very weak. His body swam in the water. Under the impact of the ferocious undercurrent, it was difficult for him to even turn around. When Xiaoqin felt the condition of his body, he felt it was strange. He did not understand why he could still breathe underwater after his blue dragon martial spirit had been destroyed. Calm down, Xiaoqin kept repeating to himself as he swam in the river. Although he could breathe underwater, the situation was still very dangerous. Song Kei's peak martial king attack had not only destroyed his martial spirit, but the internal energy that had spread out had also caused great internal injuries to his body. His internal organs were all damaged to varying degrees. If it were not for the fact that Xiaoqin's physique was extraordinary and that he had been tempered by the 7-leaf flowers 7 times, his heart and lungs would have been shattered and he would have died. After drifting underwater for 2 days, the injuries in his body had not been treated. Furthermore, he had not eaten anything. Xiaoqin's physical strength could be said to be extremely weak. If he did not think of a way to get to the surface in the turbulent river, the problem of his physical strength would only worsen. In the end, he would die. While he was thinking, Xiaoqin had already been pushed a few hundred meters away by the undercurrent. Xiaoqin could not help but fear the ferocious undercurrent in his heart. Xiaoqin faced the undercurrent and did his best to control his body to turn around. A surging undercurrent suddenly attacked him, causing Xiaoqin's body to flip over. Guru! Guru! This sudden situation caused Xiaoqin to swallow a few mouthfuls of water. In the midst of the chaos, Xiaoqin grabbed a large amount of seaweed in the water and did his best to stabilize his body. This seaweed was rather sturdy. When Xiaoqin wrapped it in his hand, although the undercurrent was still ferocious, it could no longer carry it away. The seaweed, which was as thick as an arm, stabilized Xiaoqin's body. Xiaoqin finally caught his breath and looked up. Although the river was somewhat turbid and he could not see the surface clearly, the light was not dim. This meant that the river was not too deep. Since that was the case, Xiaoqin had to think of a way to get to the surface. The main thing preventing him from getting to the surface was the undercurrent at the bottom of the river. If he let go of the seaweed in his hand, the undercurrent would immediately wash him down. This undercurrent was only about 5 meters thick. It was at the deepest part of the river. As long as he crossed this 5 meters, there would be no undercurrent. At that time, he would be able to get to the surface naturally. If Xiaoqin still had his essence in the past, he could easily leap out of this underground river with one breath. When he landed, even the water on his body would quickly evaporate. However, not only was he severely injured, his martial spirit was also destroyed. He could not raise his essence and had not eaten for 2 days. As long as he let go of the seaweed in his hand, the surging undercurrent would immediately wash him down. After resting for more than half an hour, Xiaoqin carefully observed his surroundings. He slowly touched the 2 sides of the riverbed and discovered that the slope was filled with silt. When he stepped on it, he immediately sank half a meter deep. Xiaoqin was delighted. He thought of a way to get to the shore. As long as he followed the slope and stuck his arm into the silt, he would be able to slowly climb up. Chapter 198. To be safe, Xiaoqin first found a 10-meter-long strand of seaweed and wrapped it around his waist. Then, he carried out his plan. In the turbulent undercurrent, every step was incomparably difficult. When Xiaoqin reached the top of the slope, he did not dare to be careless. He climbed up step by step. The undercurrent attacked his body continuously, nearly washing him away a few times. Xiaoqin dug his palms deep into the silt and poured all the black silt into his fingernails. He barely managed to avoid the undercurrent. After dodging the undercurrent with much difficulty, Xiaoqin loosened his body and removed the seaweed around his waist. After a while, he emerged from the water and took a deep breath. Then, he quickly rowed towards the shore. After reaching the shore, Xiaoqin was extremely tired. The dizziness intensified. He did his best to stay alert and control his desire to lie down. Then, he removed all his wet clothes. Xiaoqin took out some dry clothes from the universe ring and put them on. Then, he swallowed a blood-replenishing pill. After doing all this, he dragged his body to a cliff by the shore. Then, he leaned against it and closed his eyes to rest. Unknowingly, Xiaoqin fell asleep. He was simply too tired. When he woke up again, Xiaoqin's spirit had recovered. With the help of the blood-replenishing pill, his injuries had also healed. Xiaoqin took out some dry rations and water from the universe ring. After he ate them, his strength slowly recovered. He wolfed down the dry rations and gulped down a large mouthful of water. Only then did Xiaoqin get up and look around him. He was in a rather dark cave. Xiaoqin wanted to release his spiritual sense instinctively. In the end, he discovered that there was no reaction. The spiritual sense that he had been using in the past did not appear. Xiaoqin could not help but smile bitterly. It looked like he had really become a cripple. He slowly walked to the riverside. The calm river water reflected Xiao Chen's pale face. Due to soaking in the river for too long, Xiao Chen's skin had turned frighteningly pale. Some parts of his skin had even peeled off. The appearance that Xiao Chen had changed using the shape-shifting spell had already returned to its original state. However, he could not be bothered with this now. After he cleaned off the mud from his fingernails, he turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. After he cleaned off the mud from his fingernails, he walked in the direction of the river. No matter what, he had to find an exit first. Dee-da. Dee-da. Occasionally, water droplets would fall from above. The instant the water droplets landed, Xiao Chen's body instinctively moved backward. The water droplets brushed past Xiao Chen's nose and quickly fell to the ground. Looks like I still have the strength of my body. My combat instincts have not disappeared. Even without essence, I can still sense the direction of the water droplets. Xiao Chen clenched his fist and revealed a joyful expression. Due to gravity, the speed at which the water droplets fell was very fast. Xiao Chen could only rely on his body's instincts to sense the direction in which the water droplets would fall. Then, he could easily dodge them. Even without a martial spirit, I can rely on my physical body to become a martial sage. What the predecessors could do, I can do as well. A determined look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. After walking for a long time, the light in front of him slowly brightened. Xiao Chen could not help but increase his pace. After a while, the scene before him opened up. Even without a martial spirit, I can rely on my physical body to become a martial sage. What the predecessors could do, I can do as well. A determined look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. A vast underground world appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. It was a few hundred meters tall and had an unknown length and width. There were trees, plants, flowers, and rivers. It was unknown where the light came from. It was very strange. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before he stepped in. It was as though he had passed through a barrier. Time stopped for a short moment. It was almost negligible. Afraid that something was wrong, Xiao Chen paced back and forth a few times. When he discovered that he could safely return, he did not pay much attention to it. Crunch! Crunch! A few birds suddenly flew past the forest in front. Xiao Chen was slightly startled. There were actually living creatures here. He had to be careful. If there were any ferocious beasts, it would be troublesome. Bang! Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was thinking this, a huge spirit beast dashed out of the forest. This was a scarlet flame bear. When it stood up, it was as tall as 2 grown men. Its red eyes were filled with a baleful aura as it looked at Xiao Chen. The scarlet flame bear was a rank 2 spirit beast. It was equivalent to a martial master. Xiao Chen had seen it before in the periphery of Seven Horn Mountain. It looked very ferocious, but there was nothing special about it. However, it would be difficult for the current Xiao Chen to deal with it. Pooh! Pooh! Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, the scarlet flame bear ran over on all fours. Soon, it arrived in front of Xiao Chen. It sent out a palm strike with a force of several hundred kilograms. Xiao Chen did not panic. Before the front paw of the scarlet flame bear could reach him, he sensed the direction of the wind. He calmly took a step to the left and dodged the attack. Xiao Chen shouted and poured all his strength into his right fist. All the muscles in his right arm bulged up. It was like Xiao Chen felt a boundless power. He punched at the chest of the scarlet flame bear at lightning speed. In the next moment, the scarlet flame bear's sturdy body was sent flying with a bang. The sound of its internal organs shattering came from its body. After it fell to the ground, it could not get up again. Xiao Chen looked at all this in astonishment. After a while, when he saw that the scarlet flame bear was really dead, he muttered, "How is this possible?" Even at its peak, the strength of my punch was only 1,500 kilograms. Now that my martial spirit is shattered and my injuries have not healed completely, it is already an extraordinary performance to be able to display even half of my strength. The Scarlet Flame Bear's weight had already reached 500 kilograms. If Xiao Chen wanted to send it flying with a punch and shatter its internal organs, he would need at least 4,000 kilograms of strength. Xiao Chen looked suspiciously at his own fist. He did not dare believe it. I feel like I did not use all my strength in that punch earlier. Why is my strength even stronger than before? Xiao Chen could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. He walked into the forest and found a scarlet flame bear at the periphery. When it was about to approach him, he punched it again. Just like before, this scarlet flame bear that weighed 500 kilograms was sent flying. Its internal organs were shattered and it died. Only now did Xiao Chen believe that everything was real. His strength was even stronger than before. Could it be that my cultivation realm did not disappear? The strength of my punch should be around 3,500 kilograms of force, close to 4,000 kilograms. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to kill the Scarlet Flame Bear in one punch, Xiao Chen said with certainty. What exactly is going on? Why did my physical strength increase? Xiao Chen thought hard for a long time, but he still could not figure it out. After a while, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Never mind, an increase in strength is a good thing. Since I cannot figure it out, I should not think too much about it for now. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen left the forest. The depths of the forest gave him a dangerous aura. There should be other stronger spirit beasts. Xiao Chen spent the remaining time exploring this unknown underground world. In the southeast direction, Xiao Chen unexpectedly discovered a natural herb field. It was lush and verdant, filled with all sorts of spirit herbs. Many of the spirit herbs were over 100 years old. However, before Xiao Chen got close to the herb field, he could already feel a few strong auras. Occasionally, he could hear the terrifying roars of beasts. These were all strong spirit beasts. With Xiao Chen's current state, he could only watch from afar and shrink back. Seeing a mountain of treasure but not being able to get it was quite depressing. Xiao Chen avoided this area and continued moving forward. Although his martial spirit was destroyed, his physical strength was still there. His speed was not slow either. In one day, Xiao Chen had explored a radius of 1,000 meters. He discovered that he had completely underestimated the size of this underground world. After walking for one day, he had not even covered half the distance. For some unknown reason, the underground world also had day and night. As time passed, the light slowly turned dim. In the night, there were always some unknown dangers. Xiao Chen did not dare to stay here. He retreated all the way to the edge of the underground world before slowly stopping. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiao Chen decided to cultivate once more. Even though his martial spirit was destroyed, he had not completely given up. The blue dragon martial spirit was an ancient holy beast. It definitely had something extraordinary about it. Right now, there was no trace of spiritual energy in Xiao Chen's body. He was now truly an ordinary person. He was much weaker than when he first came to this world. At the very least, he still had the spiritual energy that he had cultivated for more than 10 years. Although he could not convert it into essence, it was more than enough to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Now that there was no trace of spiritual energy in his body, he might have to wait another 16 years before he could reach his previous cultivation realm. If that was the case, no matter how strong Xiao Chen's willpower was, he would have to give up. Xiao Chen felt the surrounding spiritual energy and guarded his dantian. He breathed in and exhaled. His spirit pedestal was calm as he repeated these two actions continuously. This was the most basic breathing technique in the Tianwu continent. Aside from those with innate martial spirits, most people did not have any spiritual energy when they were born. Without spiritual energy, there was no way to circulate any cultivation technique. At this moment, one had to practice the breathing technique, absorbing some spiritual energy into one's body. When the amount of spiritual energy in one's body reached a certain level, one could officially start cultivating. The breathing technique did not have any grades, it was common throughout the continent. Slowly, the qi that Xiaochen breathed out became more solid. From a distance, it looked like a mist-like sword, lingering for a long time. Hoo! In the next moment, when Xiaochen breathed in, the spiritual energy turned into a faint mist. It flowed through Xiaochen's mouth and slowly flowed out of his meridians. The spiritual energy circulated around his body before settling in his dantian. It was about the size of a pinky finger. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He did not expect the first strand of spiritual energy he absorbed to be so big. Soon, he would be able to gather enough spiritual energy to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. His earlier worries about needing another 16 years were groundless. He had already experienced this process once. It made sense that the second time he gathered spiritual energy would be much smoother. After 4 hours, the spiritual energy that had settled in his dantian was sufficient to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiaochen stopped breathing and prepared to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Hua! The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation successfully circulated without any obstruction. The surrounding spiritual energy immediately poured into Xiaochen's body in a frenzy. It was endless, completely exceeding Xiaochen's expectations. Chapter 199. Why is it like this? Xiaochen was startled. Suddenly, he remembered what Yuan had told him before. If he forcefully cultivated in this underground, there was a risk of his body exploding. Xiaochen's expression could not help but change greatly. He wanted to stop, but he was not resigned to it. Back when he was cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation on Seven Horn Mountain, he had encountered such a situation and successfully condensed his martial spirit. If he gave up now, it would be too much of a pity. If he missed this opportunity, he might not have any hope of condensing his martial spirit again in the future. I'll just go crazy for once. The path of cultivation is filled with thorns. I have to fight with the heavens, fight with others, fight with myself. I have to be ruthless to everyone. If I can't even get past this hurdle, how can I fight with others in the future? Not to mention fighting with the heavens. After making up his mind, Xiaochen steeled his heart. Not only did he not stop, he even sped up the circulation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Thunder roared in the sky. A whirlpool appeared above his head, spinning continuously. It quickly sucked in the surrounding spiritual energy before sending it into Xiaochen's body. Bolts of lightning flashed in the air. Wind and thunder roared, and mysterious phenomena appeared. Xiaochen's body was not calm either. Spiritual energy filled his entire meridians. Now, Xiaochen's meridians were much wider and more resilient than before. The amount of spiritual energy they could contain was also several times more than before. If Xiaochen's meridians were not stable, he would explode until not even his bones remained. Boom! Just as Xiaochen felt like he could not hold on any longer, all 361 acupoints in his body opened with a boom. There was actually a tiny azure dragon in every acupoint. The 361 blue dragons opened their mouths and sucked, instantly sucking in all the spiritual energy in Xiaochen's body, saving Xiaochen's life. The whirlpool above his head did not stop. Immediately, new spiritual energy poured in. Just as Xiaochen was about to collapse, the 361 azure dragons in his acupoints opened their mouths and sucked in again. The spiritual energy in his body was sucked dry once more. From afar, Xiaochen's 361 acupoints were emitting a blue glow. His entire body was like a blue dragon, forming a huge blue dragon. Swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, he roared furiously as he controlled the various phenomena in the world and accepted the baptism of lightning. It turns out that my martial spirit did not disappear. It was just divided into 361 small blue dragons and stayed in the acupoints of my body. Xiaochen thought in pleasant surprise. Every time the blue dragon in his acupoints breathed in and out, Xiaochen felt as if his entire body was cleansed by spiritual energy. It was extremely comfortable. After repeating this a total of 361 times, the mysterious phenomenon in the sky disappeared. The whirlpool above Xiaochen's head entered his body with a so sound. The spiritual energy in the world finally stopped pouring in. The whirlpool formed a miniature qi whirlpool in Xiaochen's dantian. As it spun slowly, drops of liquefied qi dripped down slowly. At the start, the speed at which the qi whirlpool dripped was very fast. Every time it spun one round, a drop would fall. In the end, it became slower and slower. Even after it spun more than 10 times, not a single drop fell. When Xiaochen counted carefully, he did not know if it was a coincidence or not, but there were exactly 361 drops of mysterious liquid. Xiaochen's mind moved. When he looked carefully, he discovered that this liquid was actually extremely pure essence. I clearly did not condense a martial spirit. It is just a qi whirlpool, yet it can actually turn spiritual energy into essence. This is really strange, Xiaochen said doubtfully. Looks like my martial spirit really did not scatter. It is just a different form of existence. This is good as well. Condensing essence from the qi whirlpool is much faster than before. Xiaochen controlled the essence in his body and slowly circulated it. He discovered that his cultivation realm did not fall. In terms of purity and quantity of essence, he had broken through to medial grade martial Grand Master. After circulating his essence for a great cycle, Xiaochen opened his eyes. A purple light pierced through the dark night sky before turning into 2 spots of purple light and disappearing from his eyes. Xiaochen got up and looked into the distance. He clenched his right hand into a fist and energy filled his entire body. This feeling of regaining control over his strength made Xiaochen feel very carefree. He could not help but let out a long roar. It was like the roar of a dragon. It was long and continuous, reverberating in the surroundings. Ha! Xiaochen punched through the air and punched a huge rock 50 meters in front of him. The Fengyan acupoint on his palm suddenly opened and the blue dragon in it disappeared. It turned into strands of azure light and spread to his arm. In an instant, his entire right hand was filled with a huge energy. The powerful force followed the direction of the punch and hit the 2-meter-tall boulder with a loud bang. The boulder immediately shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions. The blue dragon in the acupoint could actually turn into an azure light and attack along with the fist wind. This was a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, it was very strong. This is just the blue dragon in one acupoint, and it already has such a strong might. If I were to open all 361 acupoints in the future, how strong would its might be? Xiaochen thought in anticipation. He tried punching a few more times. In the end, he discovered that the acupoint on his palm was already completely closed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open it. It should be that he had used up all his energy and was temporarily unable to use it. Xiaochen was not worried. There was still time in the future, there was no need to rush. In the following period of time, Xiaochen took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring and executed all the martial techniques he knew. He could execute all the martial techniques without any obstructions. Furthermore, they were even more refined. Their might was much stronger than before. Only then did Xiaochen relax. It seemed like he had completely recovered his strength. Not only did the peak martial King Song K's punch not shatter his martial spirit, it even allowed his strength to improve. Perhaps this was the true face of the blue dragon martial spirit. breaking down and rebuilding, establishing a brand new system. This completely stimulated the blue dragon martial spirit that he did not know how to use in the past. A silver warship flew quickly a few hundred meters in the sky. Xiao Qin stood at the bow as the wind whistled past his ears. He extended his spiritual sense into the surroundings, carefully checking his surroundings. After his essence recovered, he could use his spiritual sense and secret treasures. When the sky brightened, Xiao Qin piloted the silver warship and flew towards the natural herb field. There is a rank 5 spirit beast lightning ox in the northeast direction. It is guarding a rank 6 herb, phoenix blood vine. The phoenix blood vine is a natural herb. It can be used directly to strengthen a cultivator's qi and blood. There is an unknown python in the northwest direction. It should be a peak rank 5 spirit beast. It is guarding a golden lotus. According to the Compendium of Cultivation, the golden lotus is the main ingredient in refining the profound returning pill. It is worth 100 inferior grade spirit stones. There is a one-eyed wolf in the south. It is a peak rank 5 spirit beast. It is guarding a rank 6 herb, needle leaf grass. It is worth 50 inferior grade spirit stones. Now that Xiao Qin possessed his spiritual sense, he quickly scanned the situation in the herb field from high up in the sky. This underground space was filled with spiritual energy. There were also all sorts of natural treasures. With such a good place to cultivate, Xiao Qin did not intend to leave for now. He was prepared to cultivate here. He urgently needed some herbs to strengthen his physical body. Xiao Qin recalled the silver warship into his right eye and slowly landed in the northeast direction of the herb field. There was a scarlet phoenix blood vine there. It could be used directly to strengthen a cultivator's qi and blood, directly raising the strength of the physical body. Although it could not compare to the 7-leaf flower, which had a rebirth effect, to Xiao Qin, it was still a rare item. After consuming it, it should be able to increase his strength by 250 kilograms. Xiao Qin landed firmly on the ground and walked towards the lightning ox. The lightning ox had purple fur all over its body. It was at least twice the size of the water buffaloes on Earth. There was a silver horn on its head. It could instantly release horrifying lightning, numbing the body of a cultivator. A weaker cultivator would be electrocuted into charcoal. Roar! Seeing Xiao Qin getting closer, the lightning ox roared angrily at Xiao Qin. A rank 5 spirit beast already had a certain level of intelligence. It could tell how dangerous Xiao Qin was, so it warned him not to get any closer. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and ignored it. He pushed off the ground with his feet and the muscles in his body swelled up. He was filled with explosive power. He relied on the strength of his physical body and leaped towards the lightning ox. The lightning ox's reaction was very fast. The instant Xiao Qin leaped up, it stomped on the ground with its hooves, kicking up a cloud of dust. It charged towards Xiao Qin, who was flying through the air. When the lightning ox collided with its body, which weighed 1,000 kilograms, it had a force of 2,500 kilograms. Its aura was very ferocious, it could easily crush a small hill. Xiao Qin did not dodge. He clenched his fist tightly, giving off a crackling sound. He gathered all his strength into his right fist and punched the lightning ox's head. Bang! One man and one beast collided. A force of close to 5,000 kilograms collided, giving off a loud sound. Ripples spread out in all directions in the air. The taller plants in the herb field were all crushed into powder by the ripples, leaving only the lonely rhizomes. The huge force caused Xiao Qin's arm to go numb. His body flew back 5 meters. After he landed, he slid back another 2 meters before he came to a stop. The lightning ox was not in a good state either. It was sent tumbling by the punch. Its huge body rolled a few times on the ground before it slowly came to a stop. The lightning ox immediately stood up. Its eyes revealed a furious expression as it gathered a purple electric light on its white horns. The surrounding lightning attributed energy frantically poured into the ox's horns. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a surging light. Poo-ci. Poo-ci. A purple bolt of lightning tore through the air, flying quickly at Xiao-Qin. Everywhere the lightning passed, the dust in the air turned into purple ashes. When one looked at it, the lightning looked even more mighty. With one look, one could tell that the might of the purple lightning was not to be underestimated. Xiao-Qin did not dare to clash head-on. He circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art and turned into a flood dragon. He moved about in the air, continuously changing his figure. Bolts of lightning chased after Xiao-Qin, not letting up. After a while, the space around Xiao-Qin was filled with densely packed lightning, like a cage. Chapter 200. Under the electric light, Xiao-Qin's hair all stood on end. Although he was not struck by the lightning, the air seemed to be filled with electricity. His skin already had a significant static reaction. Not good. Xiao-Qin thought to himself, the lightning ox's intelligence is actually so high. The lightning that seemed to be randomly fired out was actually following a certain pattern, gradually gathering together. Shwa! In the sky, 9 bolts of lightning as thick as an arm quickly gathered together. They were like 5 pillars supporting the heavens as they headed for Xiao-Qin. Heavenly lightning shield. The speed of the lightning was too fast. Furthermore, it was gathering from all directions. Even if Xiao-Qin's movement technique was exquisite, he would not be able to pass through it. Xiao-Qin could only defend. Chi. When the 9 huge lightning pillars collided with the heavenly lightning shield, they gave off a zzz sound. The heavenly lightning shield had the ability to absorb lightning. However, the strength of this lightning was too strong. It did not last for long before it shattered with a paw sound. The remaining lightning struck Xiao-Qin's body. There was a pi-li-paw-paw sound on Xiao-Qin's body. The clothes on the surface of Xiao-Qin's body were all torn apart. Xiao-Qin's body was revealed to be filled with explosive muscles. The electricity continued to jump around on his skin. Fortunately, the heavenly lightning shield absorbed most of the electricity. The remaining might was still somewhat weakened. Xiao-Qin did not receive any fatal injuries. Xiao-Qin endured the pain in his body and leaped into the air. He arrived beside the lightning ox. At this moment, the lightning ox had used its trump card. It was at its weakest. After it recovered, it would take a lot more time to deal with it. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao-Qin's hands moved, changing the original sword move into a fist move. His figure flickered and the wind from his fist howled. In the blink of an eye, he had sent out more than 1,000 punches around the lightning ox. Bang! 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 Every punch contained more than 2,000 kilograms of force. When they landed on the purple body of the lightning ox, it cried out in pain. However, it could not do anything to Xiao-Qin, who was moving around at high speed. Die! When the disordered dance of 1,000 years was completed, Xiao-Qin landed beside the lightning bowl. The Fengyan acupoint on his right palm opened, and the blue dragon inside transformed into a ball of cyan light, wrapping around Xiao-Qin's entire right arm. In an instant, Xiao-Qin once again felt the feeling of his right hand being filled with power like yesterday. With a bang, a series of crisp sounds rang out from within the lightning ox's body. All of its internal organs had been shattered and its huge body was sent flying back dozens of meters. Black blood flowed out of the corner of its mouth. This lightning ox was dead. Xiao-Qin sat down cross-legged and slowly expelled the electricity in his body. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. The surging essence instantly squeezed or swallowed the electricity in his meridians. After a while, Xiaochen got up and changed his clothes. Then, he walked towards the rank 6 phoenix blood vine and carefully picked it. Then, he placed it in his universe ring. After taking a look at the corpse of the lightning ox, Xiaochen slowly walked over. He took out a small knife and started to dissect it. The corpse of a rank 5 spirit beast was filled with treasures. Xiaochen did not want to waste it. This was especially so for the silver horn of the lightning ox. It should be several decades old. It had been tempered by electricity for a long time. It could be used to forge a lightning-attributed bone weapon. Its value was not lower than the phoenix blood vine. Xiaochen took out a jade bottle and collected the blood. Then, he took out the spirit core and cut off the most delicious parts of the lightning ox's body. Only then did he leave in satisfaction. Originally, he wanted to stay for a while longer and collect all the herbs in the surroundings. However, the earlier battle medicine had attracted the attention of the other spirit beasts. It was relatively easy to deal with one rank 5 spirit beast at a time. However, if there were many of them, it would be very dangerous. Furthermore, among the auras, Xiaochen could feel the aura of a peak rank 6 spirit beast. That was a spirit beast guarding the center of the herb field. Earlier, Xiaochen had checked the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire herb field. There was a flowing light marigold growing there. The flowing light marigold was an extremely precious rank 7 herb. Just one flowing light leaf had the healing effects of a rank 6 medicinal pill. Furthermore, there were several rare medicinal pills in the compendium of cultivation that required this leaf as a medicinal catalyst. However, the most precious thing was the flowing light flower. The flowing light flower only bloomed once every 800 years. Just one petal was enough to increase a person's intelligence. This was what cultivators referred to as comprehension ability. After consuming it, it would increase a cultivator's comprehension ability greatly. They would be able to comprehend cultivation techniques or martial techniques much faster than ordinary people. It could allow a person with mediocre talent to immediately become talented. For example, Xiaochen had yet to comprehend the highest realm of the clear wind chop. If he consumed this flowing light flower, he might be able to comprehend it immediately. Of course, all of this could only be wishful thinking. Beside the flowing light golden lamp, there was a peak rank 6 spirit beast guarding it all year round. In the surroundings, there were several 6th rank spiritual beasts eyeing him. With so many 6th rank spiritual beasts, before Xiaochen could even get close to them, he would probably die. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaochen steered the silver warship away before the spirit beasts arrived. He stopped in front of a towering tree not far from the herb field. The tree was several meters wide and towered into the clouds. Its branches were luxuriant, and Xiaochen looked extremely small standing beneath it. There were many treasures in the herb field, and Xiaochen did not plan on leaving. He intended to use this place as his base of operations. Every once in a while, he would go to the herb field and cultivate there. Taking out the phoenix blood vine, Xiaochen revealed a smile. This phoenix blood vine should be at least 100 years old. If he brought it to the market in the heaven viewing platform, it would be worth at least 60 inferior grade spirit stones. Taking out a sharp knife from the universe ring, Xiaochen peeled off the phoenix blood vine. Then, he cut off a small piece and placed it in his mouth. After chewing it a few times, he swallowed it. The phoenix blood vine instantly turned into a warm current that flowed into his body. The qi and blood in his body surged. Xiaochen felt like every cell in his body was burning, filled with energy. Directly chewing natural treasures was very dangerous. Previously, when he consumed the 7-leaf flower and 7-leaf fruit, the timing was rather special. It was when his body was in dire need of energy, so he was not afraid. However, this time was different. Xiaochen's qi and blood were already flourishing. If he directly consumed the entire phoenix blood vine, his vigorous qi and blood would immediately burn up. His body might even spontaneously combust. Xiao Chen chewed the phoenix blood vine piece by piece. When he had consumed a third of the phoenix blood vine, he felt like his body was about to explode. So, he quickly stopped. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and started to circulate his energy, completely refining this huge medicinal energy. His essence slowly flowed along the meridians in his body, catalyzing the medicinal energy of the phoenix blood vine. After half an hour, Xiao Chen finally finished refining this medicinal energy. He felt his blood boil like it was on fire, filled with energy. Xiao Chen looked around and found a huge rock about 1 meter tall that he could encircle with both hands. He walked in front of it and casually punched it. Chi! The hard rock was like mud. Xiao Chen directly punched through it before withdrawing his hand. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile. Before I consumed the phoenix blood vine, a casual punch would only have the strength of 1,500 kilograms. After I circulate my qi, it can reach 4,000 kilograms. A full-powered punch can reach 2,500 kilograms. Now, I have only consumed a small portion of the phoenix blood vine, and a casual punch can already reach 3,500 kilograms. If I were to consume the entire phoenix blood vine, it would probably increase my previous strength by 500 kilograms. While he was thinking excitedly, Xiao Chen punched with all his might. A force of 2,500 kilograms struck the huge rock. The huge rock shattered into countless stone shards, flying in all directions. Xiao Chen was stimulated by the corpse monarch that day. The physique that he had always been proud of was not worth mentioning in front of the corpse monarch. To him, it was a form of humiliation. It made him have an intense and urgent desire for the strength of his physical body. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he had to treasure it properly and continue tempering his physical body. Most cultivators would not be like Xiao Chen, stubbornly cultivating their physical body. In their opinion, cultivation realm was the most important. When one's cultivation realm was higher, one's essence would naturally be stronger. If one's physical body could reach several thousand kilograms of force, one could do the same with strong essence. However, Xiao Chen did not think this way. He had a vague understanding that the cultivation of a cultivator was inseparable from the physical body. Only by cultivating the strength of the physical body to the peak would one be able to go further in the future. Perhaps these people, like Ji Chongkong, Mu Qingxue, Chu Chaoyun, Hua Yunfei, and Duan Muqing, were geniuses with innate martial spirits and incomparable talent. Right now, their cultivation realm was rising very quickly. The highest was probably already a medial grade martial saint. However, in the future, they would surpass martial king, then martial monarch, or the lucky ones would enter the sage realm. Without a strong body, they would not be able to reach Emperor Wu's realm. In the following 2 days, Xiao Chen practiced the clear wind chop during the day. He comprehended the third stage of the clear wind chop, only seeing the cool wind and not the saber. After practicing unceasingly, Xiao Chen's comprehension of the final stage of the clear wind chop had already reached the threshold. As long as he had a period of time, he would definitely be able to enter the next stage and enter the great perfection stage. At night, Xiao Chen would continue to consume the phoenix blood vine. After refining it, he would strengthen his qi and blood and increase his vital qi. On this particular day, Xiao Chen placed the last piece of the phoenix blood vine into his mouth and chewed it gently. When he felt a warm flow, he immediately sat down cross-legged and started refining it. Xiao Chen slowly circulated his essence. When the last strand of medicinal energy from the phoenix blood vine was completely refined, the phoenix blood vine that had been fused with Xiao Chen's body for the past 3 days suddenly surged. The qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body surged continuously. Strands of white smoke came out from the top of Xiao Chen's head. Boom! After a while, Xiao Chen felt the qi and blood in his body explode. Paw! 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 All the bones in Xiao Chen's body gave off crackling sounds. All 361 acupoints in his body opened up. Beams of azure light came from the acupoints. If there was an outsider looking at Xiao Chen from afar, they would discover the image of a blue dragon coiled around Xiao Chen's body, wrapping around him. This sudden situation did not surprise Xiao Chen. On the contrary, he felt it was somewhat familiar. It was as if he had experienced this scene 10,000 years ago. Chapter 201. With a thought, Xiao Chen muttered, "Open." The Laogong acupoint below the Fengyan acupoint on Xiao Chen's right hand released an intense azure light. The blue dragon in the acupoint turned into a clear shadow and covered his entire right arm. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and punched out. An azure light left his body and a tree 100 meters in front of him was immediately chopped in half. The azure light did not slow down at all. Xiao Chen got up and said in pleasant surprise, "The second acupoint on my right hand is open as well. So this is the way to open it. When my qi and blood reach a certain level, I can choose to open an acupoint. Is this the secret of the blue dragon martial spirit?" Xiao Chen muttered to himself. It was like there was a voice in his mind telling him what to do earlier. It was like a dream. Actually, this was also the sorrow of the blue dragon martial spirit. The inheritance of the other three holy beasts was not broken. There was complete information to look at. If there was something that he did not understand, the elders of the clan would teach him. Only Xiao Chen did not understand anything. He had to figure everything out by himself. There were many simple principles that he could not understand even after thinking for a long time. As a result, Xiao Chen had not used the various mysteries of the blue dragon martial spirit since he started cultivating. It could be said that this was a great sorrow. He had a mountain of treasures, but he could not use them. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen looked at the herb field not far away. He said, "No matter what, it looks like cultivating the physical body is the right path. The power of the blue dragon martial spirit requires a strong physical body to be able to bring out its full power." Xiao Chen vaguely understood why this body was unable to condense a martial spirit after more than 10 years. It was not because he was not talented enough, but because his physical body was not strong enough at that time. It could not withstand the pressure of condensing the blue dragon martial spirit. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen steered the silver warship to the herb field and found another medicinal herb that could increase qi and blood. The guardian of this herb was also a 5th-rank spirit beast. Xiao Chen was very familiar with the process. After his strength increased by 500 jin, he was able to deal with the rank 5 spirit beast even more easily. Just like last time, he quickly dealt with the spirit beast's corpse, picked the medicinal herbs, and immediately left. 3 days later, Xiao Chen had successfully refined this 100-year-old herb that could increase qi and blood. Unfortunately, his strength had only increased by 250 kilograms. Furthermore, he had not opened another acupoint. On the 4th day, Xiao Chen used the same method to obtain a 100-year-old medicinal herb. This time, after refining it, the effects were even worse than before. It only increased his strength by 150 kilograms. As the number of times he used it increased, the effects of the 100-year-old herbs became worse and worse. In the end, there was almost no effect at all. It was just a simple replenishment of his physical strength. The time that Xiao Chen took to refine the herbs also became shorter and shorter. Now, he only needed half a day to safely refine a 100-year-old herb. After half a month, Xiao Chen finally managed to increase his strength by 500 kilograms with much difficulty. His full power strike now had the strength of 7,000 kilograms. Furthermore, the 3rd acupoint on his right arm, the Daling acupoint, was finally opened. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and opened the Fengyan acupoint, Laogong acupoint, and Daling acupoint on his right arm, one after the other. They gave off beams of azure light. When the 3 beams of azure light overlapped, his entire arm felt like it was about to explode. It was filled with boundless energy. Kill! Xiao Chen shouted and leaped into the air. He punched the ground in the distance. The azure light left his body and the three beams of azure light merged together. The azure light formed a blue dragon in the air. The somewhat blurry blue dragon charged towards the ground ferociously. In the next moment, bang! 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 There were 3 consecutive explosions on the ground. A large pit with a diameter of 10 meters was blasted open. In an instant, dust flew everywhere, sand and stones flew everywhere. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and revealed a faint smile. I have only opened 3 acupoints, and I am already so strong. I wonder how strong I will be after I open all 18 acupoints on my right arm. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, he had not reached the level where he could externalize his essence. That was a technique that only martial saints could grasp. However, Xiao Chen's azure dragon image was not essence, he did not know what it was. He could only interpret it as the dragon chi of the blue dragon sage spirit. Only dragon chi could be so strong. Unfortunately, the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to open the acupoints. The 100-year-old herbs that could increase chi and blood were no longer of any use. Xiao Chen looked at the herb field and muttered, "Looks like I have to search for herbs older than 200 years. However, herbs older than 200 years have spirit beasts guarding them. They are all at least peak rank 5 spirit beasts. It will not be easy to pick them." A peak rank 5 spirit beast was equivalent to a human superior grade martial saint. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation as a medial grade martial grand master, it would be difficult for him to challenge it. Riches are found in danger. On the path of cultivation, one has to fight with the heavens, the earth, and people. If one does not even have the courage to fight, then how can one continue on the long path of cultivation? A resolute look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He used his right hand to violently smack the huge tree beside him. Dong! Dong! Just as Xiao Chen was about to sit down and rest, he suddenly had a look of astonishment in his eyes. Something was wrong with this sound. Xiao Chen turned around and revealed a bewildered expression. He looked at the huge tree and sent his spiritual sense into it, trying to see through it. Hua! Just as Xiao Chen's spiritual sense touched the edge of the tree, he felt like his brain was pricked by a needle. The pain was boundless and he quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. Dong! Dong! Xiao Chen knocked on the tree twice again. This time, when he listened carefully, the echo was even clearer. Xiao Chen said with certainty, "There is really something strange. Could it be that there is nothing inside?" Xiao Chen said suspiciously as he looked at the huge tree in front of him. It would require a few adults to encircle it. Xiao Chen took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring and grasped its hilt. Essence gathered on the saber, forming a blazing saber light as he swept it at the thick tree trunk. The 10-meter-long saber light swept across the huge tree. With a thwah sound, the saber light was absorbed into the tree, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said, "Essence attacks are useless. In that case, let's use our fists." Bang! Xiao Chen used his full power and struck the tree trunk with 7,000 kilograms of force. However, the tree trunk did not budge at all. The force extended to the roots buried deep in the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. It was still useless. Xiao Chen tried all sorts of methods. He wanted to break open the tree trunk and check it out. In the end, it was all to no avail. The more it was like this, the more interested Xiao Chen became. This meant that there was a whole new world inside this tree. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and flew to the top of a branch. He started to check it out carefully. Since he could not attack it forcefully, he could only find the entrance. The leaves of the lush tree fluttered in the wind. It was very troublesome for Xiao Chen to search. He looked up meter by meter. Time slowly passed. When Xiaochen arrived at the top of the tree, he finally found a tree hole that he suspected to be the entrance. The tree hole was very well hidden. It was covered by a pile of dense leaves. If not for Xiaochen's meticulousness, he would not have been able to find it. The dark tree hole happened to be the size of a wash basin. It could fit a person. Xiaochen broke off a branch and tossed it in. After a long time, he heard a faint sound. As long as it is not a bottomless hole, it does not matter. Seeing that the branch had already reached the bottom, Xiaochen did not hesitate and directly entered. After entering, it was much more spacious. Xiaochen could turn around and stretch freely. His speed of descent was very fast. Not long after, Xiaochen landed firmly on the ground. Xiaochen took out a night illumination pearl and the dark space was illuminated. The scene at the bottom immediately appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. This was a spacious wooden hut. It was 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. There were simple decorations in the room. They were all very ordinary things. A long painting hung on the wall in front of the hut. There was an imposing man in the painting. He had long hair and was dressed in black. His eyes were like deep water, and his face was like a knife. He stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a saber stabbed into the ground in front of him. The corner of the black-clothed man's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. The painter's skills were very high. The expression of this person was very lifelike. Xiaochen felt that this person looked familiar. When he shone the night illumination pearl on him, it was like the man was right in front of him. Under the illumination of the light, Xiaochen could clearly see the appearance of this person. After a while, Xiaochen said excitedly, "This is the Saber Emperor, the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He is also the only martial emperor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." There was a statue of the Saber Emperor on the heaven viewing platform. Xiaochen had seen it before. However, he had only taken a quick glance and did not have a deep impression of it. Now that he looked at it carefully, he recalled. There was no consensus on who was the strongest in the history of the great Qin nation. However, the Saber Emperor, the Sword Emperor, the First Qin Emperor, the Dark Knight Emperor, the Thunder King, and the other martial emperors in the history of the great Qin nation were all recognized as the strongest. It was a pity that these great emperors were not born in the same era. They had never competed with each other before, so no one knew who was the strongest. Some people said it was the Saber Emperor because he could split a 5,000-kilometer-long river with one saber strike. Some people said it was the Misty Sword Sect Sword Emperor because he once went to the great Jin nation to challenge the Jin king. Everyone had their own opinions. However, it was undeniable that these people were experts who once stood at the peak of the great Qin nation. Even after 10,000 years, their deeds could not be forgotten. Among them, the Saber Emperor was the oldest martial emperor. Before the Tianwu dynasty was destroyed, he had already established the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he was one of the most influential people in the Tianwu continent at that time. However, this was definitely not the former residence of the Saber Emperor. This was because it was clear that this portrait was made by a later generation. It was not a portrait of the Saber Emperor. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and looked around the room to see if there were any clues. He wanted to find out whose residence this was. There was a prayer mat in the middle of the room that attracted Xiaochen's attention. Prayer mats were very common. They were the prayer mats that regular cultivators used to meditate. Of course, there were some prayer mats that were not ordinary. They were woven from cattails that possessed spirituality. There were even some small spirit-gathering formations carved on them. Cultivating on them could increase the rate at which one could absorb spiritual energy. Xiaochen had never used a prayer mat before, so he did not know much about it. The thing that attracted his attention was the pile of black ashes on the prayer mat. Chapter 202. Looking at the pile of ashes, Xiaochen had a guess in his heart. However, he was not sure. He stretched out his index finger and gently dipped it into the prayer mat. After he sniffed it, Xiao Chen was finally sure of his earlier guess. This pile of ashes was caused by a cultivator entering a state of berserking qi deviation. He had spontaneously combusted and burned himself to death. This kind of thing was very common for cultivators of high cultivation. The higher one's cultivation, the higher the chance of entering a state of berserking qi deviation. The consequences would also be more severe. Although everyone knew of the danger involved, they could not stop. The further they went, the more insignificant they felt, the more they did not want to give up. Who? Xiao Chen casually sent out a palm wind and swept away the ashes. A ring flickering with spiritual light appeared on the prayer mat. The words Hentian were written on the inside of the ring. Hentian, Qi Hentian. So, it is him. The doubts in Xiao Chen's heart cleared up. Qi Hentian was a pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He had outstanding talent. At a young age, he had already become a martial monarch. In terms of talent, he was one of the best in the entire history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Rumor had it that after he passed down the position of pavilion master, he lived in seclusion. No one knew where he went. At that time, his cultivation had already reached the peak of martial sage. So, he came here to cultivate, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. No wonder no one could find him. This place was very well hidden. He hung the portrait of the Saber Emperor on the wall. He probably wanted to use the Saber Emperor to motivate himself, hoping to reach the level of Emperor Wu. However, this had nothing to do with Xiao Chen. What he was more concerned about was the spatial ring of a martial sage. There should be a lot of treasures in it. When Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into the universe ring, he discovered 3 secret manuals and a spirit weapon. It was an inferior grade heaven-ranked saber. There was also a large pile of spirit stones behind it. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he discovered they were all medial grade spirit stones. Even though Xiao Chen had seen a large pile of spirit stones at the headquarters of the Mines of Heaven, it was still somewhat dazzling. Most of the spirit stones in the headquarters of the mines were inferior grade spirit stones. Furthermore, they could only satisfy one's eyes. However, this ring was filled with medial grade spirit stones. Most importantly, these were all ownerless items. They were now Xiao Chen's personal wealth. Suppressing his joy, Xiao Chen took out the 3 secret manuals and the long saber. He put the long saber aside and took out the first secret manual to read. Dragon and Tiger Body Sculpting Art. Xiao Chen slowly recited it. This was an earth-ranked mid-grade body strengthening technique. It was specially used to temper the body, refine the bones, strengthen the body, and strengthen one's qi, blood, and strength. Medial grade earth-ranked martial techniques were already extremely rare. Even in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, it would be difficult to find a few. Under the situation where this heaven-ranked cultivation technique did not appear, it would be difficult to find a few. An earth-ranked cultivation technique was already the strongest. Furthermore, cultivation techniques were even rarer than martial techniques. After all, the continent did not lack martial techniques. No matter how one looked at it, this dragon and tiger body sculpting art was a treasure-grade secret manual. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art was split into 7 layers. The first layer strengthened the body, greatly increasing the qi and blood. The second layer, divine power, splitting mountains and rocks. The third layer, tiger roars deep in the forest, 100 beasts greet. The fourth layer, dragon roars throughout the world, piercing the heavens. The fifth layer, dragon tendon tiger bone, pulling mountains and rivers. When Xiao Chen saw the introduction, he rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "This is great. This dragon and tiger body sculpting art is simply tailor-made for me. Furthermore, it came from a martial sage. This means that the direction I am taking in cultivating the physical body is not wrong. Although Xiao Chen's physical body was strong, he had not been able to make good use of it. He could only use brute force to attack in battle. He would not be able to gain an advantage against enemies who used essence. If one could use brute force to shatter mountains and rocks, others could do the same with essence. There was not much of a difference. However, with this dragon and tiger body sculpting art, the situation was different. His brute force would undergo a qualitative change. He would be able to use the advantages of his physical body more skillfully. In battle, he would be able to achieve an unexpected result, giving his opponent a lightning-quick strike. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen had obtained this dragon and tiger body sculpting art from a peak martial sage. Furthermore, it was one of the 3 secret manuals that he had brought with him when he was cultivating. This showed that this senior had comprehended the importance of the physical body in the final moments of his life. If he wanted to break through to martial emperor, he had to raise both the quality of his physical body and his cultivation. This proved that Xiao Chen's idea of cultivating the physical body was correct. The physical body and cultivation were both indispensable. Otherwise, he would only be able to advance to martial sage. Xiao Chen put away the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and took out the second secret manual to read. This was a fist technique called the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Based on the name, it should be a set with the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. There was a total of 4 moves. First move, Fierce Tiger Leaving the Mountains. Second move, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon. Third move, Hissing Dragon Tiger Roar. Fourth move, Leaping Tiger Soaring Tiger. Note, this fist technique can only be practiced after the dragon and tiger body sculpting art is cultivated to the 3rd layer. Indeed, this was a set of martial techniques for the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Xiao Chen smiled and closed his hands. Then, he flipped open the 3rd secret manual. The 3rd secret manual was rather strange. It was a sword technique called the Heart-Nourishing Universe Sword. It was also an Earth-ranked martial technique. Xiao Chen only took a quick glance at the sword technique and ignored it. He had not thought of cultivating a sword technique yet. After looking at the 3 secret manuals, Xiao Chen said suspiciously, "Strange, as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master, why are the last 3 martial techniques he left behind not related to saber techniques?" Furthermore, the strangest thing was that Qi Hentian had started to cultivate his sword techniques. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen felt that there was only one possibility. Qi Hentian was a genius in saber techniques. He had spent his entire life researching saber techniques. His research on saber techniques had already reached the peak. However, he was still unable to break through to martial sage. Perhaps, in the end, he felt that although he was talented, his comprehension of saber techniques could not improve further. He could only rely on other methods to make a breakthrough. Cultivating a sword technique was one of his attempts. When Xiao Chen thought about it, he felt it was funny. Everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion scoffed at sword techniques. If a person with a sword wanted to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with a weaker cultivation, they would be killed before they could even enter Saber City. Since ancient times, the sword and the saber could not coexist. If they knew that there was once a genius pavilion master who focused on researching sword techniques, what expression would they have? Xiao Chen suddenly thought, since he is learning the sword, he must have a sword. The sword that Qi Hentian used should not be ordinary. Since it is not in the universe ring, it must be somewhere else in this wooden hut. Xiao Chen started to look around. After searching for a long time, he could not find anything. Just as Xiao Chen was about to give up, he unexpectedly saw a sharpened tree branch. Holding the tree branch in his hand, Xiao Chen could not help but laugh hoarsely. Of course, Qi Hentian's sword techniques had not reached the level where everything could be used as a sword. In the end, he still had some prejudice against sword techniques. The pride in his heart looked down on sword techniques. In the end, the tool that he used to learn sword techniques was just a sharpened tree branch. There was nothing special about the tree branch. Xiaochen casually tossed it aside and picked up the treasured saber. There were 2 flying dragons carved on the simple and unadorned scabbard. The saber hilt was long and had the words "Roaming Dragon" carved on it. The handguard was like a dragon pearl with 2 flying dragons spitting it out. Grasping the saber hilt tightly, Xiaochen drew the roaming dragon saber with a schwa sound. The saber was 7 feet and 2 inches long. The streamlined blade flickered with a cold light. The instant the roaming dragon saber left its scabbard, it immediately connected with the qi whirlpool in Xiaochen's dantian. It was like an endless meridian, sending Xiaochen's essence into the saber in an endless stream. Schwa! A strand of saber qi automatically came out of the saber and chopped the painting of the saber emperor on the wall in half. The ability to automatically release saber qi was a very important ability of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It allowed cultivators who had not advanced to Martial Saint to release saber qi. If they advanced to Martial Saint, the saber qi would be even more solid. However, this essence exhausted a lot of it. Xiaochen had not held it for long. At this moment, he felt a small portion of his essence depleted. He quickly sheathed the roaming dragon saber. Xiaochen thought about his lunar shadow saber. It was originally a peak heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It was not without reason that Ao Jiao sealed it. Given Xiaochen's cultivation at that time, he would not have been able to even swing his saber once. The harvest in the tree hole was not small. After Xiaochen searched carefully again, he discovered that there was really nothing left. Just as Xiaochen was about to leave, his gaze suddenly fell on the round prayer mat. A prayer mat used by a bona fide peak martial sage to cultivate and meditate should not be something that those roadside stalls can compare to. I'll give it a try first. Otherwise, it would be too unfortunate if I miss out on this treasure, Xiaochen said as he walked towards the prayer mat. Just as Xiaochen sat down cross-legged, a horrifying force came from the bottom of the prayer mat and rebounded at him. The overwhelming force knocked Xiaochen heavily into the wooden wall. Bang! Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Before the force from the collision subsided, his body bounced a few times. Every time he bounced, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Qi! 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 Xiaochen vomited a total of 9 mouthfuls of blood before he slowly stopped. When he saw the incredibly ordinary prayer mat on the ground, he revealed a horrified expression. Xiaochen swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and executed the gravity spell. He immediately flew out and jumped off the tree. When he landed on the ground and rested for a long time, Xiaochen's heart was still thumping heavily. The earlier experience was simply too horrifying. Although it was only for a short moment, Xiaochen still felt a lingering fear. The instant Xiaochen sat on the prayer mat, he felt like he could feel the pulse of the entire Lingyun mountain range. He saw a red ball of light jumping continuously under the ground, like a human heart. Spirit Vein's origin. These were the words that appeared in Xiaochen's mind at that time. That prayer mat was indeed not simple. There were Tao markings carved on it, which attracted the horrifying energy of the Spirit Vein's origin. However, this was not something that Xiaochen could use. With his current cultivation, he was not qualified to use the prayer mat before the energy of heaven and earth. Only a sage could use a prayer mat to cultivate and not be knocked back by that huge energy. After a night of silence, Xiaochen slowly recovered from his internal injuries. His excellent physique allowed him to recover much faster than ordinary people. By the time the sun rose, most of his injuries were already healed. Xiaochen took out the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and read it carefully. His original plan of searching for 200-year-old herbs had to be put aside for now. Chapter 203. The first and second layers of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art were the foundations. They strengthened the body, increased chi and blood, formed divine energy, and split mountains. Xiao Qin had already reached these levels long ago. Now that he was cultivating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, there were no obstacles. In just half a day, he had already cultivated it to the second layer. Now, he started on the third layer. Tiger roars deep in the forest, 100 beasts wave. Cultivation techniques were different from martial techniques. They did not require a high comprehension ability, one just had to follow the instructions. A person with a good physique, or as the saying goes, a good aptitude would cultivate very quickly. A person with a bad aptitude would cultivate very slowly. 7 days later, Xiao Qin finally cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the third layer. This was mainly due to his good physical foundation. If a normal person cultivated it, no matter how good their aptitude was, they would have to cultivate for at least a month. After cultivating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the third layer, all Xiao Qin had to do now was circulate the cultivation technique. All the bones in his body would crackle and the muscles in his limbs would be filled with explosive energy. When Xiao Qin punched out, aside from the wind from the punch, there was actually the roar of a tiger. The roar sounded continuously, and its aura was very imposing. It was truly the tiger roars deep in the forest, 100 beasts wave, none dared to contend with it. The most direct benefit of cultivating to the third layer was that the strength of the body increased by another 500 kilograms. A full-powered strike could reach the horrifying realm of 4,000 kilograms. On his right hand, after the Phoenix Eye, Lao Gong, and Daling acupoints, the fourth acupoint, the Naguan acupoint, instantly opened. Following that, Xiao Qin spent a day consolidating the foundations of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. After that, he started to cultivate the inferior grade earth-ranked fist technique, Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Martial techniques were different from cultivation techniques. They required a person's comprehension ability. Only by thinking and thinking could one comprehend the true essence of a martial technique and bring out its full might. The first move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist was Ferocious Tiger Leaving the Mountains. Xiao Qin had never seen a true ferocious tiger before. He could not understand the aura and movements of the ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. Hence, he felt that it was not smooth when he practiced it. Xiao Qin thought about it. When he first came to this underground world, Xiao Qin vaguely saw the rank 5 spirit beast Raging Flame Tiger in the depths of the forest. Xiao Qin used the gravity spell to fly into the sky and began to search around. A loud whistling sound came from the sky. After rushing over, Xiao Qin discovered to his surprise that it was a raging flame tiger hunting for food. A day passed, and Xiao Qin did not do anything. He only observed the raging flame tiger's every move from afar. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qin had stayed in this dense forest for an entire 7 days. Just like the first day, Xiao Qin didn't do anything but observe the raging flame tiger's diet and every move. He was like a crazed demon, as though he had become a raging flame tiger. What great dragon tiger fist? What ferocious tiger descends the mountains? They were all forgotten. On this afternoon, Xiao Qin, who had been crazed for a week, suddenly let out a long roar and leaped down from a large tree. He was like a huge tiger pouncing over, startling all the beasts and causing flocks of birds to soar up from the forest. Xiao Qin punched through the air. Before his fist landed on the ground, the fierce wind from his fist had already blown away all the leaves on the ground. Leaves filled the sky, and Xiao Qin's figure finally landed. In the next moment, there was a loud boom, and a huge pit with a diameter of 20 meters appeared on the ground. Countless pieces of soil flew up, covering the sky like hail. Whoo! Just at this moment, a strong wind blew, and the rocks in the sky turned into dust with a gentle blow. It turned out that Xiao Qin's punch was already close to the minute's subtlety realm. The soil had already been destroyed from the inside. After being crazed for a week, he instantly comprehended the first move of this inferior grade earth-ranked fist technique: ferocious tiger descends the mountains. Xiao Qian had finally practiced it to great perfection. Xiao Qian withdrew his fist and stood upright. His essence trembled slightly, shaking off the dust on his body. He revealed a joyful smile. The might of an inferior grade earth-ranked martial technique was indeed extraordinary. After practicing this move, Xiao Qian would have another true killing move in close combat, aside from sidestepping attacks. He would be able to bring out the advantage of his physical body. Underground world, natural herb field. Xiao Qian hid himself in a dense bush and withdrew his aura. He stared at a bloodthirsty demonic ape 500 meters in front of him. The bloodthirsty demonic ape was a peak rank 5 spirit beast, equivalent to a peak martial saint. As a primate spirit beast, the bloodthirsty demonic ape's intelligence was much higher than most spirit beasts. With its horrifying strength and intelligence, the bloodthirsty demonic ape was hard to deal with. There was a blood lingji close to 300 years old behind it. It was a great tonic. A 300-year-old blood lingji was sufficient for Xiao Qian to refine for a period of time. It should be able to increase his vital qi by 250 kilograms. It was hard for Xiao Qian to not be tempted. The second move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon, was a defensive martial technique. He could not comprehend it in a short time. Xiao Qian put it aside for now and returned to his original plan of searching for spirit herbs that could increase qi and blood over 200 years old. A 300-year-old blood lingji was his first target. The bloodthirsty demonic ape, which was 5 meters tall, cautiously circled around the blood lingji. Its scarlet eyes were filled with a baleful aura as it stared at its surroundings. Under its strong aura, the rank 5 spirit beasts that wanted to take the blood lingji all avoided it. Xiao Qian had already stayed here for 2 days. He had personally seen a peak rank 4 silver-winged wolf torn in half by the bloodthirsty demonic ape's bare hands. The bloody scene was extremely cruel. After observing a few battles over the past 2 days, Xiao Qian had a rough understanding of the bloodthirsty demonic ape's strength. The bloodthirsty demonic ape's main attacks were its agility and the strength of its arms, which were close to 5,000 kilograms of force. Furthermore, its red fur was as hard as iron. Regular sabers would find it hard to break it. Xiao Qian calculated in his heart. If he only relied on the strength of his physical body, he would only have a 50% chance of victory. However, if he used various movement techniques and martial techniques, as well as the Purple Thunder True Fire, his chances would increase by 70%. Xiao Qian picked up a small clump of soil from the shrubs. With a thought, he executed the life bestowal spell. The loose soil gave off a spiritual light. After a while, it turned into a small bird flapping its wings as it flew out. With Xiao Qian's current cultivation realm, he could use the life bestowal spell to turn any object into a small animal. However, a true combat weapon still required an object with spiritual energy as a medium. The small bird circled around in the air and flew towards the blood lingji behind the bloodthirsty demonic ape. After it flew over the bloodthirsty demonic ape, it dived towards the blood lingji on the ground. The bloodthirsty demonic ape's face, which was very similar to a human's, opened its mouth and revealed a horrifying smile. It leaped up gently and turned into a scarlet light, grabbing at the small bird. Paw! The bloodthirsty demonic ape smacked the air with its palm. With a huge force, a faint ripple appeared in the air. However, the small bird seemed to have predicted this. It had already flown 5 meters into the air, dodging this palm strike. Xiao Qian smiled faintly. After 2 days of observation, he was very familiar with the height of the bloodthirsty demonic ape's light leap, the height of its forceful leap, and the height of its full force leap. The small bird dodged continuously, thoroughly enraging the bloodthirsty demonic ape. It chased it all the way to the shrubs where Xiao Qian was hiding. Paw! Paw! The bloodthirsty demonic ape leaped with all its might, instantly rising 50 meters. Its speed reached its peak. There was only a flash of red light. The small bird could not dodge in time and was smashed into a pile of mush. Poo-ci. Just as the bloodthirsty demonic ape was satisfied and was about to land, Xiaochen leaped out from the bushes. He roared like a tiger and pounced towards the bloodthirsty demonic moon. It was as though a tiger had appeared on his body. The timing of this punch was perfect. It happened to be the instant after the bloodthirsty demonic ape leaped with all its might and landed in midair. The bloodthirsty demonic ape had no way to push off in midair, so it could not dodge Xiaochen's sudden punch. Bang! The bloodthirsty demonic ape's huge body was sent flying by this punch. The bloodthirsty demonic ape reacted very quickly. It somersaulted in midair and landed on all fours. After sliding back a few meters, it stabilized itself. ZZ. The bloodthirsty demonic ape's four limbs dug into the ground, creating deep marks and kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiaochen did not think at all. He did not care whether the bloodthirsty demonic ape was injured or not, or how injured it was. The instant he punched, he chased after the bloodthirsty demonic ape. Shwa! The instant the bloodthirsty demonic ape landed on the ground, a human figure had already pierced through the cloud of dust. There was a whistling sound and the dust was blown away. Fists flashed as they punched at the bloodthirsty demonic ape. Bang! 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 The bloodthirsty demonic ape, which had already stabilized itself, moved its arms. It was so fast that it could not be seen. It blocked all the fists that Xiaochen threw at it. One man and one beast carried out the most primitive battle in the empty space. There were no fancy martial techniques, only the flashing of fists. There were loud bangs and surging shock waves. The two figures flickered continuously in the surroundings. They were so fast that only their shadows could be seen. Woo! The bloodthirsty demonic ape roared ferociously. The huge red hand on its right arm released a scarlet light. In an instant, its speed and strength doubled. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. Xiaochen roared loudly and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art in his body. All the bones in his body crackled and his strength increased by 20%, reaching 5,000 kilograms of force. The qi and blood in his body surged and burned. Xiaochen turned into a ferocious tiger and clashed with the huge red hand of the bloodthirsty demonic ape without any fear. In the next moment, the fists clashed and gave off a loud sound. Both sides had a force of close to 10,000 kilograms. They exploded in the air. The sound of the explosion was like a sudden clap of thunder. The entire natural herb field trembled. If someone saw Xiaochen competing with a spirit beast in terms of strength, they would definitely laugh at him for overestimating himself. Everyone knew that the physique of beasts was stronger than that of humans, be it in terms of recovery or strength. Different races naturally had different advantages. When dealing with these spirit beasts, which were known for their strength, most cultivators would use techniques to obtain victory. No one would be foolish enough to compete in strength. So. The figures of a few spirit beasts in the distance quickly rushed over. They stopped not far away and stared at Xiaochen and the bloodthirsty demonic ape like tigers watching their prey. These spirit beasts were not foolish. They wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When both sides were injured, they would take advantage of the situation and obtain the 300-year-old bloodlingji. After this strike, blood leaked out from the corner of Xiaochen's mouth. He was knocked back 10 steps. With every step he took, he left a 4-meter-deep footprint on the ground. Chapter 204. The ground trembled continuously. As Xiaochen retreated, he slowly dissipated the force of the bloodthirsty demonic ape's attack. Naturally, the bloodthirsty demonic ape did not know how to borrow force. The force of the inferior grade earth-ranked martial technique, fierce tiger leaving the mountains, completely entered its body. Even though the bloodthirsty demonic ape had tough skin and flesh, it could not withstand it. Blood poured out from all the pores on its body, dyeing its red fur even redder. It looks like I underestimated the might of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and the great dragon tiger fist. Who knows, I might be able to defeat this bloodthirsty demonic ape with just the strength of my physical body, Xiaochen thought to himself. Who? Two figures flashed. Xiaochen and the bloodthirsty demonic ape moved at the same time. The bloodthirsty demonic ape seemed to go berserk. It raised its speed to its limits and turned into a red blur. Its four limbs were covered in a red glow. As it moved up and down, it punched and kicked. Xiaochen did not dodge. The bones in his body gave off a pi-li-pa-la sound. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously. The qi and blood in his body burned to their limits, like a huge furnace. Bang! 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 One man and one beast clashed again. This time, the battle was several times more intense than before. Every clash contained at least 5,000 kilograms of force. Thunderous explosions rang out endlessly, causing ripples in the air. More and more spirit beasts were attracted over and surrounded the area. The battle lasted for close to 2 hours. There was still no victor. Xiaochen was covered in sweat. He felt very carefree and excited. He could not help but roar loudly. This was a true battle. A prolonged battle was an advantage for Xiaochen. His body had been tempered by the seven-leaf flower. He had already been reborn. Furthermore, he had recently consumed countless herbs to increase his qi and blood. Furthermore, there was the inferior grade earth-ranked body strengthening art and the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Xiaochen seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. He did not show any signs of exhaustion. Instead, his aura grew stronger. On the other hand, although the demonic bloodlust ape was slightly stronger than Xiaochen, it could not take down Xiaochen in one move. After fighting for 2 hours, the internal injuries it had inflicted on Xiaochen had gradually accumulated to a dangerous level. However, his stamina was clearly unable to keep up. He couldn't wait for the moment when Xiaochen's internal injuries backfired. When they clashed head-on, he was actually pushed back by Xiaochen. For a time, it was forced to retreat step by step. Xiaochen's countless punches landed on its body. Die for me. With a kick, Xiaochen sent the demonic bloodthirsty ape flying. With a loud shout, the 4 acupoints on his right arm, Phoenix Eye, Lao Gong, Deling, and Naguan, suddenly released 4 balls of green light, enveloping his entire arm. With a dragon's roar, the green light transformed into a blurry blue dragon, and gushed out from Xiaochen's right arm. Before the bloodthirsty devil ape could get up, a blue dragon flashed and crashed into its body. Bang! 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 4 explosions rang out. The bloodthirsty devil ape's 5-meter-tall body was blasted into smithereens. Blood rained down from the sky. With a suction force, Xiaochen grabbed the bloodthirsty devil ape's spirit core. Who? The instant the bloodthirsty devil ape died, the surrounding spirit beasts immediately charged at Xiaochen. More than 100 spirit beasts pounced at Xiaochen. A bunch of beasts. You want to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight? How reckless! Xiaochen smiled coldly and drew the heaven-ranked roaming dragon saber. Shwa! A sharp saber chi flashed, and a rank 4 spirit beast in the air was directly chopped in half. These spirit beasts were mostly rank 4, and a few of them were early stage rank 5. There were about 100 of them. After all, these high-ranked spirit beasts had their own spirit herbs. If they left now, the spirit herbs they were waiting for might be stolen by other spirit beasts. Furthermore, the truly strong spirit beasts would not be too interested in this bloodlingji. All this while, Xiaoqin had been using the strength of his physical body. He had not exhausted much of the essence in the qi whirlpool in his body. Hence, although he had noticed the surrounding spirit beasts, he did not pay them much attention. Xiaoqin executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and his figure turned into a roaming dragon. He soared up and down, leaving behind many dragon images. These spirit beasts could not even touch his clothes. Occasionally, the saber qi on the roaming dragon saber would be sent out, allowing Xiaoqin to kill these spirit beasts from a distance. Light flickered as the saber qi moved about. Occasionally, a spirit beast would be chopped in half. This was the might of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Wherever the light passed, no one dared to fight it. This allowed Xiaoqin to test out the saber qi that only a martial saint could execute. The saber qi of some early-stage inferior-grade martial saints were not as dense as Xiaoqin's saber qi. However, this essence exhausted a lot. Xiaoqin only felt better after consuming a qi-returning pill. Dang! Dang! A spirit beast with pitch-black skin that was as hard as steel actually managed to block a few saber qi. It roared as it charged at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. He quickly turned into 9 figures in the air. His saber light was withdrawn as he sent out 9 clear wind chops. Instantly, a cool breeze blew. Xiaoqin's black hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look very elegant. When the 2 figures merged together, Xiaoqin's eyes lit up. The body of the spirit beast that had skin as hard as steel split into 9 pieces. A large amount of blood spurted out. Xiaoqin sent out a saber qi and easily chopped another rank 4 spirit beast, pouncing at him in half. The essence on Xiaoqin's body trembled. Not a single drop of blood landed on Xiaoqin's clothes. Spirit beasts were afraid of death as well. After Xiaoqin killed most of them like he was chopping vegetables, the remaining immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The corner of Xiaoqin's lips curled up into a cold smile. He did not care about these scattered spirit beasts. He looked at the center of the herb field, where the flowing light lamp was. On the other side, he felt a sharp gaze that was filled with killing intent looking at him. It was the peak of the 6th rank spirit beast that was guarding the flowing light golden lamp. Xiaoqin's spiritual sense shot out like an arrow. He instantly saw the peak rank 6 spirit beast. It was a horrifying venomous snake. It had a body as big as a small car. When the snake coiled up, it looked like a small mountain. A cold light flashed in its eyes. It opened its huge mouth and its red forked tongue flicked in and out continuously. Behind it was a small tree about half a meter tall that gave off a flowing light. The leaves on the tree gave off a bright golden light. When the wind blew, the light overflowed. It was very dazzling. This should be the flowing light lamp. The flowing light flower would bloom only after 500 years. After another 500 years, it would bear the flowing light lamp fruit. It was a natural treasure close to immortal grade. Xiaoqin recognized this venomous snake. It was a rank 6 spirit beast, the scarlet crown snake. Based on its huge body, it had probably lived for hundreds of years. The killing qi in its eyes slowly disappeared. Xiaoqin heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like the scarlet crowned snake would not leave the flowing light lamp so easily. The scarlet crowned snake's gaze seemed to be a deterrent. It saw that Xiaoqin frequently entered this herb field and killed spirit beasts to obtain herbs. It was warning him not to have any ideas about the flowing light lamp. Xiaoqin could understand why the scarlet crowned snake was so nervous. Compared to humans, spirit beasts had a natural advantage in terms of physique. However, they were lacking in intelligence. No matter how crafty a spirit beast was, it could not compare to humans. Thus, the importance of the flowing light flower went without saying. If it had the intelligence of a human, this scarlet-crowned snake might be able to become a spirit. Comprehension ability was naturally attractive to Xiao Qin. However, it was not worth risking his life for it. Xiao Qin did not have much interest in this flowing light lamp. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Qin took out the spirit core of the spirit beast on the ground. After that, he unhurriedly picked up the 300-year-old bloodlingji. After doing all this, Xiao Qin immediately piloted the silver warship and left the herb field. He flew towards the towering tree. Xiao Qin was not in a rush to consume the bloodlingji. After he landed, he immediately circulated his energy to treat his injuries. The head-on clash with the bloodthirsty demonic ape had accumulated a lot of internal injuries in his body. If he did not deal with them in time, it would leave behind hidden injuries in the future, harming him for life. Pu Ci. After an hour, Xiao Qin vomited a large mouthful of blood. The hidden injuries in his body had completely healed, eliminating any future problems. After a day of silence, Xiao Qin did not do anything but recover his body. This was how battles of the physical body were. Injuring the enemy 1,000 times, injuring oneself 800 times. When 5,000 kilograms of force was used, at least 10% of it would be transmitted to the body. This was a common problem for cultivators of the physical body. In the past, Xiao Qin was not clear on this. It was only because he saw it in the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Unless his physical body reached the level of sage, this flaw was unavoidable. Now that he knew, he could not be careless. Of course, he could not leave behind any hidden injuries. Only on the second day did Xiao Qin start to consume the bloodlingji. The bloodlingji was close to 300 years old. Xiao Qin used an entire day to completely refine it. This made him slightly disappointed. This bloodlingji, which he had high hopes for, only increased his strength by 200 kilograms. It looked like the further he went, the more difficult it would be to increase his strength by relying on external forces. Adding the 200 kilograms of force, Xiao Qin's full power strike could reach a force of 5,500 kilograms. After he circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, his strength could increase by another 20%. In the following half a month, Xiao Qin searched for spirit herbs that were more than 100 years old to temper his physical body. His strength slowly increased. The third layer of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art had also completely stabilized. He slowly advanced to the fourth layer, dragon roar throughout the world, piercing the heavens. With the tempering of the 300-year-old spirit herbs, Xiao Qin's full power strike reached 5,000 kilograms of force with much difficulty. Another 2 acupoints on his right arm opened up. There was a total of 18 acupoints on his right arm. A third of them were opened. The blurry blue dragon that Xiao Qin sent out also slowly became plump. He could clearly see the scales on the dragon's body, it seemed to have a trace of life. On this particular day, Xiao Qin strolled around the herb field, searching for spirit herbs that were more than 300 years old to increase qi in blood. He had come here too many times. He had already collected all the herbs that were used to increase qi in blood. Now, it was getting more and more difficult to find them. His spiritual sense was useless in this place. There were too many herbs, and it was not easy to use his spiritual sense to sort them. He could only walk and search with his eyes. Boom! Just at this moment, the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated wildly. All of it rushed towards the center of the herb field. In that instant, the spiritual energy was so dense that it was like flowing water. Xiao Qin turned his head to take a look. The flowing light marigold gave off a boundless golden light. It was resplendent and dazzling. The spiritual energy turned into a rainbow, covering the entire space. Chapter 205. A multicolored light descended from the sky, wrapping around the flowing light marigold. Multicolored light floated down from the sky like snowflakes. This was an auspicious sign. The pure spiritual energy in the surroundings contained even more essence than an inferior-grade spirit stone. The flowing light marigold actually blossomed, an auspicious sign from the heavens. This is actually an immortal-grade spirit herb, Xiao Chen said as he looked at the multicolored light in the sky. I cannot waste this auspicious sign, I have to collect it. A large flock of birds flew over and swallowed the auspicious signs. In an instant, the sky was covered with the figures of flying spirit beasts. Xiao Chen summoned out the silver warship and leaped onto it, joining the fighting army. Xiao Chen took out a jade bottle and faced the multicolored light falling from the sky. He gently waved his hand and drew it into the jade bottle. Rumble. Suddenly, loud sounds came from the ground. Xiao Chen looked down and discovered that the scarlet-crowned snake was being surrounded. 8 rank 6 spirit beasts were fighting the scarlet-crowned snake intensely. A rank 6 spirit beast was equivalent to a martial king. When 9 rank 6 spirit beasts fought, the scene was extremely chaotic. The loud sounds came one after another. Many hundred-year-old herbs were destroyed in large amounts. Even though it was 1 against 8, the scarlet-crowned snake was not at a disadvantage. It was evenly matched. When its mountain-like body moved, the entire ground trembled. These 9 spirit beasts also knew that their area of battle was too wide. They had a tacit understanding and avoided the flowing light marigold, fighting from a distance. On the flowing light marigold, a golden flower bud slowly blossomed. It gave off a bright light and the dense spiritual energy was like a mist, making everything hazy. Xiao Chen looked at the 9 spirit beasts fighting in the distance. Then, he looked at the flowing light marigold blossoming on the flowing light marigold. His heart skipped a beat. It seems like this is an opportunity. If I am fast enough, I can descend from the sky and pluck the flowing light marigold before they can react. After that, I will quickly leave this place. After all, this herb field was becoming less attractive to me. It would not be a pity to leave. Hu Qi. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about this topic, a black dot was approaching from the horizon. It was flying towards him like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was as fast as a ribbon, leaving a long ray of light in the sky. It was a large blue bird with a wingspan of 10 meters. It tore through the air, bringing with it a violent airflow as it flew towards the flowing light marquee. What he was doing was exactly what Xiao Chen was thinking. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. He was thinking too much. He should have just rushed forward. The big blue bird had already seized the initiative, and its speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. Even if he attacked with all his might, he wouldn't be able to catch up. He could only watch as the flowing light flower was snatched away by the strange bird. Bang! Just as the giant blue bird opened its mouth and was about to take away the flowing light flower, a gust of wind blew. The scarlet-crowned snake swept its tail across the sky and sent the big blue bird flying. Swish, swish, swish. The other 8 spirit beasts stopped attacking the scarlet-crowned snake and each of them attacked the blue bird. The blue bird that was struggling to escape in the air immediately fell to the ground. Paw! The scarlet-crowned snake's tail smacked down heavily, and the huge blue bird immediately turned into a bloody mess, turning into a pile of meat paste. Xiao Chen was startled. When he saw the bloody corpse of the huge blue bird, he felt a chill run down his spine. These spirit beasts were not stupid. They knew that there would be other spirit beasts taking advantage of their fight to snatch away the flowing light flower. If other spirit beasts came to snatch the flowing light flower, they would stop fighting and attack together. The combined attack of 9 rank 6 spirit beasts was unstoppable in this underground world. Xiao Chen's back broke out in a cold sweat. If it were not for this anxious bird, he would be the one lying on the ground. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen focused all his attention on the 5-colored auspicious signs in the sky. In the blink of an eye, most of the auspicious signs in the sky had been devoured. Xiaochen quickly piloted the silver warship and turned it into a silver bolt of lightning, collecting the 5-colored auspicious signs in all directions. However, it could not compare to the dense flock of birds. There were simply too many of them. Xiaochen only managed to collect 20 auspicious signs before the rest were all devoured. Xiaochen shook his head and closed the jade bottle. He glanced at the 9 spirit beasts fighting non-stop before leaving this place. After finding a quiet place, Xiaochen took out the jade bottle containing the auspicious signs. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Although the essence contained in the auspicious signs was not as much as a medial-grade spirit stone, it was what Xiaochen needed urgently. The essence contained in a medial-grade spirit stone was very vast. However, one could only use it after advancing to medial-grade martial saint. Otherwise, the essence would cause one's body to explode. As for the essence contained in the auspicious signs, although it was much weaker than a medial-grade spirit stone, it was very gentle. Cultivators of any cultivation realm could directly absorb it without worrying about their body exploding. Even an inferior-grade martial disciple could directly absorb this energy, which far exceeded what their body could handle. If Xiaochen took these 20 auspicious signs to the market, they would be worth 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Right now, Xiaochen lacked everything except spirit stones. Naturally, he would not use them to exchange for spirit stones. Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and opened the jade bottle containing the auspicious signs. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The 5-colored auspicious signs slowly floated out and entered Xiaochen's nostrils. Streams of gentle and majestic pure essence flowed into Xiaochen's meridians. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun quickly, absorbing all this essence. The speed at which the qi whirlpool absorbed essence was much faster than what Xiaochen had done in the past. Soon, a drop of clear liquid essence dripped below his dantian. Di-de, the qi whirlpool spun quickly. Drops of pure essence dripped continuously, transforming the spiritual energy in the 5-colored auspicious signs into his own energy. The essence contained in the 20 auspicious signs was equivalent to 5 medial-grade spirit stones. After Xiaochen absorbed all of them, his energy reached a horrifying level. Furthermore, the most important thing was that there was no danger. This surging energy was extremely gentle. It was like a spring breeze as it infused into Xiaochen's body. After 2 hours, Xiaochen finally absorbed all of this energy. Xiaochen opened his eyes. There was a purple glow in his eyes. It was as sharp as a solid object. When Xiaochen got up and felt the surging energy in his body, he said ruefully, "I am finally a superior-grade martial Grand Master. My cultivation realm is still a little low, but my energy is sufficient." If one wanted to advance to martial saint, aside from energy, one needed some comprehension. Their understanding of essence had to reach a corresponding level before they could use essence to injure others. After absorbing 20 auspicious signs, Xiaochen's current strength was comparable to that of a regular inferior-grade martial saint. He was only a step away from advancing to martial saint. Cassier. Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber and a blazing saber light appeared. With a thought, Xiaochen infused his essence into the saber in an endless stream. The saber light suddenly doubled in size, reaching 10 meters. Xiaochen shook his head and casually waved his hand, scattering the essence on the saber. He said indifferently, "It is condensed but not solid. It is too gorgeous. There is no way to send out saber chi like this." Martial saint was the first hurdle of a cultivator. In this Tianwu continent, one could not be considered a true expert without becoming a martial saint. Some people would never be able to overcome this hurdle, spending their entire lives in mediocrity. The earlier one advanced to martial saint, the greater the potential one had. Otherwise, it would be the opposite. Xiaochen was almost 17 years old. To be able to advance to peak martial saint at this age, his talent would be considered at the peak of the great Qin nation. Of course, he had to exclude those proud sons of heaven with inherited martial spirits. However, in the context of the entire continent, this kind of talent was nothing much. I might not be a genius, but I have never slacked off. The so-called geniuses are just slightly better than me. Sooner or later, I will surpass those people, Xiaochen thought to himself. Rumble. In the herb field in the distance, the battle of the 9 spirit beasts had not ended yet. Loud explosions resounded continuously. Even though Xiaochen was standing far away, he could feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. Xiaochen took a look and said, "It is time to leave this place. I have already collected all the spirit herbs that increase qi and blood in the herb field. If I do not return soon, elder sister Ryue and the others will be worried." Bang! Bang! Just as Xiaochen was about to leave, there were 2 explosions that were even louder than before. The ground trembled continuously. Even Xiaochen's body was shaking left and right. What a horrifying force! Has the victor been decided? Xiaochen was horrified. Xiaochen's spiritual sense shot out like an arrow. In the next moment, the situation there was clearly imprinted in Xiaochen's mind. A poisonous fog spread out. The black poisonous qi was like black threads lingering around. The surrounding spirit herbs no longer had any signs of life under the black qi. Large patches of poisonous qi covered the herb field. Several 100-year-old herbs were all destroyed. Xiaochen thought to himself, what a pity. Any one of these herbs would be worth tens of thousands of gold coins in the outside world. As Xiaochen's spiritual sense moved through the fog, he saw the corpse of a rank 6 spirit beast. Its entire body was black, and its head was separated from its body. As Xiaochen continued to look, he saw the corpses of another 7 rank 6 spirit beasts. They all died in different ways, but their bodies were all black. They looked very scary. Xiaochen thought to himself, this is a poison that even rank 6 spirit beasts cannot withstand. If I were to come in contact with this poisonous qi, I would probably die immediately. Pooh! Pooh! The poisonous qi slowly scattered. The scarlet-crowned snake, which was the size of a small mountain, slowly slithered towards the flowing light marigold tree. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he discovered that this scarlet-crowned snake was not completely unscathed. Its huge body was covered in wounds of varying depths. It was dripping with blood. Every time it took a step, blood spurted out and splashed on the ground. It was clear that although it defeated the other spirit beasts, it was severely injured. Xiaochen thought quickly, thinking of all sorts of possibilities. If this scarlet-crowned snake is only as fast as it is now, then I should be able to dodge it with my blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and 5 ice ape sculptures appeared in his hand. There were still 5 ice apes. He should be able to delay for a while. These 5 ice apes were carved before Xiaochen came to the underground world. He had not had a chance to use them. Perhaps they could be of great use at this moment. Even so, Xiaochen still felt like he was fighting with himself. He hesitated. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although this scarlet-crowned snake was severely injured, it was hard to guarantee that it did not have any trump cards up its sleeves. Chapter 206. If he made a decision now, he might not be able to leave this underground world for the rest of his life. He had no choice but to be cautious. The scarlet-crowned snake was getting closer and closer to the flowing light marigold tree. There was not much time left for Xiaochen to think. I'll risk it. Xiaochen made up his mind. The silver warship flew out from his right eye and enlarged. Xiaochen pushed off with his feet and leaped onto the bow of the warship. Then, he sped towards the flowing light marigold tree. Life bestowal spell. Pooh! Pooh! Who? The 5 engravings in the air grew larger. When they landed, they were already the size of the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape. This was the first time Xiao Qin controlled 5 spirit beasts at the same time. The instant the spirit beasts formed, he felt a quarter of the surging essence in his body disappear. He also entered a momentary daze and felt a little dizzy. Looks like before the purple thunder divine incantation rises to the 4th layer, controlling 5 spirit beasts at the same time is too much, Xiao Qin thought to himself after calming himself. Without thinking, the 5 ice apes would not be able to stop the scarlet-crowned snake. After a while, Xiao Qin jumped off the warship and quickly descended towards the flowing light marigold tree. Who? Who? The wind blew past his ears. Faster! 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 Xiao Qin kept saying in his heart. There had never been a moment where Xiao Qin felt that he would take so long to land. With a bang, an ice ape was directly swallowed by the scarlet-crowned snake. Shwa shwa, shwa. With a flick of its tail, another 2 ice apes were crushed into a pile of sawdust by the scarlet-crowned snake's huge strength. There are still 3 more seconds before I can land, Xiao Qin thought anxiously. If he did not land before the ice ape was destroyed, he would become a live target in the air, unable to borrow any force. A rank 5 spirit beast was nothing in front of the scarlet-crowned snake. Even though it was severely injured, the scarlet-crowned snake could easily destroy an ice ape in one strike. The situation was extremely dangerous. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin made hand gestures and shouted, "Explode, rank 5 ice ape." Boom, boom. The 2 rank 5 ice apes frantically absorbed the surrounding ice-attributed spiritual energy. Specks of cold light appeared in the air as Xiao Qin spoke. Kacha, kacha, kacha. With 2 crisp sounds, it was as if the ice had been shattered. The temperature of the air suddenly dropped by a few hundred degrees. The 2 ice apes turned into cold stars, covering the ground with a layer of frost. The scarlet-crowned snake's huge body was instantly covered with frost chi. Its body that was like a small mountain turned into a cold ice mountain, not moving at all. The self-destruction of the 2 ice apes exhausted Xiao Qin's strength. Xiao Qin swallowed an essence chi pill and used this opportunity to land firmly on the ground. The glowing flowing light flower was as resplendent as gold. Now that it was right in front of him, the dense fragrance of the flower assaulted his nostrils. Immediately, Xiao Qin felt refreshed, and his nervous heart relaxed. If I am going to play, I will play big. As he stood in front of the flowing light flower, Xiao Qin's ambition grew. One flowing light flower was nothing. If he could bring away the entire flowing light marigold, it would be worth it. Xiao Qin took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. With a flash of saber light, he chopped the flowing light marigold in half. This was an immortal grade natural treasure. As long as it was not uprooted, it could grow again. The glow of the flowing light flower faded at a visible rate. Xiao Qin quickly placed the flowing light flower and the lunar shadow saber into the universe ring. Caw caw caw, the ice sealing the scarlet-crowned snake started to slowly shatter. Xiao Qin turned his head to take a look and saw a gust of strong wind blowing at him, causing his hair to flutter. He squinted his eyes slightly. Holy Beast Martial Spirit, Blue Dragon Dragon Chi, Fengyan Acupoint, Laogong Acupoint, Daling Acupoint, Niguan Acupoint, open. A dangerous aura assaulted him. Xiao Qin did not have time to think. He faced the strong wind and shouted. The 6 acupoints on his right arm instantly opened. 6 rays of azure light appeared and turned into a blue dragon circling around Xiao Qin's arm. The feeling of boundless energy assaulted him once again. His entire right arm felt like it was going to explode. Bang! The blue dragon did not fly out. Instead, it clashed heavily with the snake tail. A huge force was transmitted, causing the qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body to churn. He flew backwards in the air. Under the full-powered attack of a peak martial king, Xiao Chen was able to retreat unscathed. Xiao Chen thought to himself, how lucky. He vomited a mouthful of blood and dispersed the churning qi and blood. Shwa! With a thought, a silver bolt of lightning quickly flew over and caught Xiao Chen, who was about to land. Xiao Chen stood on the bow of the warship. Before he could catch his breath, another strong wind blew. Another gust of wind blew. This time, the scarlet-crowned snake's huge tail was even faster than before. In an instant, it struck the silver warship. Under the huge force, Xiao Chen was sent flying. He was like a sandbag in the air, flipping around continuously. He did not have the strength to retaliate at all. Ka-ca, the silver warship cracked continuously. After a while, it shattered into countless silver motes of light and flew into Xiao Chen's right eye. The scarlet-crowned snake's attack had actually shattered Xiao Chen's secret treasure. Xiao Chen did not have the time to deal with the sudden turn of events. After he landed, the huge snake tail struck down continuously, causing the ground to tremble. Every step was filled with killing intent. It did not give Xiao Chen any time to catch his breath. Xiao Chen ran for his life. In the time it took for him to land, he covered tens of meters. The potential of his body was completely stimulated. Shock waves surged behind him. There were a few times when the snake tail was already above his head, but he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. At this moment, Xiao Chen forgot all about movement techniques, essence, and martial techniques. There was no time for him to circulate his qi. He could only rely on his physical body to run for his life. The huge tail chased after Xiao Chen and struck down continuously. The surging shock wave struck his back, nearly sending him flying a few times. However, Xiao Chen managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. This is not a solution. I do not even have time to circulate my qi. What should I do? Xiao Chen ran frantically as he thought anxiously. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that after he executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he would have no problem escaping. However, the current situation did not give him any chance to circulate his qi. If he paused for even a moment, he would be smashed into meat paste by the huge force. I can't keep running like this. I have to find an opportunity to catch my breath. Otherwise, it will chase me to death. How should I find an opportunity? The scarlet-crowned snake was clearly in a berserk state. He had already used the blue dragon qi once. He could not use it again in a short period of time. With the strength of his physical body, he would not be able to fight against it. As Xiao Chen ran forward quickly, he tried to think of a countermeasure. Since he could not clash head-on, could he make use of the force to retreat? After that, he executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, completely breaking away from the scarlet-crowned snake. Using his strength to escape was something Xiao Chen had not learned before. He could only rely on himself to find the right opportunity. If he wanted to successfully use his strength, timing was the most important. If he could not find the right opportunity, he would be smashed to death by the scarlet-crowned snake. After dodging a few more attacks from the scarlet-crowned snake, Xiao Chen carefully felt the direction of the wind, as well as the timing of the huge snake's tail. Rumble. The huge snake's tail smashed down, causing the ground to tremble. Then, it quickly whipped up. Its upper body was already standing upright. A cold light flickered in its eyes. Its scarlet tongue flickered continuously as it watched Xiao Chen dodge again. The scarlet-crowned snake hissed a few times in anger. It twisted its waist and its tail created a strong wind as it smashed down again. Xiao Chen could feel the direction of the wind. Now was the time. He did not hesitate to turn around and lean to the right. Just as the huge snake tail was about to land, he smashed his palm against the side of the snake tail. Xiaochen did not use any force in this palm strike. He only slid his palm to the side of the snake's tail the instant he touched it. Hoo! Xiaochen's body immediately flew to the right. He felt joy in his heart. He succeeded. Although there was still a small portion of the snake's strength that was not completely dissipated, it was still very horrifying. However, it was already within the acceptable range. Xiaochen smiled gently and took advantage of the opportunity to execute the high-level technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations. Instantly, 9 figures appeared in the sky. When the 9 figures merged together and landed, Xiaochen had already leaped a long distance. Paw! Paw! When the scarlet-crowned snake saw Xiaochen fling himself away, it slammed its huge tail on the ground. Its huge body soared into the air, covering the sky. It was not slow at all. Xiaochen turned his head around and saw a huge mouth above his head. Its red tongue was spitting out a cold light. The black hole looked like it was going to swallow Xiaochen up in the next moment. A faint smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he stopped. He was not startled, but happy. You chased me for so long. Now that you have delivered yourself to me, I will let you suffer a little. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! A fierce flame burned in Xiaochen's right eye. After a while, it condensed into a fire dragon and shot towards the scarlet-crowned snake's mouth. Boom! The fire dragon instantly drilled into the scarlet-crowned snake. The huge body of the scarlet-crowned snake trembled and rolled on the ground. Xiaochen ignored it. He took advantage of this opportunity and quickly headed for the exit of the underground world. He knew that such a small amount of fire would not be able to kill it. After an hour, Xiaochen felt the exit of the underground world. When he arrived at the pitch-black hole, he did not hesitate and walked out with large strides. When Xiaochen passed through the hole, the initial feeling of being in a trance attacked him again. This time, Xiaochen paid attention. He could clearly feel that feeling of being in a trance. It was like he had passed through a different world. When Xiaochen turned his head around, he saw an inconceivable scene. There was no underground world behind him. It was pitch black and he could not see anything clearly. Xiaochen was astonished. He was flabbergasted as he muttered, "How can this be? I clearly just came out from there. How did it disappear in an instant?" Xiaochen could not believe what he saw. He rushed forward frantically. The pitch-black hole did not take him long before he bumped into the wall. Other than soil, there was nothing else. Could it be that everything I experienced in the past month was fake? Xiaochen scratched his head and said in confusion, "Everything was just a dream." Xiaochen took out the flowing light marigold from the universe ring. Only then did he slowly calm down. He still had his energy and the medial-grade spirit stones in his ring had not decreased. Chapter 207. This meant that that world definitely existed. Xiaochen thought about it carefully. What was the difference between the first time he came here and now? There had to be a reason for the current situation. After a while, a light flashed in Xiaochen's mind. He said, "When I first came here, there was no spiritual energy in my body. Now, my body is filled with spiritual energy. That is the biggest difference. That underground world should be a small world created by a senior. Only those who reached the sage realm and became one with the world could enter. Or perhaps, only ordinary people without spiritual energy could enter. Furthermore, it was very likely that this was the small world created by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founding ancestor, the Saber Emperor. Now, Xiaochen had stumbled into it by chance. If he had not lost all his essence, if he had not been swept here by the underground river, he would not have been able to reach this place. There were many reasons for this. This was probably the so-called fortuitous encounter. Thinking about it, it was a pity. Originally, Xiaoqin was prepared to explore the entire underground world when he had the chance. It looked like he could not enter before he became a martial sage. Xiaoqin shook his head and recollected his thoughts. Since he had already come out, there was no need to think about this problem. What he had to think about now was how to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiaoqin arrived at the underground river, he slowly stopped at the riverbank where he had climbed up in a sorry state. Everything that had happened that day was still vivid in his mind. His essence had disappeared, his internal injuries were severe, his stamina was weak, and the undercurrents were all very dangerous. In the end, he had encountered all of them. However, the conviction in his heart did not extinguish. He had climbed up in the end. He still had many important things to do. He could not die so early. He had not rescued Ao Jiao from the lunar shadow saber. He had not dealt with the noble clans in the Dongming province. He had not figured out why he was chased out of the Shao clan. There were too many enemies that he had not defeated yet. He had not even opened the door to becoming a cultivator. On the path of cultivation, it would be a pity if he died just like that. Looking at his reflection in the water, Xiaoqin thought of something. He had to change his appearance. Otherwise, no one would recognize him. Xiaoqian's face suddenly turned blurry as soon as he used the shape-shifting technique. He recalled Yi Chen's appearance in his mind, and the bones in his face began to move rapidly. On the surface of the water, Yi Chen's rather ordinary face appeared. It completely changed Xiaoqian's sharp and unrestrained temperament. Xiaoqin looked at the surface of the water and smiled in satisfaction. He leaped up and stood on the surface of the water. He went against the current and walked on the waves. If he wanted to go back, there was no other way aside from going back. The only way Xiaoqin could think of was to return to the place where the Demon King was suppressed. Once he found Yuan, he would be able to leave. The tip of Xiaoqian's feet tapped lightly on the surface of the water as if he was running on flat ground. He dashed forward at an extremely fast speed. After a while, a mountain wall appeared in front of Xiaoqin, and the river under his feet flowed down from the mountain wall. Thump! Since the river could flow down, it meant that there was a path ahead. Xiaoqin stopped cultivating and dove to the bottom of the river. Then, he swam against the undercurrent. After swimming for a long time, Xiaoqin felt the mountain wall above him disappear. He floated up again and walked on the surface of the water. After walking for a long time, he discovered that the river under his feet was just a tributary. The further he walked, the more astonished Xiaoqin was. There were many tributaries in this underground river, they were dense and wide. Along the way, Xiaoqin had already come across more than 10 tributaries. Some places even had 4 tributaries. The water flowed downwards. Fortunately, there was only one main tributary upstream. As long as Xiaoqin kept going upstream, he would eventually find the cave where the Demon King was suppressed. 2 days later, Xiaoqin was in a river. Before he surfaced, he felt a familiar feeling. This was because the rotten smell of the dried corpse in the river had yet to dissipate. Have I finally found my way back? The moment Xiaoqin surfaced, he saw Yuan sitting at a wooden table on the shore, smiling at him. Xiaoqin was slightly stunned. He did not expect to run into this person the moment he came up. He used his essence to disperse all the water droplets on his body. Immediately, hot air surrounded Xiaoqin's body. Xiaoqin stepped on the water surface and slowly walked out of the fog. When he arrived in front of Yuan, the water vapor on his body had already evaporated. His clothes and hair were extremely dry. When Yuan saw all this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He poured a cup of wine and handed it to Xiaoqin. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like you had a fortuitous encounter. Not only did your cultivation not get crippled, it even improved greatly. I can no longer see through you." Xiaoqin received the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. When he saw Yi Wen, he originally thought he had a lot to say. However, when he saw Yi Wen so calm, he did not know what to say. How is Biyun Peak Song K now? After thinking for a while, Xiaochen asked the question he was most concerned about. Yi Wen drank by himself and drank another cup of wine. He said casually, I crippled one of his arms, but he is still a peak master. However, don't worry, ancestral martial ancestor Shen already warned him. If you go out, he will not dare to cause trouble for you. You crippled one of his arms. Xiaochen looked at Yi Wen in astonishment. It was not that he did not think Yi Wen did not have the strength to do so. It was just that he did not expect Yi Wen to offend a peak master for him. Furthermore, looking at Yi Wen's calm manner, it was as though he did not care about it at all. It was as though this was a small matter and there was no need for him to care about it. Yi Wen stood up and said, let's go, there is no need to make a fuss about nothing. I'll bring you out. Yi Wen slowly put away the wine cups on the table. After he spoke, he took the lead and walked out. He looked at Xiaochen behind him and said, you are really lucky. That girl, Lu Ryue, even came down personally to look for you not long ago. Elder sister Ryue came to look for me. Xiaochen was startled. He said, then what did you say to her? Did you tell her the truth? Am I stupid? Do you think I do not know her character? If I told her the truth, she would immediately go to Biyun Peak and risk her life, Yi Wen said indifferently. Xiaochen was rendered speechless by Yi Wen's words. Not long after, Yi Wen asked again, what is your relationship with Leng Liusu? Leng Liusu? There shouldn't be any relationship. I am not familiar with her, Xiaochen said suspiciously. He did not know why Yi Wen would ask such a question. Yi Wen said, that is strange. She used her identity as the young pavilion master and went through the elders' assembly to send people to look for you a few times. Leng Liusu also came to look for him. Xiaochen could not understand what was going on. He wanted to ask Yi Wen what was going on. However, when he saw Yi Wen's expression, he swallowed his words. Yi Wen brought Xiaochen along and led him to a small transportation formation. When the people guarding the formation saw Yi Wen, they said respectfully, Elder Yi, are you here to send someone off? Yi Wen nodded and said to Xiaochen, go up. Once you go up, you will be able to leave this damned place. I have already helped you settle your mission. Just go and hand it in. Before Xiaochen stepped onto the transportation formation, he turned around and asked, did you not pay any price for chopping off Song K's arm? After all, Song K was a peak master. Xiaochen could not understand how Yi Wen could be so calm. Yi Wen smiled gently, the price is that I have to stay in this place for another 10 years. Now that I see that you are so lively, I feel that it is not worth it. Alright, stop speaking nonsense. Scram. Pooh. Yi Wen suddenly kicked out and kicked Xiaochen's butt. Xiaochen fell forward and landed in front of the transportation formation. A light appeared on the ground. Countless talisman scripts flashed and Xiaochen's body disappeared with a ashwa sound. Everything was hazy and pitch black. Xiaochen felt that his body seemed to be stretched infinitely. After that, spots of light appeared. After a while, he regained control of his body. Where is this? Xiaochen looked at his surroundings and discovered that he was in a small room. There were no traces of formations on the floor. This should be a one-way transportation formation. Xiaochen gently pushed open the door and walked out. He happened to see the counter in the Hall of Contributions. When the old man behind the counter saw Xiaochen, he was mildly startled. The old man waved his hand and the wooden token at Xiaochen's waist quickly flew into his hand. It turned out that he had returned to the Hall of Contributions. The old man looked at the number on the wooden token and smiled gently at Xiaochen. Yi Qin, congratulations on completing your mission. These are your contribution points. The old man took out some black copper coins from under the counter and handed them to Xiao Qin. After counting them, Yuan rated you as outstanding. There is a total of 1,000 contribution points. Xiao Qin received the black copper coins. There was a total of 10 of them. They were completely black, round on the outside and square on the inside. They contained a strange aura that could not be faked. The old man continued to explain. Contribution points had a total of 3 colors. The white ones represented 1 contribution point, the red ones represented 1 contribution point, and the black ones represented 100 contribution points. Xiao Qin had lived in the underground world for close to 2 months. At this moment, he was in a rush to return to Qingyun Peak and report his safety to Lu Riyue. Hence, he did not have the patience to listen to the old man's words and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, don't leave yet. This is your first time completing a high-level mission. There is something I have to tell you, the old man called out to Xiao Qin and walked out. The old man revealed a faint smile on his aged face. Young man, don't be too anxious. This matter is the best reward for you. Xiao Qin did not understand. He slowly calmed down and followed the old man. The old man led Xiao Qin to the back of the first floor of the Hall of Contributions. Along the way, many people saw the old man personally leading the way for Xiao Qin. They all started to guess Xiao Qin's identity. The managing elder of the Hall of Contributions is actually personally leading the way for someone. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Even the true inheritors do not receive such treatment. I have never seen him before either. What is his background? Could he be even more noble than the true inheritors? It's him. Look at the identity token on his waist. He is that disciple from Qingyun Peak. He is Yi Chen, someone with sharp eyes in the crowd immediately said when he saw the silver identity token on Xiao Chen's waist. Currently, there were only 2 men in Qingyun Peak. One was Lu Suifeng, and the other was Yi Chen. Everyone knew Lu Suifeng. Since he was not Lu Suifeng, then Yi Chen's identity was obvious. So, it really is him. He disappeared for 2 months and actually appeared again. The people from Wanren Peak have been searching for him for a long time. Chapter 208. I heard that the second strongest core disciple of Wanren Peak, Quick Saber Lin Feng, has already said that as long as he appears, he will look for him to settle the score. I saw a few Wanren Peak disciples leave earlier. They should be going to inform Lin Feng. There will be a good show to watch later. When Xiao Qin heard all this, he did not pay too much attention to it. As long as it was not a senior making a move, he was confident that he could deal with any core disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The so-called hindrance was just to increase his combat experience. However, Xiao Qin did not expect this old man's identity to be so deep. He was not as ordinary as he looked. The old man's expression was like an ancient well, there were no ripples at all. After they arrived at a large hall, he said indifferently, "We have arrived. This is the ranking hall. You can find your seat up there." The area of the large hall was very wide. There were 10 wooden walls in the middle. There was a group of people surrounding each wooden wall. They were either shaking their heads and sighing, or they had an impassioned expression. Everyone had a different expression. The old man brought Xiao Qin to the wooden wall at the very back. When the crowd saw the old man, they immediately opened up a path. Xiao Qin also discovered that the cultivators gathered in front of this wooden wall all had dispirited expressions. There is a total of 5,000 inner disciples in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The number has always been fixed. These 5,000 disciples are all ranked. The one you are looking at is the bottom 500 inner disciples. After the ranking war at the end of the year, the last 500 disciples will be stripped of their inner disciple status, the old man explained to Xiao Qin. So that's how it is. No wonder the inner disciples gathered here all had ugly expressions. It turns out that the elimination system of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was so strict. Every year, they would eliminate 500 disciples. Xiao Chen looked at the wooden wall. There were 10 rows of wooden walls. Each row had 100 small wooden tablets. Every wooden tablet represented the identity of an inner disciple. On it was written the person's name, cultivation realm, peak, and other basic information. Xiao Chen looked around for a while and found his own wooden tablet. It was very eye-catching. It was ranked last in the 10th row. That was the last of the 5,000 inner disciples in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. On it was written, Qingyun Pixi Qin, Inferior Grade Martial Grand Master. The outer sect deacon of the Hall of Contributions took down the wooden plaque representing Xiao Qin. All the wooden plaques on the wooden wall started to move like a jigsaw puzzle. Everyone's name on the wooden wall started to move back by 1 rank. The old man held Xiao Chen's wooden tablet and walked to the wooden tablet in front. He placed Xiao Chen's wooden tablet in the 10th row. In an instant, Xiao Chen's rank rose by 500. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. They had never seen anyone raise their rank by 500 before. This isn't fair. I've been working so hard to complete the sect's missions and accumulate my strength. Yet, I can't even advance by 10 ranks in a month. How could he advance by 500? There was no change in the old man's expression. Tian, Sect Master, Tian, Chin, and Chin, Chin, and the. There was no change in the old man's expression. He slowly turned around and looked at the crowd. The noisy chatter immediately stopped. It was incomparably quiet. If you are in the bottom 500 and complete a high-level sect mission for the first time and obtain an outstanding evaluation, you can also break away from the bottom 500. Only now did the crowd remember that the ranking hall did have such a rule. However, they were not able to accept high-level missions. The ones they could accept were all extremely dangerous high-level missions. It would be very difficult for them to obtain an outstanding evaluation. Thus, for a very long time, no one in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion used such a method to raise their ranking. That was why everyone was excited. Xiao Chen did not care about all this. To him, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was just a relay station. After he learned listening to the sword and communicating with it, he would leave. He did not have any plans to stay here for long. The Tianmu continent was very big. Xiao Chen had set his sights on the entire continent long ago. Perhaps the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was a very strong power in the Great Qin nation. However, when compared to the entire continent, or even the entire world, outside of the Tianwu continent was the boundless sea. After crossing the boundless sea, he heard that there were countless islands. There were also countless experts there. Thinking about it this way, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was nothing. Thus, Xiao Chen did not care much about his status as an inner disciple. Alright, I still have things to do, so I will take my leave first. As for the other rules, you will slowly come to understand them in the future, the old man said indifferently. After that, the old man gave Xiao Chen a meaningful look. He said, finally, I will give you some words of advice. Young man, don't be too sharp. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't set your sights too far. For the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to exist, it is not as simple as you think. The so-called geniuses are the cheapest things here. Don't keep your heart suspended in the air. Sink down and merge with it. Take a good look at this peak. It is far more exciting than you imagine. Xiao Chen revealed an extremely shocked expression. This old man had only taken a quick glance, and it seemed like he had seen through Xiao Chen's thoughts. The old man's words caused Xiao Chen to enter deep thought. Don't keep your heart suspended in the air. Sink down and merge with it. Is he saying that I am arrogant? Never mind, I will take a look first. Since I am already here, Xiaochen did not intend to leave immediately. He strode forward and arrived at the first wooden wall. That was the ranking of the top 500 disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The wooden wall was the same as the other wooden walls. There were 10 rows of 50 people in each row. However, the background behind it was different. There was a faint layer of gold paint on it. It looked like a glory roll. However, being in the top 500 was also worthy of this glory. When one saw their name on it, they would feel proud. Survival of the fittest. This was a very good competitive system. It was able to retain the most outstanding talents. Not bad, Xiaochen admired this ranking system. When he looked up, the first 10 names were as red as blood. They were very eye-catching among the black words. What made Xiaochen feel strange was that these 10 people were not core disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaochen did not know which peak they belonged to or what their cultivation realm was. There was only one name on the information board. The rest were all unknown. It was very mysterious. Could it be that the strongest disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion are not the true inheritors? Xiaochen thought to himself. He carefully counted to the back. He only saw the first true inheritor's name after 50. The true inheritor of Wanren Peak, Wang Qinian, was an inferior grade martial saint. Unexpectedly, he was only in the 50s. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen decided to look at the ranking of the so-called quick saber, Lin Feng. As he continued looking down, Xiaochen saw Lin Feng's name in the 3rd row. Wanren Peak Core Disciple, Superior Grade Martial Saint. Wanren Peak's 2nd strongest core disciple, but he was only in the 100th rank. How exactly is the ranking on the wooden board divided? Why does it feel like it is not accurate? Xiaochen started to doubt himself. Yi Chen. Just as Xiaochen was deep in thought, someone called out his name from behind. When he turned his head to look, he discovered it was Ma Chen, who had gone to the spirit mine with him on a mission. When Ma Chen saw Xiaochen turn around, he quickly walked over. He said in pleasant surprise, "It really is you. Junior brother Yi Chen, I have not seen you for a month. I thought something happened to you." When Xiaochen saw this, he felt somewhat apologetic. He explained that he had no choice but to knock him out. He did not have any malicious intent. Ma Chen waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say it, I understand. Speaking of which, your background is not small. Even the young pavilion master personally sent people to look for you." Xiaochen felt it was strange, so he asked, "You know about this as well? Does anyone else know?" Ma Chen shook his head and said, "There should not be anyone else who knows. I only came up half a month ago. I do not know what happened in the spirit mine. It has been under lockdown for a long time." The two of them chatted for a while. Xiaochen understood a little about what happened after he left from Ma Chen. The things that happened in the spirit mine were not spread out. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was as peaceful as it was in the past. No one outside knew that the shocking change that happened a month ago could turn into something that could threaten the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaochen remembered that Ma Chen had been here longer than him. He should know what was going on with the ranking. So he asked about his doubts. Ma Chen smiled and said, "This is very normal. The true inheritors of the 7 peaks are all passed down by the bloodline of the peak master. It is not a matter of talent. Sometimes, a true inheritor is not even as strong as an ordinary inner disciple." Xiaochen was astonished. Would anyone be willing to become a peak master? If a peak master was not even as strong as a core elder, it was hard for Xiaochen to imagine how such a person would be able to manage such a large peak. They would not. After all, such people are the minority. Furthermore, every peak has their own methods of passing down their cultivation. Before the old peak master died, he could pass down his cultivation to his descendants, Ma Chen continued to explain. As for the top 10 people, they are the strongest 10. They spend most of their time training outside and rarely return. So it is normal that we do not know their cultivation. I have seen the ranking competition at the end of last year. These 10 people are very strong, they definitely live up to their reputation. A few of them are able to defeat opponents of a higher cultivation realm. Furthermore, their cultivation methods are different from the orthodox inner disciples. They are all aiming for the divine saber camp. So that was the case. No wonder the old man told Xiao Qin that geniuses were the cheapest thing in the heavenly saber pavilion. If the top 20 were all the people that Ma Qin mentioned, then the old man's words were not exaggerated. What kind of genius could be more talented than someone who could defeat opponents of a higher cultivation realm? After Ma Qin answered Xiao Chen's question, he told him about the changes in the rankings. Aside from doing some refinement missions, one could also challenge an opponent in the same row as them. That was to say, one could challenge an inner disciple who was ranked 49 above them. Everyone had a chance to challenge them once a month. The person being challenged could choose not to accept the challenge. However, on the 15th of every month, if someone challenged you, you had to accept the challenge. Otherwise, you would automatically forfeit and be automatically defeated. Of course, the most crucial thing was the ranking competition at the end of the year. At that time, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion would engage in a grand battle among the inner disciples. The points obtained in the battle were the most important factors in determining one's ranking. Of course, one's previous ranking was also very important. The points obtained were the same. However, if one's ranking was too far behind, it would be useless. Chapter 209. Ma Chen's explanation was very detailed. Xiao Qin understood the moment he heard it. Now, he somewhat understood the meaning of the old man's words. The so-called sink in and blend in should be for him to participate in this competitive game. Xiao Qin thought for a while, I can accept other people's challenges. However, I will not take the initiative to challenge myself, I do not have the time. After all, I am no longer in the bottom 500. As long as I hold my ground, I will not have to worry about being kicked out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the end of the year. It was getting late. Xiao Qin was in a rush to return to Qingyun Peak. He did not continue chatting with Ma Qin. After he took his leave, he immediately left the Hall of Contributions. The heaven viewing platform was as bustling as when he arrived. It was bustling with activity, there was a huge flow of people. Just as Xiao Qin stepped out of the Hall of Contributions, he felt a few killing qi directed at him. He could not help but stop. On the path leading to the Hall of Contributions, a group of people slowly walked over. They were wearing the uniform of Wanren Peak. Their faces were covered in frost, and their gazes were cold. When they were 10 meters in front of Xiao Qin, they stopped. Xiao Qin saw Yang Qi's figure in the crowd. He looked at Xiao Qin coldly and whispered something into the ear of a person beside him. That person had a squarish face, he looked very ordinary. However, a bright light flashed in his eyes occasionally, causing people to tremble in fear. He was an inferior grade martial saint. There is indeed a good show to watch. That is Wanren Peak's quick saber master, Lin Feng. He is ranked 106th on the Heavenly Saber Pavilion strength ranking list. He is the second-ranked core disciple of Wanren Peak. He already said that he wanted to help Yang Qi get back at him. Looks like this Yi Qin will not be able to escape easily today. It is hard to say. Since Yi Qin could defeat Yang Qi that day, he might be able to defeat Lin Feng today. Furthermore, Yi Qin is now a superior grade martial grand master. I think their top core disciple, Luo Kidi, will have to come. If what you said was 2 months ago, it might be possible. However, Lin Feng is now an inferior grade martial saint. Martial saint and martial grand master are two completely different realms, the difference is too great. 2 months ago, Yi Qin might not have stood a chance. Lin Feng is known as the #1 swift saber of Wanren Peak, and his reputation is not undeserved. At most, he would have lost slightly more elegantly. Now, I reckon that Yi Qin would not be able to block even one move. Lin Feng's appearance had immediately attracted the attention of all the elite disciples who were surrounding the achievement palace. They all wanted to see what was going on. Xiao Chen's facial expression didn't change. His heart was as calm as still water, there wasn't a single ripple in his heart. He was looking at Lin Feng without the slightest fear. Lin Feng took a few steps forwards and arrived in front of Xiao Qin. He then said in an ice-cold tone, 2 months ago, were you the one who injured many of my disciples? That's right. Xiao Qin said calmly. Lin Feng slowly put his right hand on the hilt of his blade. His qi was unceasingly condensing. He was fixedly staring at Xiao Qin and said, I will give you a chance to explain yourself. If I am not satisfied with your explanation, I will make them suffer 10 times over. There's no need to explain when your skills are inferior. As Xiao Qin spoke, he took a step forward without anyone noticing. Gotcha! When Xiao Qin finished speaking, Lin Feng unsheathed his long blade. A cold light appeared. The crowd could only see a blurry shadow of the blade. They couldn't even see the blade clearly. Bang! However, something unexpected happened. Originally, they thought that Xiao Qin would be struck by the lightning-fast blade and his blood would flow like a river. He would be defeated immediately. But the reality was that Lin Feng vomited a mouthful of blood. A crisp sound could be heard from his chest and he fell to the ground. The long blade in his hand swayed and flew out of his hand. Xiao Qin immediately stomped on Lin Feng, who was struggling to stand up. Then, he stomped heavily on Lin Feng, who was struggling to stand up. There was another crunching sound as a few more of Lin Feng's ribs broke. Lin Feng groaned in pain. He pointed his finger at Xiao Qin and said unwillingly, You. The situation had suddenly changed. Lin Feng, who was originally aggressive, was knocked down by Xiao Qin with one punch. The crowd could not even react to what was going on. Everything was too unimaginable. In their eyes, Lin Feng had obviously attacked first. Furthermore, his speed was so fast that the naked eye could not see it. But why was he the first to be hit? Xiao Qin quickly let go of him. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. When Yang Qi saw Lin Feng fall to the ground, he became very anxious. He quickly led the other core disciples of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak and surrounded Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin smiled indifferently. He hooked his right foot and kicked Lin Feng's body away like a sandbag. Yang Qi hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch Lin Feng. However, the strength behind Lin Feng's kick was far beyond his imagination. After the people of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak caught Lin Feng, Xiao Qin had already used the blue dragon cloud soaring technique and disappeared without a trace. In a distant pavilion, 2 young disciples wearing the uniform of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak were quietly watching the scene in the Hall of Contributions. One of them shook his head and said, Junior brother Lin lost too unjustly. If he did not give that person a chance to speak and went up, he would have executed the startling wind saber technique. With his current cultivation level, he would have defeated that person in 10 moves. The other person smiled indifferently, a loss is a loss. There is nothing much to say. Lin Feng is a proud person. It is good for him to suffer some setbacks. Junior brother Luo, what do you think of Yi Qin? So these 2 people were the true inheritor of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, Wang Qinian, and the number 1 core disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, Luo Kedi. Luo Kedi thought for a while and said, rational, calm, and good at grasping his opponent's weakness. The strength of his physical body is extremely terrifying. That punch earlier should have contained 4,000 kilograms of force. However, the strength of his physical body is mediocre. The higher his cultivation level, the smaller the advantage he has. He is not a match for us, so there is no need to worry too much about it. Wang Qinian smiled gently and said, "This person is much stronger than we imagined. If you fought with him, you would only have a 50% chance of winning if you did not use your best moves." "Why do you say that?" Wang Qinian said indifferently, "You only paid attention to the speed and strength of his punch. You did not see anything else. That is where he is brilliant." When he answered Lin Feng's question, he took 2 steps forward. This distance was the furthest the tip of Lin Feng's saber could reach after he drew it. Furthermore, he did not attack after he finished speaking. He used sound and speed to create an illusion. It gave people the impression that after he spoke, he and Lin Feng attacked at the same time. Actually, he had already attacked when he said the last 2 words. As for Lin Feng, he only attacked after he heard the sound. Therefore, it is not that Yi Qin is faster than Lin Feng but that he attacked first. Luo Kedi felt that his mind was in a mess. After thinking carefully for a while, he revealed a doubtful expression and said, "That is impossible. How can the speed of sound be faster than what the naked eye can see? No matter how fast he is, even if he surpasses the speed of sound, it is impossible for him to surpass the speed of light. What the naked eye can see is that he attacked first." These words were very tongue-twisting and could easily make people dizzy. Actually, it was not difficult to explain. Within a short distance, when a person made a punching motion, the sound and movement would definitely be heard at the same time. However, if this person's speed surpassed the speed of sound, people would see an extremely strange scene. The opponent would only be able to hear the sound slowly after he was sent flying far away. The faster you were, the slower it would be for others to hear the sound. However, no matter what, your actions would be seen immediately. Hence, Luo Kedi felt that Wang Qinian's words were contradictory. How could Xiao Chen go against common sense and let others hear the sound first before seeing the action? Wang Qinian smiled faintly and said, "The sound you heard might not have come from his mouth." "You mean?" His voice was transmitted into people's ears using other methods. Luo Kedi seemed to have understood something as he looked at Wang Qinian in shock. Wang Qinian nodded and said, "That's right." However, it was not transmitted into the ears but directly into the brain. This is because when he said the last 2 words, his lips did not move at all. This is a kind of use of soul energy. I once saw an expert using soul energy in the ancient desolate land. That person was even more powerful than Yi Qin. Not only could he imitate sounds, he could even imprint images into the mind of others. Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen looked at the familiar peak and could not help but sigh in his heart. It had only been 2 months since he last came, but he actually started to miss it. Looking into the distance, there was a group of people standing at the foot of the mountain, looking into the distance. Xiao Chen's vision was very good. He discovered Lu Riyue, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Meng standing there. "Brother Yi, you are finally back." When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Qin, he went forward and hammered Xiao Qin. "Big brother Yi. Are you all right?" Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng welcomed him with smiles. Xiao Qin greeted them one by one. When he saw everyone's enthusiastic expressions, he felt a warmth in his heart. Lu Riyue revealed a faint smile on her charming face. She stood quietly at the side. After consuming the beauty-nourishing pill that Xiao Qin gave her, she looked even more beautiful than before. No one dared to look her in the eye. Lu Riyue's aura was withdrawn. Compared to the past, it was less sharp. However, it was even more unfathomable. After absorbing the essence of heaven and earth that Ao Jiao gave her, she was only a step away from Martial King. "Elder sister Riyue, I made you worry." Xiao Chen walked over and said sincerely. Lu Riyue had personally gone down to the mine for him. No matter what, he had to thank her. Lu Riyue carefully sized up Xiao Qin. After a while, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She asked, "Are you a superior grade martial grandmaster?" When Lu Suifeng heard this, he could not help but be startled. He carefully sized up Xiao-Qin. He felt that his aura was flourishing, and he could not see through him. Before Xiao-Qin went to do the mission, he was only a peak inferior grade martial grand master. In just 2 months, he had become a superior grade martial grand master. This speed was not inferior to a cultivator with an inherited heavenly vein martial spirit. When Lu Riyue saw Xiao-Qin nod his head in acknowledgement, she said, "That's great. In half a month, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be holding the core disciple exam. It looks like you will be able to make it in time. Rest for a while first. Tomorrow, I will officially teach you listening to the sword and communicating with it." After Lu Riyue spoke, she turned around and left. She did not ask much about what happened to Xiao-Qin underground. Xiao-Qin also heaved a sigh of relief. It would be troublesome to explain his fortuitous encounter in the underground. If Lu Riyue asked, he would not know how to answer. Chapter 210. Who? A white figure quickly rushed to the foot of the mountain peak. When Xiao-Qin looked carefully, he could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. The white figure was Bai. This little fellow was very playful. After it left with Xiao Meng, it rarely returned. It ran all over Qingyun Peak. Xiao-Qin knew that it liked to stay in the forest. Furthermore, the mission was dangerous, so he left it behind. When Bai saw Xiao-Qin's figure, it was very excited. Its snow-white fur gave off a faint glow under the sunlight. Its body swayed as it pounced over. Pu Tong. Originally, Bai wanted to jump onto Xiao-Qin's body. However, when it was only half a meter away from Xiao-Qin, it fell with a pu tong sound. After it got up, it was still in a daze. Its little head shook left and right, it did not understand what was going on. Xiao-Qin was greatly astonished. He walked forward and picked it up. Instantly, the fragrance of wine wafted over. He could not help but say in astonishment, "What a strong wine smell. Could it be that it drank wine?" Xiao Meng walked over awkwardly and said, "Elder brother Yi Qin, after you left, Bai accidentally drank Xiao Yang's wine. After that, it became addicted to it. It often gets drunk. No matter where the wine is hidden, its nose can smell it." Xiao Yang also walked over and said embarrassedly, "Elder brother Yi Qin, I am really sorry. I was already very wary of it. However, its nose is too sensitive. I don't even dare to drink anymore." It even ran to the top of the mountain to ask for wine from the elders. Xiao-Qin sweated in his heart. It really drank wine. Furthermore, it got drunk. After not seeing it for 2 months, Bai actually developed such a bad habit. Never mind, I will keep an eye on it for the next 2 days. Furthermore, drinking wine is not a bad thing. Xiao-Qin could only blame Bai for being mischievous. Furthermore, a rank 6 spirit beast was equivalent to a martial king. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng were just ordinary people. It was normal for them to not be able to keep an eye on it. Bai seemed to know that it had made a mistake. It drooped its ears and did not dare to move around in Xiao-Qin's embrace. Xiao-Qin smiled helplessly and placed it in the spirit blood jade. Seeing Lu Suifeng at the side, Xiao-Qin thought of something. He took out 5 black contribution coins and handed them to Lu Suifeng. "Suifeng, when you go to Jade Maiden Peak tomorrow, help me return them to Martial Grand Uncle Shin." Lu Suifeng waved his hand and did not take the contribution coins that Xiao-Qin handed over. He smiled and said, "My sister already helped you repay the debt you owe the Hall of Contributions. She knew that you owed the Hall of Contributions because you wanted to refine the beauty-nourishing pill. She even scolded me." Xiao-Qin put away the contribution coins. As he watched Lu Riyue disappear into the mountain peak, his gratitude towards her increased. At night, stars filled the sky and the moon hung high in the branches. Xiao-Qin went to his own courtyard and took out the flowing light marigold tree, which gave off a golden light. The flowing light marigold on the treetop gave off a dense fragrance. Its spiritual energy was overwhelming. The flowing light marigold had a total of 5 petals. There was not much difference between eating 1 and eating 5. Everyone only had one chance to increase their comprehension ability. How much they could increase actually depended on luck. Who knew, after eating it, they might be able to open up their spiritual acupoints and obtain a photographic memory. They might even be able to learn any martial technique after seeing it once. Although everything was possible, the flowing light marigold was an immortal grade spirit herb. After consuming it, it could increase a cultivator's comprehension ability by at least 20%. The effects were very obvious. Of the 5 petals, he would eat 1 and find an opportunity to give the other 2 to Lu Rue and her brother. Xiao Yang and his brother did not have martial spirits, so they would not be considered. As for the remaining 2, Xiao Chen could give 1 to Bai. As for the last one, he would give it to cousin Yuan. In the future, when they met again, he would give it to her. After allocating the 5 petals of the flowing light marigold in his heart, Xiao Chen plucked a golden petal and placed it in his mouth, chewing it gently. A dense and refreshing fragrance filled his entire mouth. The petal turned into an ice-cold liquid and flowed into the meridians of his body. After a while, it permeated into all the pores of Xiao Chen's body. An indescribable carefree feeling spread throughout his body, making him feel carefree and relaxed. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and immersed himself in this comfortable feeling, forgetting himself. After a while, his mind seemed to explode. Countless information poured in. Battle Sage Origins, Changing Character Formula, Clear Wind Chop, Dragon Seizing Hand, Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Flight on Wings, Rushing Thunder Chop. All the martial techniques that Xiao Chen had learned appeared in his mind. Some of the problems that he could not figure out in the past suddenly became clear. He was suddenly enlightened. Xiao Chen's thoughts were incomparably clear. He was able to draw inferences about other things from one instance. The changes of the various martial techniques in battle were all sorted out. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His eyes were clear like an ancient well, deep and tranquil, making it hard for others to understand. Clear Wind Chop, Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chen shouted and a cool breeze blew in the courtyard. The leaves on the ground were picked up by the cool breeze, dancing in the air continuously, making shwa 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 sounds. The high-level technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Blue Dragon Tail Whip, was executed at the same time as the secret technique of Qingyun Peak, the Clear Wind Chop. Xiao Chen's figure moved in an elegant arc in the air. Who? Something strange happened. Xiao Chen, who was hidden in the cool breeze, suddenly disappeared. The saber light and the human figure disappeared in an instant. Nothing could be seen. Only the cool breeze and the rustling of leaves remained in the huge courtyard. It was incomparably quiet. Ka Xie. Xiao Chen landed in front of Xiao Qin. The lunar shadow saber in his hand returned to its scabbard with a huang dang sound. He revealed a joyful expression. I have finally practiced the clear wind chop to great perfection. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the cool breeze behind him suddenly stopped. The leaves in the air rustled and fell. Every leaf was divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and then into countless fragments. Xiao Chen was not sure how much his comprehension ability had increased. However, he felt that compared to before, his comprehension ability had increased by at least 50%, which was half. After Xiao Chen consumed the flowing light flower, he immediately comprehended the clear wind chop, which was only one step away from the spirit gate. He even managed to combine it with the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. Xiao Chen raised the clear wind chop to an unimaginable level. Not only did it reach the state where one could only see the cool breeze but not the saber, even one's figure was hidden in the wind. Even Lu Rue and Yuan had not reached such a state. As for whether there was anyone else in history who had reached such a state, Xiao Chen did not know. While he was in a daze, Xiaochen felt that he was in a very strange state. His mind was very agile. This did not seem to be a simple increase in comprehension ability. Rather, it was a state that could only be encountered and not sought. It was similar to the comprehension he had in Evil Wind Valley. At this moment, he felt that no matter what martial technique he practiced, he would be able to make a breakthrough immediately. This feeling was very miraculous. It could only be sensed but not described. It should be a strange effect brought about by the flowing light flower. Xiaochen felt that the duration of this state was decreasing rapidly. After a period of time, it would definitely disappear. Xiaochen's thoughts raced. This opportunity would not come again. What he needed to consider now was which martial technique he should upgrade in this limited time. Rushing Thunder Chop. No way, I have already comprehended the Rushing Thunder Chop to a very high level. Furthermore, I am very familiar with it. Even if I do not have this opportunity, a breakthrough in the future is just around the corner. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. No way, this is a movement technique. I have already practiced it to small perfection. If I want to raise it to medial perfection, I will have to rely on my own cultivation. After I become a martial saint, I should be able to reach medial perfection. Battle Sage Origins Changing Character Formula. No way, this cultivation technique is too strange. Until now, I have only comprehended a small portion of it. I should need a fortuitous encounter to make a breakthrough. If I use this opportunity on this, it would be too unfortunate if I fail. Sword Technique, Flight on Wings. This is even worse. This is a martial technique imitated by the changing character formula. I have not practiced it before, it is not worth it. Time was tight, Xiaochen thought about it but he did not know how to make a decision. Suddenly, he thought of a martial technique, Great Dragon Tiger Fist. He revealed a smile and said, I will practice the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. I have no idea what the second move, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon, is. Furthermore, this cultivation technique has great potential. If I can make use of this opportunity to comprehend it, my combat prowess will immediately increase. After he made up his mind, Xiaochen stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground with the scabbard. He circulated his energy and got into a stance, starting to practice the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. A ferocious tiger image appeared behind Xiaochen. His entire body was like a ferocious tiger. His chi and blood burned, the king of beasts descending. The king's aura of 100 beasts surged out into the surroundings from Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen let out a long roar, it was deafening like rolling thunder. A small tree in the courtyard broke with a ka-ca sound from this roar. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. Xiaochen bent his body and took a heavy step forward with his right foot. His entire body flew forward and punched out ferociously. The tiger image behind him let out another long roar. Xiaochen felt an explosive force in his right hand. When he punched the air, it gave off a resounding explosion. The air was blasted apart by this punch, and ripples spread out. Dust particles that could not be seen by the naked eye kept exploding in the air. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. I did not expect that under such a wondrous state, the might of my ferocious tiger leaving the mountains punch would increase significantly. After this punch, Xiaochen circulated his energy for the next Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon Fist. Immediately, some strange information appeared in his mind. It was unknown where this information came from, but it suddenly imprinted itself in Xiaochen's mind. It was all an explanation of the Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon. Xiaochen closed his eyes and did his best to absorb this information. After a while, he opened his eyes. A strange light flashed in his unchanging eyes. So, this was the meaning of the Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon. The second move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist was not used for offense. Instead, it was an extremely strong and firm defensive move. It required the practitioner to materialize the aura of a dragon and tiger. With the dragon and tiger on the body, one's aura would be withdrawn and would not be able to unleash it. With the strength of the dragon and tiger, one would be able to withstand the 5 mountains, and rivers. At the same time, it would store up energy for the next move, the dragon hissing tiger roar. If Xiao Qin did not practice this move to great perfection, he would never be able to practice the next move. His left hand turned into a dragon, piercing through the sky. His right hand turned into a tiger, 100 beasts surged. With the dragon and tiger on the body, the mountains and rivers did not fear. Xiao Chen's heart was clear. Relying on this wondrous state, he materialized the aura of a dragon and tiger on his arms. His entire person became extremely calm. The surrounding air seemed to condense without any fluctuations. Chapter 2:11. Kill. Xiao Qin stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He crossed his arms in front of him. Instantly, a tiger and a dragon intersected, merging with Xiao Chen's body. A faint golden glow appeared on his body. A tiger and a dragon moved around the surface of his body. Xiao Chen withdrew his aura, waiting to unleash it. A horrifying force was accumulating. Xiao Chen felt all the muscles in his body swell up. There was a strong force that seemed like it would gush out at any moment. However, this horrifying force was not unleashed in the end. It slowly disappeared. Xiao Chen knew why he had not successfully executed the dragon hissing tiger roar in this wondrous state. It was because this great dragon tiger fist used the dragon and tiger body sculpting art as its foundation. If he had not cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the 4th layer, the dragon roar piercing the heavens, he would not be able to materialize the true might of the azure dragon. In order to balance the might of the azure dragon, the ferocious tiger could only lower its own aura. Thus, the crouching tiger hidden dragon would not be able to reach great perfection. Shwa. After Xiao Chen executed the crouching tiger hidden dragon, that wondrous state immediately disappeared. He thought to himself, what a pity. If I had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the 4th layer, I would not have been able to do so. If I had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the 4th layer, I might have been able to completely comprehend the great dragon tiger fist in one go. Although the state disappeared, the comprehension ability that the flowing light flower gave him did not decrease. It would accompany Xiao Qin for the rest of his life, giving him boundless benefits. Xiao Qin plucked another flowing light flower petal and released Bai from the spirit blood jade. At this moment, Bai had already sobered up. It looked angrily at Xiao Qin, blaming Xiao Qin for locking it up. Xiao Qin took out a golden petal and wanted to give it to Bai to eat. Who knew that the little fellow would ignore him no matter what he said, as though it was really angry. Don't be angry, little fellow. Here's something good to eat. After you eat it, I will not lock you up again. Xiao Qin was like a wolf grandmother tempting it with a smile. Bai lay on the ground and pretended not to hear what Xiao Qin said. Xiao Qin smiled helplessly. This fellow really couldn't do anything about it. For the sake of this flowing light marigold flower, the scarlet-crowned snake had waited bitterly for God knows how many years. On the other hand, the flowing light flower had a much stronger effect on spirit beasts than on humans. Under certain circumstances, it could even allow spirit beasts to transform in advance. Therefore, the flowing light flower must be given to Bai. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. Xiao Qin walked over and called out a few more times. The little guy just lay on the ground and pretended to be dead, ignoring him. When Xiao Qin saw the situation, he could only use his trump card. He took out a bottle of Liushang Pavilion's wine from his universe ring. Squatting on the ground, Zhang Xian opened the bottle cap and shook it a few times. A rich aroma of wine immediately drifted out. Boom! A white figure flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes. It was like a white specter. Strangely, it could not move at all. It pounced towards the wine bottle in Xiao Chen's hand. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was prepared. With a schwa sound, he switched the wine bottle to his other hand. Otherwise, it might really be snatched away by Bai's sudden leap. You have really become a little drunkard. Eat this flower petal first, then I will give you the wine. Otherwise, there is no way, Xiao Chen said as he patted Bai's head. Bai looked at Xiao Chen with a wronged expression. Its cute eyes were misty, it looked very pitiful. It stood up straight and used its white claws to hook onto the wine bottle in Xiao Chen's hand. When Xiao Chen saw how pitiful it was, his heart softened. He said, I'm afraid of you. You are really a little ancestor. I can't hit you or scold you. I even have to provide you with good food and drinks. Bai gulped down a big mouthful of wine. Its little face revealed a blush. Then, it suddenly snatched away the flowing light flower petal in Xiao Chen's hand. It made a face at Xiao Chen and slipped away. Xiao Chen revealed a smile. He used his spiritual sense to chase after it. When he discovered that it had not gone far, he relaxed. After leaving Mo City, Bai had been following him everywhere. There were a few times when they met with danger, and Bai had saved him more than once. Xiao Chen had long forgotten his purpose in capturing Bai. Now, in his eyes, Bai was no longer a pet but his best companion. Although Bai cultivated the mysterious 9 Heavenly Revolution transformation and grew very quickly, its current combat prowess was no weaker than a regular martial saint's. However, Xiao Chen had never thought of asking it to help him in battle. There were a few times when Bai wanted to run out and help him. However, he blocked it in the mixed blood cloud, not letting it out. It was fine as long as it could live happily. If it got injured in battle or got into an accident, it would be too late for regrets. Early the next morning, the first ray of sunlight from the east shone through the window and onto Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and let out a drawn-out breath. He slowly got up and stretched his body. After a night of cultivation, he was filled with vigor. He was full of energy, qi, and spirit. He was filled with energy. After washing up, Xiao Chen rushed to the dueling grounds of Qingyun Peak. Lu Riyue had already agreed to teach him listening to the sword and communicating with it. Xiao Chen finally had a clear idea of his purpose in coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He could not help but be filled with anticipation. He quickened his pace. Pooh! Just as Xiao Chen walked out of the courtyard, a white figure leaped out. Its glossy body reflected a faint glow. It nimbly jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder. To Xiao Chen, Xiao Bai's petite body was almost negligible. It did not put any pressure on him at all when it sat on his shoulder. Xiao Chen did not know what difference the flowing light flower made to Bai. He was curious. He could not help but gently pull Bai from his shoulder into his embrace and observe it carefully. Bai's eyes flickered with an intelligent glow. When Xiao Chen looked into its eyes, he felt that it was more intelligent than usual. He could see a trace of shyness in the depths of its eyes. Shyness. I must have seen wrongly. It does not make sense for such a human-like gaze to appear in Bai's eyes. Xiao Chen composed himself and looked again. That shyness had already disappeared. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had indeed seen wrongly. Xiao Chen placed Bai back on his shoulder. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Qingyun Peak's dueling plaza. It was unknown when Lu Riyue had arrived. She was currently guiding Lu Suifeng in martial techniques. The expression on her face was very stern, and there was some disappointment in her eyes. You failed the exam last year. Your bone age is already 19. If you fail again, you will never be able to become a core disciple. Don't go to Jade Maiden Peak for now. I have already helped you apply for leave, Lu Riyue said with a sullen expression. Lu Suifeng said with a bitter expression, that can't be. Sis, I have an appointment with Miss Xinyun in the afternoon. We are going to do a mission together. Dong. Lu Ryue smacked Lu Suifeng's forehead violently. You are useless. She is already a core disciple of Jade Maiden Peak. She might even be a true inheritor. Look at you. You are still acting like trash. In this Tianwu continent, if you do not have strong strength, how can you protect the people you love? You are not even as strong as a girl and you still have the cheek to chase after her. I feel ashamed for you. Lu Suifeng rubbed his head and said, Sis, you can't say that. Then wouldn't a strong and ferocious woman like you have to spend the rest of your life alone? You are asking for a beating. Lu Suifeng nimbly dodged to the side and continued, Haha, sis, I am not wrong. Look at the great Qin nation, which man can defeat you? It would be difficult to find one. You still dare to talk back. You will stay in Qinyun Peak until the end of the month. Lu Ryue glared at Lu Suifeng and said fiercely. When she heard Xiao Chen's footsteps, Lu Ryue could not be bothered with Lu Suifeng. When Lu Ryue saw a bai on Xiao Chen's shoulder, her eyes lit up. She quickly walked over and felt it was strange. She said, This little fellow, why does it seem like he has more spiritual energy than yesterday? Xiao Bai seemed to understand Lu Ryue's words. A happy expression appeared on her face as she blinked at Lu Ryue a few times. After a while, he cheered and jumped down energetically. He grabbed onto Xiao Chen's leg and shook it continuously. Xiao Chen knew what it meant. He took out a bottle of wine from the universe ring. Bai held the wine and immediately ran to the side happily. Lu Ryue revealed a rare warm smile on her face. She said, This little fellow will be fine after drinking too much, right? Xiao Chen joked, Let him be, he is fine after drinking a little. As long as he doesn't go crazy, he will be fine. Lu Ryue withdrew her smile. She did not forget what she was here for today. She said, Come with me. Knowing what Lu Ryue was going to teach him, Xiao Chen felt excited in his heart. He quickly followed. Lu Ryue brought Xiao Chen to a weapon rack and stopped. There were all sorts of sabers on the weapon rack. Lu Ryue drew the small saber in her hand with a huang dang sound. The entire weapon rack could not help but shake. All the sabers on the weapon rack flew into the air with a ka-cie sound. Dang! Dang! Lu Ryue shouted softly and all the sabers stabbed into the ground 2 meters deep. They were incomparably neat and densely packed around the two of them. There were at least 500 weapons around them. Xiao Chen was startled. This gentle and quiet communicating with spirit was truly impressive. When fighting with others, if one could control their opponent's weapon, they would already have won half the battle. Before the battle even started, they would already be halfway to victory. After losing their weapons, unless they were people who practiced close combat, their combat prowess would be greatly reduced. Lu Ryue stood across from Xiao Chen. She had a calm expression on her face as she sheathed her saber. She said indifferently, listening to the sword and communicating with spirit is split into 4 realms. From the lowest to the highest, they are listening to the sword, controlling the sword, sword heart, and communicating with the spirit. Up until now, I have only reached the stage of controlling the sword. The technique I just executed is what I can achieve after I reach great perfection in controlling the sword. Xiao Chen listened carefully. When he saw Lu Ryue stop, he asked, Actually, I have a question. Why is listening to the sword and communicating with spirit called listening to the sword and not listening to the saber and communicating with spirit? Why is it known for the sword? Lu Ryue explained, the saber did not exist in the beginning. A long time ago, there was only one type of weapon in the continent, the sword. There were all sorts of swords. The saber was derived from the shape of the sword. Listening to the sword and communicating with spirit was originally a state of the sword. This state could be applied to the saber. After people got used to it, they were too lazy to change it. Chapter 2:12. So, there was such a principle. This was an eye-opener for Xiaoqin. However, did this prove that the sword was the most orthodox of all weapons? Lu Riyue continued, there are many states in the sword that cannot be applied to the saber. Of course, there are many unique states in saber techniques. However, these are too far away for us. There is no need to consider them for now. There were other states in the saber. This was the first time Xiaoqin heard of this. However, what Lu Riyue said was right. He did not even have a clue about listening to the sword and communicating with it. Thinking about his own state was indeed too far away. Xiaoqin nodded and said, I understand the principle behind this. Elder sister Riyue, let's begin. How do I enter the first state? Lu Riyue smiled somewhat helplessly. She looked very charming as she said, actually, I do not know how to enter it either. Back then, when I was practicing with the saber, I entered that state. Such experience will not be of much help to you. That is why when you suggested teaching you listening to the sword and communicating with it, I had no way of teaching you. These days, I have been thinking about how to teach you, how to let you learn listening to the sword and communicating with it. Xiaoqin felt depressed in his heart. After spending so much effort, could it be that in the end, she would just say that she comprehended it on her own? That would be as good as not having it at all. Fortunately, Lu Riyue's next words dispelled his suspicions. This allowed him to not feel too depressed. Since ancient times, states have always been comprehended by oneself. There has never been a precedent of someone trying to achieve it with the help of others. I have thought of some methods, but I am not very confident. You have to be mentally prepared. Xiaoqin smiled faintly, it does not matter. Having little confidence is better than having no confidence at all. It is better to do it. If it is not possible, I will not force it. Lu Riyue heaved a sigh of relief and smiled, in that case, I can rest assured. The girl in the lunar shadow saber should be very important to you. Otherwise, you would not be willing to delay your cultivation to wake her up. Ao Jiao's appearance appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. He remembered the promise he made to the Thunder King. Xiaoqin said very seriously, it is very important, very important. Elder sister Riyue, you woke her up previously. Can this method still be used? The last time they fought against Song Ke, Lu Riyue had successfully awakened Ao Jiao. If she really had a way to completely make Ao Jiao fantasize, then Xiaoqin would not have to worry about it. Lu Riyue smiled and said, that won't do. After all, that is not my saber. Furthermore, I only managed to achieve this effect after I forcefully used spirit communication. If you want to truly awaken it, you will have to rely on yourself. In the training field of Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqin sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He did not use any essence and just sat there quietly. His mind was blank and he did not think about anything. Around him, 500 long sabers were inserted into the ground in a circle around him. Faintly, a faint light was flickering on each of the long sabers. From time to time, they would spit out a cold glint. When one blinked, an illusion of 10,000 horses galloping and 1,000 soldiers roaring appeared in their minds. It was very majestic, as though it was happening right before their eyes. These 500 sabers all had their own origins. The lunar shadow saber, still in its scabbard, lay quietly beside Xiaoqin. Among the 500 sabers, it looked very ordinary, not eye-catching at all. Lu Riyue stood quietly at the side and looked at Xiaoqin, who was sitting cross-legged. She revealed a gentle smile and muttered to herself, I hope it will be of some use. Sis, can you comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it by stabbing 500 broken sabers into the ground and letting your imagination run wild? I think it is very mysterious. Lu Suifeng said as he ran behind Lu Riyue at some point in time. Lu Riyue's expression was as calm as water, there were no fluctuations in her expression. She said indifferently, "Broken sabers. Go and find 500 of these broken sabers for me to take a look." Every saber here was obtained from the ancient saber formation. Although they are not of high rank, they have existed for more than 10,000 years and possess a trace of Tao. You actually call them broken sabers? I can't be bothered to say anything more. The full name of the saber formation in Saber City was the Ancient Absolute Saber Formation. It had existed since the ancient era and had operated for more than 10,000 years. Even now, there were no signs of its might weakening. No one knew the origins of the saber formation. In the past hundreds and thousands of years, no one had entered the center of the saber formation to see what was supporting the operation of the ancient absolute saber formation. What made the saber formation famous was that as long as one could escape unscathed from the saber formation, they would be able to obtain a treasured saber. The longer one lasted in the saber formation, the more valuable the treasured saber would be. However, the saber formation was very dangerous. It was already very difficult for a martial saint to last for an hour. Even someone as strong as a martial monarch would not last more than half a day. If one wanted to obtain a treasured saber with a trace of Tao that had existed for more than 10,000 years, the chances were very small. It was clear how difficult it was for Lu Riyue to obtain 500 of such treasured sabers in one go. Lu Suifeng revealed an astonished expression. "Sis, 500 of such sabers. You probably moved half of the stock in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. How did you do it?" Lu Riyue said softly, "Lu Qin owes me a favor. Coincidentally, his old man is in charge of these tools. So I borrowed them. After all, I have to return them after using them." So he agreed. Lu Suifeng's expression was exaggerated. He pretended to be hurt as he said, "Sis, I am starting to suspect if you are my biological sister. Why don't I receive such treatment? This is too hurtful." Lu Riyue looked at Lu Suifeng resentfully. She said, "Before you were 13 years old, did I not put in enough effort on you? I laid such a good foundation for you. Now, you have wasted it all. You still have the cheek to say that." Lu Suifeng laughed out loud. "Sis, I discovered that you are not calm, like you are hiding something. Have you fallen in love? Actually, I can help you matchmake. Look at Brother Yi. His future is boundless. He will not have any problems with the core disciple exam this time. Furthermore, he is already a superior grade martial grand master at the age of 16. His cultivation talent is not much weaker than yours. He is completely worthy of you. The most important thing is that Brother Yi does not seem to have anyone he likes. You can take advantage of this and, bang! Before Lu Suifeng could finish jabbering on, he heard a gust of wind. A slender leg appeared in front of him and kicked him heavily in the chest. There was a loud boom and his body flew back rapidly like a sandbag. He cried out in pain in the air. He flew far away and crashed into the wall of the dueling grounds before falling to the ground. Lu Suifeng got up and felt his entire body aching. He could not help but groan in pain. This is really not an ordinary kind of pain. Ha ha. However, it seems like the result is good. There is hope, aha. When the somewhat drunk Bai saw Lu Suifeng suddenly land beside him, his face turned red. He cried out excitedly and sent out a palm strike. Hoo! A huge shockwave was created. The shockwave turned into a violent gale, sweeping Lu Suifeng's body into the air. When the gale returned, Lu Suifeng's body landed heavily on the ground once again. This time, he fell even harder than before, his bones nearly broke. When Lu Suifeng saw the drunk Bai crying out with a slightly red face, he was startled. Damn! This little thing is getting drunk again. Quickly run. In the days when Xiao Qin was not around, every time Bai got drunk, he would occasionally get drunk. Furthermore, he especially liked to use Lu Suifeng as a target. This had already left a deep impression on him. Because they were afraid of Xiao Qin blaming them, they did not tell Xiao Qin about this. Lu Suifeng circulated his essence and dashed out of the dueling grounds. Bai turned into a white phantom. His speed was much faster than Lu Suifeng's. He cried out and chased after him. Lu Rui's saw all this but did not care. This was not the first time Lu Suifeng had been chased by Bai. Although Bai was mischievous, he would not really injure Lu Suifeng. In Lu Rui's opinion, this was a good way to train Lu Suifeng's reaction speed and ability to resist attacks. On the other hand, Xiao Qin sat on the ground, focusing his mind on the spiritual pedestal. His mind was clear, and he did not think of anything as he sat there quietly. At the start, when Lu Rui told him her first method, he felt it was strange, just like Lu Suifeng. However, since he chose to believe in Lu Rui, he had to keep believing in her. He had to open his heart and trust her unreservedly. After an unknown amount of time, the world in front of Xiao Qin suddenly changed. He discovered he was in a pitch-black space. There was nothing around him. His surroundings were completely silent, there was no sound at all. Huang dang dang. The 500 sabers on the ground suddenly started shaking non-stop. The shaking became more and more intense. The entire dueling grounds trembled slightly. Lu Rui revealed an extremely joyful expression. She looked at Xiao Qin on the ground and said, "The ancient saber intents have merged into one. Now, it is up to you whether you can catch them or not. Do not disappoint me." The pitch-black space was like the galaxy outside, it was filled with boundless darkness. Suddenly, 10,000 spots of light appeared. It was like 10,000 lanterns slowly lighting up. In the dazzling space, it was extremely beautiful. Xiao Qin was startled as he said, "What is this? Where exactly is this place? Wasn't I in Qingyun Peak's dueling grounds? How did I end up here?" Shua! Shua! Just as Xiao Qin was feeling suspicious, the 10,000 spots of light filled the sky and flew over. When they got close, Xiao Qin discovered that these spots of light were actually sabers glowing with light. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! Countless sabers glowed with light as they flew around in front of Xiao Qin. They had long flaming tails behind them. In this pitch-black space, they displayed a different kind of splendor. Faster! 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 An urgent voice kept ringing in Xiao Qin's heart, urging him to hurry up. It was urging him to find a saber that belonged to him in this space. Who? A saber quickly flew towards Xiao Qin like a meteor. Xiao Qin was startled. If he was struck by this saber, he would die on the spot. He quickly dodged to the side. Shua! Shua! A few more sabers continuously flew at Xiao Qin, they were as fast as meteors. Xiao Qin felt very anxious. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and moved around continuously in this pitch-black space. Chapter 213. However, the more he dodged, the more sabers flew at him from the sky. In the end, it became very strenuous for him. Wounds of varying depth started to appear on his body, and blood dripped down. What exactly is this? Lu Suifeng, elder sister Rui, can you hear me? Xiao Qin shouted anxiously. However, aside from the whistling of saber lights, there was nothing else in this space. Quick! Quick! Find your saber! Find your saber! That urgent voice resounded in Xiao Qin's heart once again. It was like 10,000 horses galloping, 1,000 soldiers crossing the border. Urgent! 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 Xiao Qin looked around. Aside from saber lights, there were only saber lights. Where was his saber? He tried calling out to the universe ring in his hand a few times, but he could not open it. His saber was not here at all. Damn it! Where exactly is this place? Shao Chen roared and stopped dodging. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated rapidly. The bones in his body crackled as he executed the great dragon tiger fist continuously. The saber lights flying at him were shattered by the force of 6,000 kilograms of force. They turned into motes of starlight and disappeared into the boundless void. However, these saber lights seemed to be boundless, they were uncountable. No matter how many he shattered, there were still millions of saber lights flying at him. The dueling grounds of Qingyun Peak trembled continuously. Shao Chen, who was sitting on the ground, frowned. His forehead was covered in sweat and his eyes were tightly shut. He revealed a pained expression, as though he was in a nightmare. Lu Ryue's expression turned grave. She muttered, "Am I too anxious? Yi Chen, you can do it. Once you find your saber, you can come out. You can definitely do it." Lu Ryue intertwined her hands together, twisting them continuously. Unknowingly, her hands had already turned purple. However, Lu Ryue did not notice it. It was clear that she was feeling very conflicted. "Elder sister, what's wrong?" The commotion in the training grounds was too big. When Lu Suifeng, who had been chased out by Bai, saw the commotion, he immediately rushed back. When Bai, who was following behind Lu Suifeng, saw the pained expression on Shao Chen's face, he seemed to be able to feel the anxiety in Shao Chen's heart. His drunken state immediately disappeared. With a low roar, he turned into a white phantom and pounced towards Shao Chen, who was surrounded by the ancient treasured saber. However, just as he pounced forward, a horrifying shockwave rose from the 500 sabers and sent Bai flying. He landed heavily on the ground and bounced a long distance. "Ayo!" Bai's cute face suddenly revealed an extremely ferocious expression. Its black eyes turned blood red. It let out a long roar, and a monstrous aura spread out from its small body. Lu Ryue pushed off with her feet and teleported behind Bai. Her palm turned into a saber and struck Bai's neck, knocking it out before it went berserk. Rumble. On the spacious martial arts field, a strong wind blew. The bright space became dim and the ground trembled even more violently. The 500 sabers fluttered and flickered non-stop. The clanging of the sabers reverberated in the training grounds. Lu Suifeng did not understand what was going on. He became even more anxious. "Elder sister, what is going on? What is going on?" Lu Ryue gently hugged the unconscious Bai and said, "I used these 500 sabers and the magic crystal stones under the training grounds to merge the ancient saber intent into a small ancient absolute saber formation." Lu Suifeng turned pale with fright. Ancient absolute saber formation. Yi Chen is at the center of the formation. Will he be fine? Lu Ryue's charming face was calm as she said, "Compared to the true ancient absolute saber formation, the might of this formation is much weaker. If you want to forcefully obtain the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, you have to take some risks. It is impossible. However, you should have told him in advance." He was not mentally prepared at all. "I was afraid he would not be able to walk out of it." The worry on Lu Suifeng's face did not lessen. Lu Ryue said unhurriedly, "There are some things that are meaningless if you know them in advance. As long as he can find his own saber, this ancient absolute saber formation will break on its own. At that time, he will forcefully comprehend the first state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, listening to the sword." Boundless saber lights shot out in all directions in the dark space. Shao Chen's body was like a tiger and a dragon. He relied on the huge strength of his physical body to shatter the sabers flying at him. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions rang out incessantly, reverberating in this boundless darkness. Although he would be fine for the time being, Xiao Chen became increasingly anxious. No matter how ferocious his strength was, there would come a time when it would run out. At that time, 10,000 sabers would pierce his heart and he would have no chance of surviving. Quick, quick, draw your saber. Draw your saber. The anxious voice rang out incessantly again, lingering in Xiao Chen's ears. Bastard, you only know how to shout. You are barehanded, where did the saber come from? There is no reaction from the universe ring. Even if you shout 10,000 times, the saber will not come out. Xiao Chen could not help but curse loudly. However, no one answered his question. That anxious voice continued to ring out incessantly. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Chen did his best to calm his emotions. At this moment of life and death, his mind slowly cleared up. It seemed like ever since he entered this world, he had been in a state of anxiety, disrupting his normal thinking. Xiao Chen would not normally be this anxious. There was only one reason for this. It was the voice ringing out incessantly in his heart. That anxious figure, which was like 10,000 galloping horses, caused Xiao Chen's heart to be filled with anxiety, disrupting his thinking. If Xiao Chen wanted to leave this strange space and resolve this crisis, there was only one way. He had to find out where the voice was coming from and draw the saber it spoke of. Quick, quick, draw your saber, the anxious voice rang out again like a demonic voice. Xiao Chen focused and did his best to maintain a clear mind, not getting infected by the frenzy in the voice. So that's how it is. After a while, Xiao Chen understood. He revealed a calm smile on his face. Where the saber is, the voice will be. Where the saber is, the voice will be. In other words, where the voice is, the saber will be. A look of determination flashed on Xiao Chen's face. Where the voice is, isn't the voice in my heart? Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Xiao Chen shouted and materialized the might of a tiger and dragon. He crossed his arms in front of him. With the tiger and dragon in his body, he could instantly block the force of tens of thousands of kilograms, fearless of mountains and rivers. Dang! 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 The countless saber lights flying at him were blocked by a barrier of light. They trembled continuously. Xiao Chen pushed his arms forward and blocked all the saber lights. Pu Ci. Taking advantage of the fact that the saber lights could not reach him for a short period of time, Xiao Chen stabbed his 5 fingers into his heart like a sharp knife. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain, flowing out continuously. Since that anxious voice came from his heart, naturally, the saber was in his heart as well. This place was definitely not a normal space. He should be in a mental illusion somewhere. However, even if it was a mental illusion, if one died, there was a high chance that one's real body would die as well. However, Xiao Chen had no other choice but to take a gamble. Who? Suddenly, a resplendent light came out from his chest. The pained expression on Xiao Chen's face eased significantly. Then, he slowly withdrew his right hand. A girl made of light followed Xiao Chen's right hand and slowly flew out from his chest. When the girl's body completely left, the wound on Xiao Chen's chest quickly healed. Is this the saber hidden in my heart? Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the girl's appearance. He revealed an astonished expression. Qingyun Peak, Dueling Grounds, within the saber formation, the lunar shadow saber that Xiao Chen placed beside him suddenly trembled non-stop. With a huang-danged sound, it automatically came out of its scabbard and danced in the air. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, the entire miniature ancient absolute saber formation stopped trembling. Shwa! Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, grabbing the lunar shadow saber that was dancing non-stop. Xiao Chen had a solemn expression as he grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. He held the index and middle fingers of his left hand together and slowly slid them from the bottom of the lunar shadow saber to the tip. As Xiao Chen's fingers slid across the saber lit up with a resplendent light. When his fingers slid across the tip of the saber, the light on the saber was already very resplendent and dazzling. After the light faded, the pitch-black lunar shadow saber turned completely white. The saber flickered with a cold light. It was even sharper than before. When Xiao Chen felt the energy in the lunar shadow saber, he revealed a smile. He said, "The seal is finally broken a little. The lunar shadow saber is now a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. It has officially advanced to an inferior grade earth ranked spirit weapon." When Lu Riyue saw the lunar shadow saber transform successfully, her anxious face finally relaxed. She gently released Bai from her embrace. Whing! 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 The frenzied shaking of the dueling grounds finally stopped. The 500 ancient treasured sabers containing Daos on the ground all left the ground and returned to their scabbards. Xiao Chen slowly landed on the ground. He stretched out his hand and the scabbard flew into his grasp. He sheathed his saber and revealed a faint smile on his face as he walked over to Lu Riyue. "Did you find the saber? Can you feel the saber's breathing and pulse?" Lu Riyue asked Xiao Chen softly. Xiao Chen shook his head and said helplessly, "I did find it, but I did not feel anything special. The lunar shadow saber is different from what I imagined." In that pitch-black space, just as Xiao Chen was about to see the appearance of the girl, she suddenly turned into countless figures of light. The entire space disappeared and he returned to reality. Lu Riyue revealed a doubtful expression. She could not understand. She said, "I clearly found my saber in that space, but why did I not enter the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "Maybe the method is wrong. I will try another method tomorrow. That's all we can do." Lu Riyue nodded before saying, "That's right, there is still half a month before the core disciple exam begins. You can go and make some preparations. Use your contribution points to exchange for martial techniques in Qingyun Peak's library. Tomorrow, I will get Sui Feng to bring you to the library. You should go back and rest first. At the same time, think about what martial techniques you want to exchange for." Chapter 214. Xiao Chen nodded and carried the unconscious Bai into his embrace. He asked, "What's wrong with Bai?" Lu Suifeng said, "It wanted to go berserk to save you, but my sis knocked it out first." Regardless of whether it was a cultivator or a spirit beast, going berserk would have a huge repercussions. This was especially so for Bai, which was still in its infancy state. The repercussions from going berserk would be even stronger. "That's right, Brother Yi, you should make Bai drink less in the future," Lu Suifeng said gravely when he thought about how Bai had chased him all over the mountain. Xiao Chen felt suspicious and asked, "Why?" "This is a little complicated to explain. Actually, that..." Lu Suifeng spoke incoherently for a long time, but he was still too embarrassed to say that Bai had chased him all over the place. It was night, the waning moon hung high in the sky, and the stars were dim. Xiao Chen stood in his own courtyard, holding the lunar shadow saber in his right hand. He held 2 fingers on his left hand and moved them around the saber. The light on the snow-white saber became increasingly resplendent. As the friction intensified, the essence in Xiao Chen's body was driven, pouring into the saber in an endless stream. In the next moment, streams of sharp saber chi spewed out from the saber, dancing wildly in the air. These saber chi were different from the saber chi of a regular cultivator. The sharp saber chi contained the power of thunder. Electricity danced along with the saber chi, filling the entire sky of the courtyard. Xiao Chen released his fingers, and the saber chi in the air instantly disappeared. After the electricity flickered for a while, it also disappeared without a trace. After coming out from that pitch-black space, Although Xiao Qin did not comprehend the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, he seemed to have comprehended another unknown state. This allowed him to unleash saber chi with electricity at the martial Grand Master realm. The might of this saber chi was even stronger than the saber chi of some inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, its potential was far from being developed. Xiao Qin collected his thoughts and looked at the snow-white lunar shadow saber in his hand. He was filled with doubts. This was the first time he realized that he could not understand this saber at all. Everything in that pitch-black space was very strange. After that, Xiao Qin learned from Lu Riyue that it was a spiritual space formed by the ancient saber intent. It could trigger the saber intent hidden in the depths of a cultivator's heart. After Xiao Qin understood this, he became even more confused. The saber intent of the lunar shadow saber was actually that of an unfamiliar girl. Although he did not see her appearance clearly, Xiao Qin was sure that it was not Ao Jiao. The next morning, sunlight shone through the window onto Xiao Qin's face. Xiao Qin opened his eyes and woke up from his cultivation. When he walked out of the courtyard, he saw Lu Suifeng waiting for him. "Suifeng, sorry to keep you waiting," Xiao Qin greeted. Lu Suifeng smiled gently. "It's fine, I just arrived as well. I did not wait for long. Let's go, I'll bring you to the library." The two of them chatted happily as they walked to the top of the mountain. Along the way, Bai appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto Xiao Qin's shoulder, startling Lu Suifeng. "What's wrong?" Xiao Qin asked when he saw Lu Suifeng's shocked expression. Lu Suifeng smiled awkwardly. "Nothing, let's continue on our way." "That's right, how many contribution points do you have? What martial technique do you intend to exchange for?" Xiao Qin had already thought of what martial technique to exchange for. He did not need a cultivation technique for now. Although he was not clear on the rank of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, based on Xiao Qin's slow cultivation speed, he knew that this Purple Thunder Divine Incantation would be sufficient for him to cultivate for a long time. He also did not need a fish technique or a movement technique. Thinking about it, Qingyun Peak did not have any martial techniques that surpassed the Great Dragon Tiger Fist and the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. There was no need to consider them. The only thing Xiao Qin lacked was a good saber technique. After Xiao Qin's improvements, the Rushing Thunder Saber technique had already reached the inferior grade Earth ranked. However, it was too straightforward, there was no room for maneuver. If he met one or two enemies, it would be fine. However, if he met a group of enemies with similar cultivation realms, it would be very difficult to deal with them. He could only use the changing character formula to simulate a martial technique. However, the changing character formula could simulate a martial technique. Before he made a breakthrough in his Battle Sage origins, the martial techniques that he copied would be very different from the martial techniques that he cultivated. Thus, Xiao Qin urgently needed a saber technique. It would be best if it was an Earth ranked 1 or above. Profound ranked and Yellow ranked ones were useless, they were just a waste of time. There was no need to consider it. However, he did not know if Qingyun Peak had any martial techniques above Earth ranked. Thinking of this, Xiao Qin asked, "There are martial techniques above Earth ranked in Qingyun Peak's library. I have 1,000 contribution points, is that enough?" A cocky smile appeared on Lu Suifeng's handsome face. He said, "If you were in the other peaks, you would have to go through a lot of trouble to obtain an Earth-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, it would require a lot of contribution points. There would be very few Earth-ranked martial techniques to choose from. However, this is not a problem in Qingyun Peak. Qingyun Peak was once the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Among the 7 peaks, it has the most complete martial techniques. There are 15 Earth-ranked martial techniques, second only to the main hall's library. In a situation where Heaven-ranked martial techniques did not appear, Earth-ranked martial techniques were already the peak martial techniques in the continent. Any large clan that possessed an Earth-ranked martial technique would be able to prosper for several hundred years. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was truly worthy of being a great sect with 10,000 years of inheritance. Just a random peak already had 15 Earth-ranked martial techniques. Their accumulations were truly shocking. I only have 1,000 contribution points, is that enough? Xiao Chen asked worriedly. After all, this was the first time he was using contribution points to exchange for a martial technique. He did not know how much contribution points were worth. Lu Suifeng blushed with shame. Can you not use such a tone? What do you mean by I only have 1,000 contribution points? You speak as though 1,000 contribution points are nothing. How can I, a person who cannot even earn 500 contribution points in half a year, endure this? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. I don't understand this. Just tell me if I can exchange for it or not. I can tell you with certainty that I can. You are not really going to exchange for it. You are just borrowing a handwritten copy. It is more than enough, there is no need to worry, Lu Suifeng said seriously. Hearing this, Xiao Chen relaxed. If that was the case, he had underestimated the purchasing power of contribution points. Who knows, he might be able to borrow a superior grade Earth-ranked martial technique. The two of them continued towards the top of the mountain. The mountain path was rugged, but with their cultivations, it was like walking on flat ground. They advanced very quickly and before long, they saw a group of majestic pavilions and terraces. However, there was still a long way to go before they could reach their destination. The distance was not short. Suddenly, Lu Suifeng, who was walking in front, stopped. He asked Xiao Chen, Brother Yi, what do you think of my elder sister? The power of this question was very strong. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was stunned. He stopped moving quickly. Bai, who was on his shoulder, nearly fell off. He glared fiercely at Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng ignored Bai, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He continued to smile and asked, What do you think of my elder sister? Xiao Chen said carefully, This depends on what I am talking about. Your question is too general. Lu Suifeng smiled gently and continued, In that case, I will ask in more detail. Do you think my elder sister is pretty? She is very flirtatious, absolutely beautiful, Xiao Chen said honestly after thinking for a while. Lu Suifeng laughed loudly and continued, What do you think of my elder sister's martial arts? She is very talented, a dragon among men. Then, does my elder sister treat you well? She spent a lot of effort to complete the ancient absolute saber formation yesterday, as well as all the other things in the past. And, I have nothing more to say. The smile on Lu Suifeng's face became even wider. He said, Say, a girl like her should be someone that people would fight over. She should be a rare resource, right? Xiao Chen continued to nod his head, and, that is indeed the case. In that case, how about I introduce my elder sister to you? Xiao Chen's mind buzzed. He thought he heard wrong. He asked doubtfully, What did you say? Say it again. Lu Suifeng laughed, Is it not clear enough? In that case, I will say it slowly. How about you become my brother-in-law? You see. Hu Qi. Bai, who was sitting on Xiao Chen's shoulder, leaped up and landed on top of Lu Suifeng's head. His snow-white claws scratched Lu Suifeng's head continuously. The sudden situation caught Lu Suifeng off guard. His hands kept pulling upwards as he said anxiously, Don't move. I just did my hair this morning. It hurts, ah. In the end, the more he pulled, the more confused he became. Bai's speed was much faster than his. He could not keep up at all. In the confusion, he suddenly lost his balance and rolled down. Xiao Chen was distracted by Lu Suifeng's question. When he heard Lu Suifeng cry out miserably, he recovered his wits. However, he discovered that it was too late to help. Lu Suifeng had already rolled down far away. However, although the mountain path was rugged, it was not steep. With Lu Suifeng's physique, he would only suffer some superficial wounds at most. Xiaoqin smiled helplessly and turned around to continue walking up. Not long after, a gust of wind blew behind Xiaoqin. Lu Suifeng had bai on his head. His complexion was pale, and his hair was disheveled. He walked over to Xiaoqin. "Big brother Yi, put away this little ancestor. It is playing with me to death." Bai squatted on Lu Suifeng's head. There was a faint smile on his face. His snow-white hands occasionally patted Lu Suifeng's forehead. His intelligent eyes looked innocently at Xiaoqin. It was very moving. This little fellow did something bad, yet he still put on an innocent and cute appearance. It was impossible to get angry with him. Xiaoqin could only carry him down and place him on the mountain path. Lu Suifeng finally heaved a sigh of relief. He brushed his hair back and continued to say to Xiaoqin, "Brother Yi, what do you think of my earlier words? You answered my earlier questions very quickly. Stop hesitating. Didn't you say that everything about my sister is good? What are you hesitating for? Don't you like her? Just say the word and I will do it for you. I'm leaving." A white figure flew towards Lu Suifeng again. This time, Lu Suifeng was prepared and dodged to the side. When Xiaoqin saw Bai was still messing around, he temporarily placed it in the spirit blood jade. Then he said to Lu Suifeng, "I do like her, but it is not that kind of like. Furthermore, I am not strong enough now. If there is someone I love, I will not be able to protect them. I can only focus on cultivation for now. Brother Lu, let's not talk about this anymore." Chapter 2:15. Lu Suifeng continued, You are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Being together will not affect your cultivation. Instead, you will improve together. There is no need to worry." When Xiaoqin heard this, he smiled. He was truly amused by Lu Suifeng. "All right, you don't have to say anymore. I know what you are thinking. You want me to distract your sister so that you can chase after Chu Xinyun in peace. But..." Xiaoqin withdrew his smile and said seriously, "Your sister is right. In this world where the strong rule, without sufficient strength, you cannot act rashly. You will understand this sooner or later." Lu Suifeng had lived under Lu Ruyue's protection since he was young. He probably did not have many opportunities to go down the mountain. He did not understand this world as well as Xiaoqin. If this continued, he would be at a disadvantage sooner or later. However, Xiaoqin was about the same age as him, so he could not say it out loud. He could only shake his head in his heart. When Lu Suifeng saw that his trick was seen through, he laughed awkwardly. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go quickly. We have already wasted a lot of time." After that, the two of them did not say anything. They hurried on their way. Soon, under Lu Suifeng's lead, Xiaoqin arrived at Qingyun Peak's library. More than 10 divine saber camp bladesmen stood on both sides expressionlessly. Even though they had withdrawn their killing qi, when they stood side by side, they still gave off a sense of pressure. Xiaoqin did not expect to meet people from the divine saber camp here. However, when he thought about it, he understood. The place where any sect or faction kept their secret manuals was a forbidden area. For the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to send people from the Divine Saber Camp to guard this place was reasonable. There were probably more hidden guards than the ones in front of him. Xiaoqin did not dare to casually extend out his spiritual sense. He followed behind Lu Suifeng and slowly walked towards the door of the library. After he handed over his identity token, the Divine Saber Camp bladesmen did not say anything and let him in. Behind the door of the library, there was a tall wooden table. It was similar to the counter of a restaurant. There was a black-robed old man behind the wooden table. Xiaoqin could not tell what cultivation realm he was at. He sipped tea and focused on reading. The old man felt Xiaoqian's gaze and gently put down the book in his hand. He smiled amiably at Xiaoqin. "Little brother, you are finally here." When Xiaoqin heard this, he was slightly stunned. He did not seem to know this old man. When Lu Suifeng saw the situation, he stepped forward and explained, "This is my first uncle, Lu Qing. He was injured 20 years ago. The ice crystal flower you snatched back then saved my first uncle's life." Xiaoqin understood. So, that was the case. He was of the same generation as the previous peak master. That meant that his status was already very high. He did not dare to slight him. He stepped forward and said, "Yichen greets senior. In the end, I should be the one bowing to you. If it were not for you, I would have lost my life long ago." Xiaoqin could not figure out Lu Qing's cultivation. Furthermore, he was a senior. How could Xiaoqin dare to accept his bow? He quickly said, "Senior is too serious. It was just a small matter. Suifeng, bring him to the second floor. I will only charge half the contribution points for the secret manuals he chose today." Lu Qing nodded. He was very satisfied with Xiaoqian's humble attitude. Xiaoqin did not expect there to be such a benefit. He quickly thanked Lu Suifeng and followed Lu Suifeng, quickly heading to the second floor of Qingyun Peak's library. The library was split into 2 floors. The first floor was filled with yellow-ranked and profound-ranked secret manuals. There were no earth-ranked secret manuals. The second floor was filled with superior-grade profound-ranked secret manuals. Shaw! Shaw! When Xiaoqin arrived at the second floor, he heard the sound of pages flipping. It was very quiet on the second floor. Could there be other people here? When Xiaoqin looked carefully, there were indeed many people from the other peak seriously choosing secret manuals. Lu Suifeng explained, "Don't find it strange. These are the core disciples of the sect. The core disciples have the right to go to the other peaks and choose secret manuals." Xiaoqin nodded and ignored them. After he found out where the secret manuals for saber techniques were kept, he immediately went over and started choosing. There were only 15 earth-ranked secret manuals in Qingyun Peak's library. Ignoring cultivation techniques, palm techniques, and movement techniques, Xiaoqin only found 3 inferior-grade earth-ranked saber techniques and 1 medial-grade earth-ranked saber technique. As for superior-grade earth-ranked saber techniques, there was not a single one. Medial-grade earth-ranked saber technique, withered tree saber technique. There was a total of 18 moves. It was comprehended by an almighty senior in front of a 10,000-year-old withered tree. This saber technique was simple and condensed, it was calm and imposing. There were no extravagant or complicated moves. It did not require a high comprehension ability to practice it. However, it was easy to learn but hard to master. The essence of this saber technique required one to comprehend the longevity of the withered tree, enduring silently for 10,000 years. Only then would one be able to practice it to great perfection. Withered tree saber technique. Just from the name, one could tell the style of this saber technique. It was tenacious and heavy. It was a simple saber technique. It was good, but unfortunately, it did not suit Xiaoqian's style. Furthermore, Xiaoqian's spirit was not of the wood attribute. It would be difficult for him to reach great perfection. The only medial-grade earth-ranked saber technique was not suitable for him. Xiaoqian felt it was unfortunate. Then, he looked at the remaining 3 inferior-grade earth-ranked saber techniques. Mountain-splitting saber technique, inferior-grade earth-ranked saber technique. There was a total of 9 moves. It was large, ferocious, and tyrannical. When practiced to great perfection, it would be easy to split mountains. This was one of the more widespread inferior-grade earth-ranked saber techniques in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Many people had practiced it before. When Xiao Qin was underground, he had seen Ma Qin use it. Its might was indeed extraordinary. There were no requirements for the attribute of the cultivator's martial spirit. It was a choice. Xiao Qin slowly placed it down. If there were no other choices, he would choose it. Xiao Qin continued looking. The remaining two saber techniques were the Wind and Thunder Saber Technique and the Lingyun Saber Technique. The Wind and Thunder Saber Technique was a superior grade profound ranked saber technique. However, it had very high requirements for practicing it. One had to have a dual attributed martial spirit to practice it. There were very few people with such a physique. Hence, it was not very popular. Hence, it was demoted to inferior grade profound ranked. The Lingyun Saber Technique had a total of 18 moves. It was created by a senior of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion on the highest peak of the Lingyun mountain range. After cultivating it for 100 years, he suddenly comprehended it while looking at the majestic Lingyun mountain range. Unfortunately, this saber technique was not a complete saber technique. Xiao Qin did not know why, but he destroyed the final 3 moves of this saber technique. This resulted in this saber technique, which was originally comparable to a peak superior grade earth ranked saber technique, being demoted to inferior grade earth ranked. Because it was missing the final 3 moves, it was not a complete martial technique. Furthermore, it had very high requirements for comprehension. Hence, like the Wind and Thunder Saber Technique, very few people practiced it. Of the 4 saber techniques, the Withered Wood Saber Technique did not match. The Wind and Thunder Saber Technique had 2 high requirements. Xiao Qin could only choose from the Mountain Splitting Saber Technique and the Lingyun Saber Technique. The names of these 2 saber techniques were very interesting. One was named Mountain Splitting and the other was named Mountain Range. Xiao Qin did not know if the Mountain Splitting Saber Technique that he practiced to great perfection would be able to split the Lingyun mountain range that he practiced to great perfection. The 2 saber techniques had their own unique points. However, the Lingyun Saber Technique was on a higher level. However, because it had a higher requirement for comprehension and was missing the final 3 moves, there were not as many people practicing it as there were for the Mountain Splitting Saber Technique. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin picked up the Lingyun Saber Technique. I'll choose this. Although the Mountain Splitting Saber Technique is the complete version, there are too many people practicing it in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It is too ordinary. The Lingyun Saber Technique was more suitable for him. Although it had a higher requirement for comprehension, Xiao Qin lacked a lot of things. However, he lacked comprehension. He was not afraid of not being able to practice this Lingyun Saber Technique well. Who knew, with his current comprehension, it might even be possible for him to comprehend the final 3 moves by himself. After making up his mind, Xiao Qin started to flip through the Lingyun Saber Technique. After flipping a few pages, he finished reading the introduction. However, he discovered that there were only blank pages. The meridian circulation routes, the mental cultivation method, the names of the moves, there was nothing. Xiao Qin flipped through the other secret manuals and discovered that they were the same. There were only rough introductions, and the rest were blank pages. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin understood the crux of the matter. Most cultivators had very good memories. If all the cultivation techniques here were completely recorded, they would be able to memorize them in half a day. They could memorize a martial technique in half a day. Furthermore, there were geniuses with photographic memory. They would probably be able to memorize all the martial techniques in the Compendium Pavilion in a day. Given this, the rule of using contribution points to exchange for martial techniques would be useless. It would be more troublesome to obtain the secret manual than he imagined. After putting away the Lingyun Saber Technique, Xiao Qin did not see Lu Suifeng. He was not in a rush to return, so he started to wander around the 2nd floor. Xiao Qin started to wander around the bookshelves. Occasionally, he would flip through the various martial techniques. Looking at the introductions was a way to broaden his horizons. In the future, if he met an enemy who practiced this type of martial technique, he would be able to get a rough idea of it. As he wandered around, Xiaochen discovered a strange martial technique in the corner of a bookshelf. There was a note behind the simplified 9-saber heavenly exterminating formation. This secret manual was still in the process of being theorized, it was not perfected yet. It was for reference only. 9-saber heavenly exterminating formation, isn't that one of the 3 great formations of the heavenly saber pavilion? Why is it here? Furthermore, it is a simplified version. Xiao Chen's interest was piqued. He quickly picked it up and flipped through it. Unfortunately, it was the same as the other martial techniques. The simplified version of the 9-saber heavenly exterminating formation only had a rough introduction. The detailed method of operation was not written in it. Yi Chen, have you chosen your martial technique? Lu Suifeng asked as he strolled over from behind. Xiao Chen carefully put away the simplified martial technique. When he saw the secret manual in Lu Suifeng's hands, he could not help but be astonished. The one in your hand seems to be an Earth-ranked secret manual. Lu Suifeng nodded and said, it is an inferior grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique. This is the contribution points that I earned from working as a caretaker at Jade Maiden Peak for the past half a year. This time, I can use it before the core disciple exam. After the two of them spoke, they headed down the stairs. At the top of the stairs, there was a person in his 20s. He was wearing the gray robes of the Gongyu Peak cultivators. He had a rather handsome face, but he gave off a sinister aura. When Lu Suifeng saw this person, his expression changed. He said in surprise, Wang Rong, when did you come back? When Wang Rong saw Lu Suifeng's appearance, he smiled gently. He revealed an expression of disdain, I just came back. After a year, you have not changed at all. No, you have become even weaker than before. Move aside. Wang Rong casually pushed Lu Suifeng's shoulder with his palm. He did not seem to use much strength, but Lu Suifeng's body was pushed back uncontrollably. Chapter 216. Who? Xiaochen took a step forward and placed his right hand on Lu Suifeng's back, neutralizing the force. Only then did Lu Suifeng slowly stabilize himself. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he thanked Xiaochen in a soft voice. Wang Rong smiled faintly and revealed a trace of mockery in his eyes. He said, You are even weaker than I thought. You cannot even withstand a single blow. Don't go overboard. Wang Rong, this is Qingyun Peak. Lu Suifeng said angrily. Wang Rong smiled faintly and said, Did I do anything? I was just letting you go. There is no need to use Qingyun Peak's name to suppress me. You are not even a core disciple, you are not worthy. Wang Rong. Xiaochen repeated this name a few times in his heart. He felt like he had heard this name before. However, he could not recall it and could not be bothered to. Wang Rong snorted coldly and walked past Lu Suifeng. When he reached Xiaochen's side, he suddenly stopped. He turned his head back and mocked, I forgot, you do not care about the status of a core disciple. After all, you have a powerful elder sister protecting you. No matter how much your ranking falls, you will not be chased off the mountain. When Xiaochen heard the words ranking, he finally remembered who Wang Rong was. He was a ruthless person ranked 20th in the Hall of Contributions. Xiaochen had only caught a glimpse of him that day, so he did not have much of an impression of him. He did not immediately remember him. However, Xiaochen did not know what grudge Lu Suifeng had with this person. It seemed like something serious happened between the two of them. The moment they met, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Lu Suifeng's complexion turned pale. He clenched his right fist tightly and veins bulged on his forehead. He wanted to say something to refute, but in the end, he did not say anything. When Wang Rong saw that Lu Suifeng did not say anything, he felt bored. He snorted coldly and walked forward without turning his head back. Boom! In the quiet pavilion, there was an explosion. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the entire pavilion to tremble. The image of a ferocious tiger merged with Xiao Chen's body. All the bones in his body crackled. There was a loud roar as he punched at Wang Rong's back. The instant the clap of thunder rang out, Wang Rong immediately felt the murderous intent and the terrifying fist wind. Without any time to think, Zhang Xian swiftly turned around, clenched his right hand, and punched out. Bang! Wang Rong felt his arm go numb and extremely sore. His body flew backward, and the qi and blood in his body surged. His figure landed on the second floor. Xiao Chen's punch came without any warning. Furthermore, he did not hold back at all. 6,000 kilograms of force combined with the elementary grade earth-ranked fist technique transformed into a ferocious tiger leaving the mountain. In the narrow corridor, Wang Rong did not have a chance to pull out the long saber at his waist. Furthermore, he had underestimated the strength of Xiao Chen's fleshly body. He had charged head-on and suffered a great loss in an instant. Rumble! Wang Rong stomped on the ground ferociously, deflecting Xiao Chen's horrifying force. Instantly, all the bookshelves on the second floor shook non-stop. The secret manuals on the shelves fell to the ground. That is Wang Rong, ranked 20th on the wind cloud list. He spends most of his time cultivating outside. Why is he back? Furthermore, he is fighting with someone. Who is so bold to challenge Wang Rong? In the ranking war last year, Wang Rong's methods were the cruelest. He did not care about being in the same sect. He even killed someone. If it were not for his talent being too high, he would have been chased off the mountain long ago. It must be someone in the top 20 on the wind cloud list. Otherwise, no one would dare to take the initiative to provoke him. Furthermore, he caused such a huge commotion. The quiet second floor immediately became noisy. The people who were choosing secret manuals all came out. When they saw Wang Rong's appearance, they were all incomparably astonished. The so-called wind cloud list was the signboard with golden lacquer on the background of the ranking hall. The competition for the 500 spots was the most intense in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Those who were able to leave their names on it were all geniuses. Outside of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, such a person could become an overlord of an area and shake the world. Hence, this ranking was also known as the Wind Cloud List. Those who were able to enter the top 20 were geniuses among geniuses. They could be called demonic geniuses. Wang Rong was such a demonic genius. Who exactly is fighting with Wang Rong? Everyone was very curious. They all looked towards the staircase. They wanted to know who the person below was and where he got his confidence from. Ta! 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 Xiao Chen slowly walked up. His figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw Xiao Chen's appearance, they did not expect him to be the one challenging Wang Rong. Qingyun Pixi Chen. It is actually him. Everyone was astonished. A person who had entered the inner sect less than half a year ago actually challenged Wang Rong, who was in the top 20 of the wind cloud list. Wang Rong's face was filled with rage. Just as he was about to draw his saber, he discovered that his right hand was not listening to him. After he checked it, he was startled. Tiny beads of blood flowed out of the pores on his right arm. In a short period of time, there was no chance for his right hand to recover. Wang Rong cursed in his heart. Damn it, he was too careless. Just how much strength did this guy have in his punch? His entire right hand didn't listen to him. Wang Rong was most proficient in saber techniques. He had never trained his physical body before. There was no way for him to gather more essence into his right arm in a short period of time. Hence, he was not a match for Xiao Qin in terms of strength. Bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? I will make you pay the price. Wang Rong's face was filled with rage as he shouted at Xiao Qin. Before Wang Rong returned to the mountain, he had already reached peak inferior grade martial saint. Although he noticed Xiao Qin, he saw that Xiao Qin was only a superior grade martial grand master, so he did not care about him at all. He did not expect this person to sneak attack him. Furthermore, his strength was so strong that he was able to cripple his right arm. Yi Chen, don't injure him. You are not a match for him. Lu Suifeng ran over and blocked Xiao Qin. He said, his cultivation is much higher than yours. Even if you suffer now, you will not be able to handle him in the future if he comes looking for trouble with you. When Xiao Qin saw Lu Suifeng's worried expression, he sighed in his heart. He is too naive. Now that I have injured him, a grudge has already been formed. Could it be that if I let him go, Wang Rong will not come looking for trouble with me in the future? Given Wang Rong's character, would he not take revenge? In this world, if one had to be overcautious in everything they did, afraid of this and that, living would be too stifling. From the moment Xiao Qin decided to make a move, he did not think too much. This person had insulted his friend in front of him and even made a move to mock him. If there was no chance of victory, Xiao Qin would choose to endure silently. However, now that there was a chance to defeat the other party, if he did not make a move, he would be going against his own conscience. As for revenge in the future, by the time he thought about it, his opponent would already be on the second floor. If he wanted to make a move, there would be no chance. He could only regret it. Xiao Qin had always been a decisive person. Once he decided on something, he would not hesitate to make a move. He would use his lightning-fast strength to defeat his opponent. Do you want to live in the shadow of this person for the rest of your life? Xiao Qin stared at Wang Rong. He did not intend to give up. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was stunned. He had a complicated expression on his face. However, you and I are not a match for him. He is the only person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who practiced the Wind and Thunder Saber technique to great perfection in the past few years. Dang! 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 A few figures appeared from somewhere. Lu Qing's figure slowly descended. He looked coldly at Wang Rong and said, "Go, don't appear in Qingyun Peak again." When Wang Rong heard Lu Qing's words, he felt as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. He leaped up a few times and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. He had clearly seen the ruthlessness in Xiao Chen's eyes earlier. Wang Rong, who had wandered around, was very familiar with that gaze. The great bandits he had seen in the past all had the same gaze. They were cold and emotionless, decisive in killing. Wang Rong believed that even if Lu Suifeng were here, he would not be able to stop this person. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Wang Rong would not dare to kill him. However, he would be able to make him bedridden for a few months. I cannot leave such a person alive. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. I have to find an opportunity to kill him after he goes down the mountain. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Rong's eyes as he thought to himself resolutely. Seeing Wang Rong leave, Xiao Qin felt it was a pity. He was very clear on what kind of person Wang Rong was. Originally, he was prepared to injure him and make him bedridden for a few months. However, since Lu Qing had spoken, it was not appropriate for Xiao Qin to make a move. He could only be more careful in the future and guard against Wang Rong's revenge. Xiao Qin and Lu Suifeng went down to the first floor and handed the secret manuals they had chosen to Lu Qing. Lu Qing wanted to deal with Lu Suifeng first before receiving the secret manuals that Xiao Qin handed over. When Lu Qing saw the first secret manual, he had a slightly startled expression. He said, "Lingyun Saber Technique, this is an incomplete Earth-ranked saber technique. Furthermore, it has a high requirement for comprehension ability. Little brother, Are you sure you want this? Xiao Chen nodded. Senior, there is no need to worry. I made this decision after careful consideration. Seeing that Xiao Chen was so certain, Lu Qing did not try to persuade him. He looked for Xiao Chen and asked for 400 contribution points. After that, Xiao Chen took out the Lingyun Saber Technique secret manual and a jade strip. Drip a drop of blood on it and repeat after me. Then, this secret manual will be yours. Xiao Chen did as he was told. Then, he repeated after Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen, swear to my heart demon that I will never teach the Lingyun Saber technique that I learned to others. If I go back on this oath, I will suffer a backlash from my heart demon. I will break my meridians and die. Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. What a vicious oath. So, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion uses such a method to prevent the secret manuals from being taught to others. I wonder if there will be such an effect if I teach it to others. Regardless of whether it was effective or not, Xiao Chen would not try it easily. That jade strip was a little strange. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the oath came true, there would be no chance for regrets. After Lu Qing swore to his heart demon, he handed the Lingyun Saber Technique secret manual to Xiao Chen. Then, she received the second secret manual from Xiao Chen and looked at the name of the secret manual. Lu Qing could not help but reveal a smile. Little friend, why did you choose this? This does not seem to be a martial technique, right? Xiao Chen nodded, and, I know. I just want to study it. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's 3 great saber formations are famous throughout the world. Who knows, I might be able to comprehend something by analogy. Chapter 217. Lu Qing shook his head and smiled. If that is the case, then I will have to disappoint you. Although this book is called the simplified version of the 9 Saber Heavenly Exterminating Formation, it has nothing to do with it. This book is based on the 9 Saber Heavenly Exterminating Formation. Although it is very powerful, it requires 9 cultivators of similar cultivation to cooperate strictly. The requirements are very high, and it only exists in theory. Aside from the person in charge of the formation, the other 8 people need to be like this person's arm. They need to move freely and naturally, without any hesitation or pause. If there is any disharmony, the formation will immediately fail and cause a backlash. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He said, Old senior, how do you know so clearly? Lu Qing smiled faintly and said, I am not talented, but I was the one who wrote this book. So that's how it is. No wonder he is so familiar with it and knows it so clearly. Xiao Chen said, in that case, I will listen to senior and not look at this book. Wait a moment. Lu Qing stopped Xiao Chen and handed him a complete simplified version of the 9 Saber Heavenly Exterminating Formation. It is fine to look at it sometimes. Who knows, you might be able to find a solution in the future. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. After he received it and thanked Lu Qing, he immediately left the library. Outside the library, Lu Suifeng sat alone on the stone steps. His expression was very lonely. He was probably still thinking about Wang Rong's return. Xiao Chen walked over to his side. He was not sure what kind of grudge Lu Suifeng had with Wang Rong, so he did not know how to console him. Sometimes, it was fine to suffer a setback or setback. It was fine as long as one could learn from the humiliation and move forward bravely. However, Xiao Chen did not know if Lu Suifeng could figure it out. If he was unable to recover from this setback, he would only develop a heart demon, and his cultivation would come to a halt. Brother Yi, did you obtain the secret manual? Let's go down the mountain. Thank you for helping me earlier. When Lu Suifeng heard Yi Chen's footsteps, he got up and forced a smile. Xiao Chen patted his shoulder and said, we are friends. It is only right for me to help you. On the way down, Lu Suifeng was silent. He was not as happy as he was when he first came up the mountain. The two of them walked down the mountain in silence. Wait. After the two of them walked for a while, a voice suddenly appeared in their minds. They stopped and exchanged glances. They could see a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Lu Suifeng closed his eyes as though he was communicating with the voice. After a while, he opened his eyes and said to Xiao Qin, "My old man wants you to go to the summit. He wants to see you." Lu Suifeng's father, the previous peak master of Qingyun Peak, the person who controlled the divine weapon and lived at the peak. 2. Xiao Qin was. He actually wanted to. He. Xiao Qin to ask. He, Xiao Qin, to. He. Saber. Lu. Qin, Xiao. Qin. Qin nodded to. With to with. 2. Xiao Qin nodded. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and dashed on the mountain path. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled a few hundred meters. Lu Suifeng watched as Xiao Qin disappeared. He muttered, "I really don't understand. A few months ago, his strength was about the same as mine. Now, I can't see through him at all. He might even be able to fight against Wang Rong." When Lu Suifeng thought of Wang Rong, he revealed an expression of hatred and helplessness. Qingyun Peak was 4,000 or 5,000 meters tall. The higher one went, the steeper the path became. In the end, there was no longer a complete path. There was only a precipitous mountain. Clouds lingered at the top of the mountain. A strong wind blew, making people's clothes flutter. Xiao Qin looked around. The cliff was smooth and there was still a kilometer of height. He could not find a suitable place to borrow strength from. The small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art was unable to fly. Xiao Qin could only use the gravity spell and fly to the top of the mountain. Using the gravity spell at a height of several thousand meters exhausted a lot of essence. Furthermore, the strong wind blew. This last part of the journey was very slow. Xiao Qin felt like he was ascending to the heavens. He did not know how Lu Suifeng managed to get up there in the past. After making it to the top of the mountain, Xiao Qin landed firmly on the ground. At the top of the mountain, an old man sat cross-legged on a rock. His expression did not change at all, it was like he was one with the rock. Beside the rock was the divine weapon that could destroy the world. It was placed quietly in a wooden box, looking very ordinary. Xiao Qin had always been curious about the old man's identity. He had an uncertain guess. Now that he saw the old man, he sized him up carefully. However, he discovered that the old man was different from the person in his memory. After coming to such a conclusion, for some reason, Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The old man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Qin. He smiled faintly and said, "I did not expect us to meet again so soon. Successor of the Thunder King, is the scabbard I gave you useful?" When Xiao Qin heard this, he was startled. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He stared at the old man and said, "So, it really is you." The identity of the Thunder King's successor was Xiao Qin's most sensitive identity. When he heard this person mention it again, he quickly placed his right hand on the saber hilt. He gathered his aura and prepared to make a move at any moment. The old man smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be nervous. If I wanted to harm you, I would not have given you this scabbard that day. Otherwise, the people from the Elders' Assembly would have sensed the aura of the Thunderwood Sword long ago and killed you on the spot." Although Xiao Qin said that, he did not lower his guard at all. The feeling of having his life in someone else's hands made him very uncomfortable. If Xiao Qin understood the old man in another way, if the old man wanted to harm him, all he had to do was announce Xiao Qin's identity and he would face a calamity. Xiao Qin said sullenly, "In that case, why did you call me here? It can't be that you just want to meet me, right?" The old man did not answer Xiao Chen's question directly. He said, "Although I cannot leave the coiling mountain rock under my feet, everything that happens in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion cannot be hidden from my eyes. Cannot leave the rock I'm sitting on." Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and looked carefully at the rock the old man was sitting on. When he scanned it with his spiritual sense, something that could not be seen with the naked eye appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. On the coiling mountain rock, there were black tentacles wrapped around the old man's body like vines. The tentacles were extremely horrifying. They gave off a black demonic chi. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and looked again. However, he discovered that everything was normal. He did not see anything. So that was the case. Back then, when Biyun Peak Song K came to kill his way here, the old man was unable to help. The reason was probably these black tentacles. The feeling the tentacles gave Xiao Chen was similar to the Corpse King imprint that appeared in his body before. When the old man felt Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, there was some astonishment in his eyes. What a strong soul energy! It is already as strong as mine. Furthermore, it seems like he is even more proficient in using it than me. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "What you can see is none of my business. I came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as a private person. I only came to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it. I will not cause any trouble in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Senior, please do not mention my identity as the Thunder King's inheritor." The old man's expression did not change. He smiled gently and said, "Nothing in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion can be hidden from my eyes." After saying that, the old man paused for a while. He gave Xiao Chen a deep look before continuing, "This includes everything that happened in the spirit vein realm, which is the herb field." This time, Xiao Chen was completely astonished. He did not expect such a secret to be discovered by this person in the underground world. Doesn't that mean that everything that happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is under the control of this person? The old man continued, "Don't overthink this. Although I can see everything in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, I will not keep an eye on a person for no reason. That would exhaust a lot of energy. Most of my attention is focused on the spatial crack in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I do not have time to care about you. The reason I noticed you in the spirit vein realm was because I had to deal with the Heavenly Wolf race's Fiend King. So, I split some of my soul energy." Xiao Chen felt more at ease. However, he still did not understand. "You have been talking for so long. You still have not told me why you are looking for me. Young man, don't be impatient. There are some things that cannot be explained with just a few words." The old man's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Since you have received benefits from a senior of my Heavenly Saber Pavilion and my daughter taught you listening to the sword and communicating with it, can I ask you for a favor? Help." Xiao Chen did not hesitate to ask this question. After receiving a favor, he had to repay it. This made perfect sense. He cupped his hands and said, "As long as it is within my capabilities, I am willing to help. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is filled with talents. What kind of favor do they need a pawn like me to help?" This was the question that Xiao Chen was truly puzzled about. Xiao Chen was not that arrogant. With his current strength, there were too many people stronger than him in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He could not understand why the old man would ask him for help. Thus, Xiao Chen kept an eye out. He would only help if it was within his capabilities. If it was beyond his capabilities, he would not be able to help even if he wanted to. Naturally, it is within your capabilities. Furthermore, this is something that only you can do. Remember your promise today. What exactly did the old man want Xiao Chen to help with? When Xiao Chen left the summit, he did not know. The old man only said to remember today's promise. Making a promise for no reason at all, Xiao Chen felt somewhat depressed. However, time was of the essence. When he arrived at the dueling grounds, he started to comprehend, listening to the sword and communicating with it anxiously with Lu Ryue's help. There was no time to be depressed. When he returned to his courtyard at night, he started to cultivate anxiously, learning the Lingyun saber technique. Time passed very quickly every day. There was almost no time for him to relax. Aside from cultivating, there was more cultivating. At the same time, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's annual core disciple exam entered a countdown. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion entered a state of bitter cultivation. Even some of the core disciples did not dare to relax. This was because, according to the rules, the low-ranked core disciples would have to fight with the ordinary disciples taking the exam. If they fought, they would lose their core disciple status. Such a rule was a form of motivation for them. They did not dare to be negligent.